And then when I point out all the contradictions, they still keep going on the same thread.
Can you?
It's pathetic
Sorry.
and sad, actually. I'm starting to
Can you
sympathize
prove
with
that you
nature
exist?
a little bit.
I don't want to put you in that box, but you have like you arguing about it. You want to know. So how do you know that you exist, or do you believe?
I'm sitting
Or
here
no?
talking to you right now. My reality is right in front of me. I have a wife. I have kids. I have
نعم
vehicles.
نعم
They exist. You can come here and look for
جاي
yourself.
بيه.
You see, and then he starts to derail and don't stop listening. Yeah, I don't know how to reach you, bro.
I'm listening to
Maybe
you,
if
by
you
the
start,
way.
yeah, but
I
you
heard
can't
you.
listen when you're talking to your mom. That's impossible.
I was listening to you.
What did I
can
say?
no.
What did I say?
I said like I forgot actually, but I was listening.
Proving my point again. Okay, yeah, good.
No, if anyone say anything, I will forget about like 5 seconds. I have problem.
Oh,
I just remember
okay.
the old things. I swear. I just tomorrow
Yeah.
I will remember it.
Maybe there is a mental delusional aspect to this after all. It's possible.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
It's 50% possible that
Okay,
you
I
are
remember. So yeah, so you know that. You said you know. You claim that you know. You don't believe actually. You believe and know. Both of them. Like 100% we exist and you are talking to me. That's not enough. You know that's not enough. Like
for you.
give
No.
me a proof.
Yeah,
It's like
reality.
asking
Right in front of you.
it's like asking
Your
Christian
mother,
like to
the
prove.
food you ate, the computer you're on, everything
Can
of
I
that is
say
proof
that
that
thing?
reality exists.
I just wanna say something. Okay.
If you believe you're in a box or
It's
in
like
a simulation, it's besides the
I'm not
point. You still have an
believing.
objective
I
reality.
don't believe I'm in a simulation. I'm not believing anything. That's the problem.
That you are
Okay,
believing
wait.
stuff.
What you
Why did
saying
you
is
send
like
the globe?
asking. Oh my gosh, bro. Can I talk? Wait a second. Sorry for being nasty. Okay. So, oh my gosh, I don't know what to say. So what you're saying is like asking a religious person, and he start proving like the existence of his God and his belief from the book he have. Just start like saying the stuff from the book. Do you get that? That's exactly what you're doing. You say I'm talking to you. That's a proof. No, that's not proof. That's
Okay.
not enough.
So I'm not using any book or any computer anyway. I'm using my phone, and I suck at phones, so I can't even post stuff most of the time, especially if I'm talking. So I can't do it. I can't do any of that. So you're using ChatGPT to answer our questions.
I'm using phone too, actually.
And even though we even told you the answers before ChatGPT gave them to you, you still didn't acknowledge it. You're completely delusional. How can I ever reach you if
No, I'm
you are
talking
not
to you
even
in your
certain that
logic, by the way.
reality is real?
Oh my god, bro, we were talking in is the earth is flat. I was arguing in the logic of that we exist, okay? Let's say that we exist,
You
then
don't have
we're
logic.
talking in
You're
that
not
box.
logical. You're not making sense.
I'm talking to you in your box. I swear to God, I'm not saying that we don't exist. I'm not saying that we don't exist, okay? So I'm talking
Are you
about
on
the
Discord right
earth.
now? Are you on Discord right now?
Yeah, I'm on
Are
Discord.
you 100% sure of that?
In the box of that we exist, yeah, but in the box of that we don't exist, no. It's a 50%.
I don't care about your belief. Reality, the reality we share the same reality. In the reality, are you on
Yeah.
Discord now with 100% certainty?
I told you, in the box that we exist, sorry, I'm gonna repeat it. In the box that we
Answering
exist,
the question.
yeah.
It's just a matter of yes or no. You don't need to add this all this other stuff, bro. Just
No,
answer yes or
it's
no.
very
I'm
necessary so the
100%
people
certain
understand the point.
or
So I
not.
just
So
talk to myself.
yeah, we already heard you denying reality. So you're
I'm not denying reality. Sorry, I didn't deny reality. I didn't deny that anything. I'm just saying that I don't know. Okay, I don't know. I don't have proof. If I start looking for a proof, I will get crazy and like really crazy looking for proofs. That's exactly what's happening.
You have said several times that you believe. So
No, believe is like knowing. You know what I mean? No, I just
no,
think
it's
so.
not. Definitely not. It's the opposite of knowing.
I didn't say it's the opposite.
No, I just said it. What? You said believe is like knowing. No, it's not. It's the
It's
total
kind of
opposite.
like
No, it's the
believing.
total
No, it's not
opposite.
the same. Yeah. I just said it
Knowing
before that
is
it's not the same.
means you have
Yeah. I
knowledge, you
told
have
you.
experience,
I have
right?
one.
True.
It just means
True. I just told say that, but then I mixed them like mistakenly. Sorry
you
for
mix them.
mixing
Okay,
them. Yeah. Sorry.
was it
Sorry.
linguistic? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I just made a mistake in my talk. I didn't really.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not gonna hold you to it. What did you
Yeah.
mean?
Just keep your mind open, please, Mr. Ganjar, okay? Please.
Somebody moderate that guy.
I just asked you, what do you think that proof that we exist? You said, like, I'm talking to you. Okay, that's not proof. If you don't want to talk about this topic, just let's go and talk, like, get back to the topic of flat earth. I don't mind to talk about this. It's a good topic, actually.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying to hold you on our Earth, but it's pretty hard when you're not in reality. You're in your fantasy
No,
world, in your mind, and because I refuse to see your world and accept it as my reality. You,
it's okay. I will talk in your
yeah,
world, bro. I swear. Okay,
we talk in
now
our
I will
world.
just.
We're all in the same world here, right? We're all in the same world.
I don't mean the world,
Reality
like the
is
exact
objective. We all share
you
the
know.
same reality. We
When I
all share
said
the same.
world, when I say the
Right, this
word
guy has
world, I
a
meant that we talking in your logic, okay? I'm talking
yeah.
now, like in the
Again, it's not my
the
logic.
box.
It's logic. It's logic. It's the same for everyone in this reality. You're making it.
You
You
have
can't
your own
separate
logic
it.
right now. You
Logic.
see, we have different
Listen,
logics here,
you
but you
can't
won't
separate
accept my
them two.
logic that
They
it
are the
exists.
same.
Actually, denying it.
Listen.
Yeah,
This
I'm
world
listening.
is objective. We are using logic to determine what is true and what is not true. It doesn't matter
Yeah.
what I believe, what my opinion is, and what your opinion is. The reality is what it
You believe
is.
your logic is
Objectively,
the
it
proof.
doesn't matter
So you
how I
believe
feel
that
about it or how you feel about it. It just is what it is, and we
you
can use
believe
logic
you don't
to
know,
determine
right?
what it is and not what.
You believe, but you don't know. You just said logic is like objective, and like the world is objective, and like there's one logic. That's what you believe, and that's
You're gonna
different.
strawman me? Seriously? Now I've repeatedly said this a couple of times already.
Yeah,
You said it was my logic. I'm saying no. It's not mine logic because there's not such a thing as my logic. Because if it's not logic, then it's not logical. So it's not my logic. Sorry if
there's no
I'm
one
raising my
logic,
voice, but
bro.
it seems
Believe
like you
me,
have
if a group,
yeah,
if
you're
a group of
50% sure that
people,
you exist. So that leaves the door open for a whole lot of things. So you're not really the what do you call it? The authority to talk about logic at all. I'm trying to teach you what logic is, but you don't even understand it because I think it is because you have a listening problem.
yeah, I have a listening problem actually. Sometimes
Yeah,
I mistakenly interrupt actually, but I don't mean to interrupt. I just mean to, like to explain it more. But it like yeah.
sure.
Um, there are different logics. I think there are different logics. Okay,
Yeah, and there are different genders
there's
too,
one
right?
reality. I think
Several
there's one reality. Is there
thousands.
one reality?
There's thousands of theories on everything. So what? Who cares?
Wait, is there
Logic
one
is just
reality?
logic.
Or is there more than one reality? Logic and reality are different, okay?
They're more can you demonstrate the other reality? Because I've never seen it. So if there is,
What
I would
other
really like to see
reality?
it. You just said it could be other realities.
Like we don't exist, that's a reality. Or a matrix, for example. You cannot like deny these things.
That's a fantasy, bro. That's your imagination. That's not reality. You're inside your head somewhere, not out here.
Okay, how do you know that you exist? Again, like I
Again, I can
Mhm.
see myself. If I look myself in the mirror. I have a wife. I have kids. We already went through this twice, I think. I have a
Wow,
vehicle. I have a job. I do stuff. I talk to you right now. I'm still drinking my morning coffee. How do I
that's so
know?
cool.
Yeah, because I just told you I did those things. Obviously,
Yeah,
it's not a
you
belief
felt it.
that, you know. I
Yeah,
just factually explain uh, how my world is, right? And you have the same
yeah,
world. Yeah,
yeah. I
your mom
mean,
is there, your kids is there, your computer is there.
yeah.
That's the
But that's
reality where you are.
yeah.
Same reality, just not the same place, right?
Mm-hmm. But oh my gosh, I don't think there's more than one reality. I think
Right.
there are more one than logic when we don't know the reality, like really. But you think you know the reality, and the reality
Yeah,
is
you
that
said
we
we,
exist,
so I don't know
and
who's
that
we.
everything exists. Who knows? You could be the one
Again,
who's conscious, and no one else is
The
conscious, and like we are robots and
just
like
wait a
role
second. Are
playing.
you Indian? Three. Are you Indian?
No, I'm
Uh,
not.
no. It's not gonna stop with the stupid questions. I'll let them derail
What's the
there.
point of asking that question? Like very like surprising, isn't it?
Try to stay focused, bro.
Bro, I'm gonna mute you, sorry, because you're not being respectful to
If
anyone.
you mute me, you're gonna be out of here. So.
For real. Yeah. Yeah, so
You don't have to
you
talk to me.
claim
You can
that we
talk to
exist and
somebody
you
else if
drink
you like.
coffee, that's why you exist. And that's why like that's the proof. Like and you have family and all of that and you're born and you feel when you touch anything. That's okay. That's I respect that. Okay.
All right, nice,
Okay.
nice. If anybody want to talk to whatever his name is, Star, feel free to jump in. I have to go on mute now. Thanks for the conversation. I've
Thanks
been
for
most dishonored.
conversation.
Adios.
Oh yeah, it was very good.
Do you have any more questions for anyone about the topic? Correlate.
I'm out of the flat earth. I'm actually, bye bye, guys. Have a good time. I'm going actually. The topic was like, I think the answers are like, there's like research and stuff that is, and like photos from
Yeah,
the
you have feelings
satellites and
and you
stuff,
want
which is
to
enough to
say that
me. I'm
before you
gonna
leave.
accept those.
Yeah, exactly. You believe you don't know anything. We already know that. Yeah, I hate when they do that. But actually, all the pictures from space are real. Oh my god! To even say that after the conversation we just had, it's like the death blow to himself, and he doesn't realize it. What a complete wow! Sorry, lack of brain activity. Yeah. I didn't want the conversation to die. Wasn't my point. Hello, everybody. City Filan, Encryptman,
Hello.
Alaska. Hey, bro. Master Yoda and Morvis and Ninja Otter. Hope you're all doing super great today. I'm getting ready for work, so sorry. Yeah, I won't be able to talk. So
Sorry. I believe that the conversation was over a long time.
probably, yeah. But it was nice to keep it live. Some noise in the chat. Anyways, I'm gonna prepare for work, so keep this conversations coming.
Have a good day.
Have a good day, bro.
Hello, Yunish. Hello, Gigi.
Hello, Otis. Hello, would you like to discuss anything with us? Alright, unmute yourself and come on the stage. Are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
Human, what's up?
What's up? Do you believe in a flat earth or a spherical earth?
No, it's flat.
How do you know that?
I don't know. I watch that on internet and TV, and people say that, and scientists say that. So
So if you wanna convince someone else that the earth is flat, how would you do that?
I'll ask you to give me the proof.
Yeah, if you wanna convince someone else that the earth is flat, how would you do that? Hello, Saurav.
Yo, bro, hello.
Hello. Are you a flat
Yeah, man.
earther or a globe earther?
So I think the earth is round.
Oh, Earth is round for you.
Yeah, man.
How do you know that?
I see a live telecast from the satellite.
And that's the problem. We can't trust those satellites or images provided by NASA or other space agencies.
I mean, we can do a 3D project also, but how can you say the earth is flat, bro?
Because thousands of people have performed experiments that are repeatable, measurable, and verifiable.
Okay, bro, you think the earth is flat, so why wouldn't we fall from the
Repeat that again.
uh, if you think the earth is flat, so why we don't fall from the earth? Because the flat earth has a end point also.
Because nobody has ever traveled to the boundary of the Earth.
But the size is limited.
Yeah, size is limited, but we don't have enough fuel or resources to travel and check the boundary of the Earth.
So I think in the whole world from till now, nobody has ever reached the end of the earth.
Yeah, exactly. And even if someone has reached the boundary, we don't know.
Do you think the scientists are right? Do you think they go into space or you think the space also not exist?
We don't know whether the data and evidence provided by NASA are real or not.
So you think the sun and moon are real?
Yeah, they are indeed real. We can observe them from our own eyes. You can confirm that by going outside and looking up in the sky.
So there is a solar system also.
How do you confirm a NASA's images of the Earth by looking at the sky?
What bro, your mic is not. Pick it away.
Hey, Gaurav,
Yeah, man.
if there was an edge, why do you think you could fall off?
Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. If there is a edge of the flat surface, someone has already fallen.
How do you know?
Because I think
That's silly.
the people who said the earth is flat, they didn't believe there is a solar system also. But there is a sun and moon also, man.
Yeah, but if the Earth is the floor, right? Why do you think you could fall off the floor?
Because the earth area is limited, man. Earth area is limited. There is someone edge.
Right. But why do you think you could fall off the floor? If you were standing on the floor, can you fall off the floor?
No, man.
Yeah, that's silly. That's silly to think that you could fall off the floor. We don't think that we are a disc floating in outer space. There's nothing to fall off of.
Yeah.
But hey, Encrypt, good job, man. Good conversation.
Thanks for
You did,
that.
yeah, you did very well in English, man. Very well. That was impressive.
Very nice.
So, Encrypt, are you a flat earther, or are you just someone who pays attention to the argument?
Yes, I do pay attention to the arguments, and I've learned various
Because that's very,
arguments and
very rare. People, they can't hold two beliefs at the same time and understand both sides.
I'm a regular person on this channel, and I've learned both sides very well.
That's important. If you want to understand the person standing across from you, it's important to listen and pay attention.
Yeah, exactly.
Anybody else in here? Let's see. I see Yayi, Arabella. Hello to all the regulars.
Howdy.
I want to talk, but I cannot speak it. I'm so shy.
Oh my goodness. But it's okay. That's how you learn, right? You gotta speak up.
Which country are you from, Yayi?
I am from Thailand.
Get too far off
Thailand
topic.
is probably
Yeah.
one of my favorite countries, Thailand. I love it.
Oh, you know Thailand?
Yeah, yep. I've been there a few times.
Oh,
I love it. It's a great
okay.
country.
Okay.
What did,
Then
Where did you go, DJ?
oh, I went to Koh Samui. Yeah, I stayed on Koh Samui. Koh Chang as well, and also Bangkok and Phuket as well. That's first place I went to was Phuket. What have I missed? Any good conversations? It sounded like you were having a good conversation when I arrived.
Oh, that was Encrypt. Encrypt was having a good conversation when you
Ah,
arrived.
well, I didn't.
I just asked a silly question.
Aha. Nice.
But Encrypt, I don't know if Encrypt is a flat earther or not, but he was doing a good job of using his English language to have a conversation with somebody who had questions about flat Earth. And if he's not a flat earther, he probably steelman better than any non-flat earther I've ever seen. So he did a good job in his English.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm a regular person on this channel now.
Yeah, bro, I have a question for you. Hello?
You have a question?
Yeah, man. If you think the Earth is flat, so do you think why all the countries or all the world have the same time sunset or the same time they have night?
I kind of had trouble making out, but I think you said, why can't you see all the stars at the same time?
No, bro, I am thinking the Earth, you are saying the Earth is flat. If the Earth is flat, why the different parts of the countries have different time sunset or different time they are night? Like in Pakistan, there is now night, no night is coming,
Oh,
and in America there is a sunrise. Why?
yeah. Yeah. So the air has a thickness to it. Do you agree with that? There's a thickness to the air. That's why some
Yeah,
days
man.
it's more visibility and other days there's less visibility.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and
No, no,
so
no, bro, bro.
light
The
doesn't
part,
travel through mediums
bro, the
forever.
part you are saying that the thickness. I think in the winters we can probably say that the we can't see the sun rays because in the winter. But in the summer days, it's in all of the world. If the Earth is flat, we can see the same time sunset, but it doesn't count. Why?
Well, no, when you're thinking about the sun, you're imagining this huge giant gas fireball millions of miles away.
Yeah, man, that's the point. Everyone has to see the sunrise at the same point if the Earth is
Right.
flat. And
So
you are saying the air has thickness. I think you are right, but in the case of winters, because of the fog, man.
right. It gets colder because the sun is further away. It moves up and down through the tropics.
Bro, let don't discuss about the winter areas. No discuss
So
about
I'm
the winter
telling you.
areas. Let discuss about the another parts of the world. Okay, why
Right.
don't we see the sunrise at the same time?
That's what I'm telling you. The sun moves around in a circuit over the earth. What that circuit is, we don't know. Okay. But when the sun is, when it's daytime, like right now, it's in the morning where I am. When it's daytime where I am, it's nighttime where you are because the sun moves away from being over your head and then moves to being over my head. Can you hear my microphone okay? I know sometimes my microphone is bad.
No, bro. Hey, do you think the sun is revolving more fast or the earth is revolving more fast?
I don't think the Earth is moving at all.
You think the Earth is not moving at all?
I have no reason to think that it is.
So why you think the sun is revolving?
I don't know
We
why
can also
it's
take that the
revolving.
sun is also not revolving, man.
When the Creator made everything, He made the sun go around the Earth. I don't know why He did that. Even if I ask you, why does the
Okay.
sun
Do you
move
think
around the galaxy?
when a man start traveling the whole world from a point A to B and it start moving forward, why does the man come to the same point? Because the earth is
No one,
round.
no one has ever
If
done that.
the earth is flat, he gonna fall down,
No,
man. He never come to
no,
the same point.
no one has ever done that.
No, no, no.
That's in your,
Scientist has done that.
that's in your
A ship
imagination.
experiment. No,
That's in
bro,
your
I saw a
imagination.
ship experiment. He traveled the whole
Listen,
world with the ship.
no one has ever done that. That's in your imagination.
No, man, I saw the experiment in the late
Who?
90s, man. A person traveled the world with his ship
Show me.
and he come,
Post it in the chat.
bro. I need to research that.
Oh, okay. I'm telling you, no one's ever done that. No one has ever gone directly in a straight line and ended up back where they started. Ever. People have made turns and done large circles and ended up back where they started, but no one's ever gone in a straight line. That's only in your imagination. I remember in school when they were teaching us, they said, "Oh, if you travel in a straight line, you'll end up where you started." But no one has ever done that.
I don't know, brother, but some of the teachers said, and they tell me this story.
I mean, it would be a cool story if someone did that.
Yeah,
I mean, it would give more validity to the globe, but we still have to contend with why water is measured flat on a surface. But yeah, as far as daytime and nighttime goes, right? When the sun
bro,
leaves
I am
your
searching
view,
in
it
the
takes the
Google
light with it.
says the information that ancient religionist Greek philosopher like Aristotle used this exact shape observation over 2,300 years ago as the physical proof that the world is a globe. It's on Google.
They, tra- they traveled in a circular path around the North Pole.
Yeah, man, it's 2,300 years ago. This information is showing.
It's not a straight line.
I don't know.
When you go east and west, you're doing a circle around north because the compass points north, and so you just follow the great circle around north. But if you were facing north and then you turn 90 degrees and you walked in a straight line, no one has ever done that and ended up back where they started. ever. It's your imagination.
Moon, would you like to discuss anything?
Hey, phone, you got your microphone open. We can hear your TV. Thank you.
Bro, I'm going now, but another time I will do research to prove you wrong. Bye.
Please, please. And I will tell you this, just so you know, when we've done the research, I've been looking for evidence for the globe for the last 5 years. And the more I look into it, the more the earth looks flat and flat and flat. There's no evidence for the globe. It's just a concept. Good luck, man. Yeah, no, DJ, that guy asked, he said, where's the edge so I can fall off? And so what I've been telling people is, what makes you think you can fall off? Right? And just kind of lead them into the path of, okay, so if the earth is the floor, what makes you think you can fall off the floor? Has anybody ever fallen off of a floor before? Not a stage, not a platform, but a floor. I try to help them get rid of that idea of a disc floating in outer space.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's the first thing I think we need to tell them, is clearing up that misconception. It's I don't know, from my experience, once they realize that we're not claiming some ridiculous space disk, then it's very easy to kind of, the conversation moves pretty smoothly from that point. Because usually they'll be like, oh, if it's not that, then what is it? And that's the perfect segue into talking about water and containment, water containment. But yeah, I think like 99% of people that haven't looked into the topic think that we think that the Earth is like a big disk floating around in outer space. And it's perfectly legitimate. Sometimes I hear flat earthers getting annoyed at them for thinking that. But I think that's the logical thing for them to kind of think of, because they've probably seen the propaganda and they can only fathom everything existing within a space vacuum. And then they hear about flat Earth and then they relate that to globe Earth, which is not the same comparison. We're not even claiming like flat Earth and globe Earth mean completely different things. Globe Earth being an object floating around in a space vacuum, and then flat Earth not even being a shape claim at all. They don't understand that. They think that flat Earth is just a flat version of the globe Earth. And I think once they get that misconception cleared up, it seems to go much smoother from that point on. Because sometimes I'll hear a conversation and it'll go on for hours, and the person's not really getting it. They're not listening to what the flat earth is saying. And then after like an hour or two, then like we realize that shit, that whole time they thought that we think it's a space pizza. And then we wonder why they weren't listening. They weren't taking anything that we're saying seriously, because every single thing we were saying, they were thinking of that happening on a space pizza, which is ridiculous.
No, yeah. Like, take 30 seconds, address the main propaganda issue, especially when they're like gish galloping all over the place. Like, how does everything work? You know, where's the edge so we can fall off? Oh, okay. So you think this is a disc in outer space. Well, let me clear that up for you. And spend, 30 seconds to 10 minutes on it. Just grinding it down until they no longer try to grab onto that concept because they can't.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, that's the silly thing that I've been leaning them towards is, how do you fall off the floor? There's nothing to fall off of. Even if there was an edge, whatever that edge is, there's nothing to fall off of. You're on the floor.
Yeah, I think that's one of the hardest things for them to wrap their head around. Because they just have Earth being a planet, Earth being an object stuck in their head. And they can't fathom that it could be something completely different to that.
Good morning, everybody. Today's a really good day for me. Today's payday. Yeah, I don't know. Do you have a couple minutes, DJ? I know we had talked in DMs and you're a little more curious about my astronomical horizon versus the true horizon thing.
No, not really. I was just questioning. I mean, yeah, I do have a few minutes, but I was just making a joke really about the true horizon. There's because to call it a true horizon, like what is a true horizon? Just in general, like a horizon is just so
Right.
so such a broad. It's just an apparent location. It's not real.
Right.
And it varied so much, and the cause of it can also vary so much. I think between like refraction and elevation and weather conditions and false horizons and then local horizons. Like like most of the time we look at a horizon, there's something blocking where we would see the horizon if that thing wasn't blocking it. Like physical, quite often the horizon is a physical location that things can go behind. And the
Right, like
Earth's
a
not a
wave.
globe, right? Yeah, like higher water, shoaling, waves, elevated land, cityscapes, all sorts of different things. You know, most often it's actually very rare that we see a horizon, and that's like the I don't even know what you would call it, true horizon or apparent horizon, I guess. Like the true apparent horizon. You know, like basically if you're looking out over the ocean and there's no waves and that, you know, and you can see a horizon out there. But even then, that's kind of like generally, in my opinion, a byproduct of the weather conditions, you know, and the refraction and stuff like that that's happening on that particular day. So when do we see, like, there's no such thing as like the you know, like what distance would the horizon be? Just say there was no refraction on that day. We had beautiful, perfectly clear weather conditions, a flat Earth, obviously, and no waves, no physical obstruction. What distance would the horizon be away? It's definitely not 3 miles. We know that's for sure, right? So it's not the what's it called? The angular resolution limit of the human eye, being at 3 miles, right? Because that's where they say, you know, some people say, oh, isn't it interesting that the geometric horizon distance is also the angular resolution limit of the human eye, which is at 3 miles from a 6-foot observer? Well, is it? When do we see the horizon at 3 miles away? Never. So it's not that.
Right.
So it's kind of interesting to think
It,
about.
it was just a lack of better terms because of, like, you know, the way the
Oh no, I
diagram
get where
was
you're
presented.
coming from. No, I wasn't saying that you were saying it wrong or anything like that. And I agree that that's like the main term that people use, like the true horizon or whatever. So you were talking about the dip angle, right?
Right. Like the astronomical horizon versus the quote unquote true apparent horizon. The apparent horizon is going to change, but the astronomical horizon is going to run parallel to the surface of the water. At least from a navigation standpoint. That's why I was saying, like, the bubble sextant and everything like that. Like, you don't need to measure for the dip angle. You can use a bubble sextant and it works just fine also.
Right. So you don't need to even see the horizon.
Right. So if that's the case, then, and Yoder, you can jump in and correct anything I say wrong if you'd like. If that's the case, you know, then why are we accounting for the dip angle? I think the dip angle correlates to the elevation of the observer height. The higher up you go, the more it appears to dip because of how thick the air is, and the visibility and everything like that. And so, you know, you're just not going to see as far looking down through the thickest part of the air. That's
In a sense, you're going to
what
get an
I'm.
angle from the height of eye to somewhere on the floor beneath you that's way far out. But the dip angle correction math that they used in surveying and nautical almanacs and stuff is baking in a radius.
No, I understand that. Like from their perspective, that's what they're doing. They're baking in a radius because it's in the equation. What I'm saying is like, you know, when they do theodolites and stuff like that, they do see a dip angle, but that's usually when they're like at higher elevations. And so I'm wondering if the dip angle correlates with the observer height above the surface of the Earth. And that's what I was trying to get at when I was having a conversation a few days ago over dip angles. We got into dip angles for a little bit. I could be wrong. When I talked to a Marine and he was explaining to me navigation and the sextant and everything, he said that he literally told me, he said the dip angle is not inversely, but it correlates with your elevation above the surface of the earth. So like if you were on a mesa plateau looking out over that plateau, there wouldn't be any dip angle. Even if you were like 4,000 feet in the air, there wouldn't be any dip angle because the plateau would be your surface for that moment. But if you're on the tip top of a mountain, like Mount Everest, and you're looking out over everything, well, you're however many thousands of feet in the air, and then that dip angle, whether it's like 1 or half a degree, 1.5, I don't know what that would be. That degree would correlate with how high you are up in the air, looking out over the surface of the earth. And when he explained that to me, I was like, oh shit. And then he's like, yeah, you don't even need to account for the dip angle. You can use a bubble sextant and it doesn't even measure for the dip angle, and you can still land there without the dip angle. That was the way I understood it. I was in the army, so we just did compasses. Compasses and terrain features. They always told us if we saw the ocean, we were in the wrong location. What's up, Spliff?
Shalom, Goyim.
وين صار شيء؟ How are you, Bruin? ايش؟ معنا ضغط. How are you, Bruin? How is the earth with you? يوسف ده تحيي. يوسف أول لقيتهم جماعة الأرض مسطحة. دي موجودين حيين. Goodbye, fuck you.
meet ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು.
Midnight lens and trembling hands. Each measurement shifts like desert sands. I watch the stars eternal play, while questions deepen day by day. The ground beneath stays ever still, as theories crack and bend at will. What eyes perceive, what hands can hold, more precious than what we've been told. In silence now I calibrate the truth I cannot navigate. The weight of observation pulls against the stories taught in schools. I'm drowning in empirical seas, while stellar paths paint mysteries. No spinning dreams can verify what level waters testify. The night reveals its patient signs, a certainty slowly declines. Slowly declines. Each instrument confirms my doubt, as calculations fade and float. The readings stay consistent here, while textbook wisdom disappears. I trace the paths across dark skies, watch every model slow demise. In solitude I contemplate the patterns I cannot name. cliffs we've always known. The night reveals its patient signs of certainty slowly declines through endless nights of measurement. Each truth becomes more evident. The answers lie in what we say, not what we're told. Reality should be.
Yeah, what's up? Yo, what the hell? Everyone is quiet. Okay.
You don't understand. You don't stop hitting the gritty.
Hey, what's up? You're here, I'm not talking. Upstairs.
Hello. No one here, okay.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Don't be shy. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. The floor of the universe is Earth-shaped.
I want Hello, hello. How's it going? Hello. Warrior.
All right, guys, I posted some interesting information regarding eclipses, especially since the latest eclipse across Europe, it looks like across what, Spain? The eclipse was seen by many in Northern Europe, Northwestern Europe on the horizon. It's a very fascinating idea. In order for you to observe a total eclipse on the horizon, or an annular eclipse on the horizon, this happens when the moon is said to completely cover up the sun. In some cases, a ring of fire is present. In other cases, it's not. Just depends on the lunar cycle. But the problem is if you were to take the heliocentric model, call it a model, and look from the top down, and draw a line going from the center of the globe through the moon to the sun. An observer would be observing this eclipse on the horizon, which means looking top down on the globe, the observer is going to be to the left or to the right if the sun is straight up top, mapped towards the top of the image. And you're going to have an angle. You're going to have an angle from the observer passing through the center of the moon and then missing the sun completely. All right, so in the diagrams I've posted, you can kind of see what I'm talking about. So in this case, the orientation is 90 degrees from what I said. This top-down view puts the sun on the left and the Earth and the moon on the right. You can see a red line that was drawn from the center of Earth that's being depicted as a globe, passing off-center from the moon and hitting the sun. So this means somebody who is looking directly up during one of these eclipses, we're not talking about a horizon eclipse anymore, but somebody looking at solar noon straight up, they could potentially see an eclipse like this with this geometry. That'd be fine. You could totally get one of these total or annular eclipses in syzygy. But the problem is if this is happening same time as the observer, in this case, in this depiction, the observer standing on the bottom of the Earth, this means they're looking out across the tangent to the horizon. If the moon was perfectly centered for an observer looking at its zenith, then it's not going to be perfectly centered when somebody is observing it on the horizon. But if they were to observe it on the horizon, then it would not be in syzygy alignment for somebody who's staring straight up. So that's a problem.
So you're
Hey, yeah,
saying it's
right. Whoop. Go ahead.
go ahead.
No, you're right.
All right. I was just trying to understand what he's saying. So what Yoda was saying, so when you're looking straight up and you see the eclipse, that's fine, but when you're looking at it on the horizon, like later on in the day, that's where it.
Yeah, you can't have the syzygy alignment from the horizon connecting the observer straight through the moon to the sun. So the moment of a total eclipse happens at a very precise moment called the peak new moon. The peak new moon is when the moon is black, right? They say you can't see it in the night sky. Why? Because, I mean, according to its path in the sky, it looks like it's riding pretty close to the sun during the daytime, so you won't see it at night. But peak new moon, eclipses of the sun, solar eclipses only happen during peak new moon. And that peak new moon is the precise moment of total eclipse. So this guy, this YouTuber, I posted his video just above, Mike Bowl. He did some scale demonstrations of this problem, this geometrical alignment issue, including the timing. I think Indio summed it up well at the very end. He said, if the sun and the moon are in the same line of sight at the horizon, then they cannot be aligned with the Earth, with the center of the Earth. Yep.
But Master Yoda, somebody on Facebook says that the globe model predicts everything precisely and accurately.
Yeah, these people with their technological hubris, they think these mathematical models are just oh so good.
Even McToon, he made some claims about how flat earthers can't predict eclipses. So I took his words, threw it in Gemini, and Gemini told him it was wrong. How retarded do you have to be to make claims that you didn't throw through an AI?
Jeez.
You know, like people like Professor Dave, I know he's just playing his shtick there, you know, being an anti-flat earther. But McToon actually believes that the Earth is a globe and that flat earthers are crazy. Like he's levels above just the basic anti-flat earther.
So Yoda, are you still there?
Yeah, kind of. I'm here.
So you think there's no way that the moon could be causing this?
Well, I'm skeptical. You know, I've seen some pretty good analysis of so if there was an April 2024 an eclipse that was tracked by multiple observers in our community. One of them, based in like Minnesota or Wisconsin or something, produced an interesting video. He was monitoring the moon track in this. So in the days and actually the weeks leading up to the moment of eclipse, he was tracking its position in the sky and also comparing it to time and date for reconciliation based off of his observer location. So he'd been tracking the path of the moon against the sun, watching its daily approach as it gets closer and closer. And by tracking, we mean like he'd watch it at night and then enter a new moon phase. And then he'd compare the tracking on the new moon phase in time and date with his location. And as the day of the eclipse approached, the tracking started to diverge from what actually took place when the moon did eclipse or whatever eclipsed the sun that day, because the angle of arrival into occultation of the sun was different than what the track should have been for a new moon phase, according to time and date. So time and date was like accurate until new moon, which lasts like 3 days. And then it was accurate again after the eclipse. So he captured this on his video. He goes through all of the observations. It's really freaking good. It's kind of like the moon tilt illusion in a sense, you know, where you observe the Terminator line on the moon and then look where the sun is, and sometimes it just doesn't make any freaking sense. I mean, and sometimes it doesn't make sense in, you know, in an intuitive way, but then if you were to map it out geometrically with heliocentrism, it does make sense. But in other cases, you can't quite do that. You know, and people have noted these instances, and I think a lot of times these instances are overplayed. You know, where there are many more times where the geometry can be explained in a heliocentric way, and people give credit for. But there are still many instances where it doesn't work out, and these sunrise sunset eclipses are such instances, which you can add to the stellanelian lunar eclipse phenomenon. So yeah, like you're saying, Rayleigh, I mean, people think they got it all figured out, that the globe mathematically predicts everything you could ever want about our solar system. But I mean, in reality, even in their own paradigm, I'm using that word again, it doesn't. It's why they have to update the epoch like continuously, because predictions get out of alignment over time with what's observed. So anyway, interesting stuff.
Yeah, thanks.
Nobody expects the Saros cycle to be 100% accurate all the time. You know, it's like, come on, it was based upon the information they had 6,000 years ago. But guys like McTinn think, oh, the Saros cycle doesn't predict this, this, and that. Yeah, one thing that these Globers avoid answering is why is the moon's shadow so small? Isn't the moon supposed to be like 2,000 miles in diameter?
Do they have some kind of explanation for that?
No, they ignore that question all the time or deny that it's incorrect.
Yeah, interesting. So Mike Bowl in this video says that if you have one observer on one side of a globe watching the eclipse sunrise, another watching an eclipse sunset, how to frame this. observers watching the same sun on a globe where it's rising in one place and setting in the next place can't be witnessing the eclipse at the same time. Eclipses that are seen on one part of the Earth are going to happen hours before the opposite part of the globe Earth. It's because they're going to have to wait for the moon to shift its position so that it becomes in syzygy alignment with each observer independently, regardless of any globe Earth syzygy. I mean, it's just providing more ammunition for an observer-centric interpretation of the celestials. You know, in our understanding that no, the heights to these things can't be triangulated. Globe Earth flat, multiple observers can't pinpoint a location of a sun, moon, or star in 3D space with respect to a consistent location on the ground. Flat or globe, this is absolutely happening, and it's true. It just invites further mystery.
Lights are intangible objects. You know, you really can't get a sense of distance. If I walked out into the dark with a flashlight and then told you to measure the distance of the flashlight, nobody could do it.
So my favorite eclipse anomalies are like the eclipses as viewed from the extreme Arctic or Antarctic.
Guys, I have a question.
Okay, shoot.
Can you reach the edge of the flat Earth?
Can I do what now?
Can you reach the edge of the flat Earth?
You'll freeze to death first.
Yeah, what edge? Can you reach the edge of the universe?
No. But
no. Okay.
But yours is flat. So
Your universe is flat too.
Yeah, so are you saying the world is like the universe?
I'm saying that Earth is the floor of the universe.
Say again?
Earth is the floor of the universe.
I don't understand what you're saying. The floor? What is the floor?
The floor. Earth is the floor, the basement of the universe.
Oh, the floor.
Yeah.
The floor? the universe?
The floor of the universe.
Okay, I've never heard of that. Okay. It's the
Yeah,
floor
flat
of
Earth
the
isn't a
universe.
space planet that's a disk. It's not what we think.
So basically what you're saying is Earth is the size of the universe?
No, just what you think is a massive universe, 80 billion light years across, is a load of crap.
Okay, so what is the universe?
It's finite in size.
Yeah, it's this reality that we occupy. This is the universe. You have
Yeah,
a
but
floor
like
and you have a sky.
we have. What do you mean by sky exactly?
Yeah, pretty wild idea, right? Like there's an actual sky and an actual land, and then these together constitute our universe.
Yeah, but when you say sky, what do you mean exactly?
Everything above the floor.
Everything above the floor is the sky?
Yeah. Crazy, right?
So
That's such a crazy idea.
So what are the shiny stars in the sky?
I don't know, balls of plasma maybe?
Balls of plasma. But okay, so is fuck. We got the Earth as the floor. Is there a ceiling?
Oh, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know what it's made out of, or if there even is one that you can conceptualize. Right? Is there a ceiling or an outer shell to the Big Bang explosion?
What?
Yeah, I could ask the same
Are
critical
you
questions
listening to
of
yourself?
the Big Bang cosmology. Is there an edge to the Big Bang? What does it look like? How does it contain the universe?
You gave these analogies to the Earth. You can't just say the same things to something else completely.
Well, I'm asking the same question of the Big Bang cosmology that's asked of a
you're
flat Earth
asking.
cosmology, right?
Yeah, you're asking the
And
same
I'm allowed to do
questions.
that, right?
No, because
Why am I not allowed to be consistent?
You're asking something that is relevant for the Earth, but it is not relevant and not applicable to the universe.
Well, why is your question relevant to the Earth but not applicable to your own universe?
You said the Earth is the floor of the universe, right?
That's right. Yeah. Yep.
Then you're saying, oh, what about the floor of the Big Bang Theory? What does that have to do with anything?
It's comparing cosmologies.
What are you talking about?
I'm comparing the flat Earth cosmological concept to the Big Bang.
But the Big Bang, they never claimed there is a Big Bang floor.
Yes, so why do people ask us if there's an edge to the Earth?
What do you mean why? Because if it is flat, you're supposed to be able to get to an edge, unless it is like really, really, really vast and like huge.
Well, maybe it is. All right. Maybe the Earth cannot be objectified analogously to the Big Bang universe cannot be objectified.
Okay, so you don't know. That's okay. You can say just you don't know.
Well, yeah. So listen. Like the universe provides what's called an embedding space for the three dimensions that we experience.
Okay.
So does flat Earth provide that embedding space. Flat Earth is not, as far as we can tell, we don't know and can't determine if flat Earth is an object that is embedded within a greater space beyond it. Which means the flat Earth cosmology provides the embedding space for all of reality that we experience here.
It sounds like you think because if the surface was flat, then somehow that means you would have to know what the limits to it would be. But he's asking you the same question, like, yeah, I mean, what are the limits to the universe? That's basically the same question.
No, I said if it is flat, unless it is vast, like very, very vast, you should be able to like reach a dead end, right? So is it vast or we don't know? What's the answer?
Well, yeah, well, it's obviously vast. I mean, that's not even debatable. It's vast. We don't know what the.
I don't know. I don't know if it's debatable. I'm not a flat earther. I don't.
Well, it doesn't matter if you're flat Earth or you're globe Earth. It's vast.
Yeah, but we know. But in globe Earth, we know the exact dimensions of the Earth. We can see. We can like set destinations and see the distance. But you're saying
no, you don't have a measured distance.
We don't know how big the flat Earth is. We don't know. Maybe it is infinite. I don't know.
Well, yeah, that's the point. You don't know. So I mean, you don't know if there's a container to the universe. You don't know if there's an end point, if there's some sort of shape to it. You know, you just know that there's a surface and there's sky.
You don't know if your globe map is accurate enough to account for all the land and water on Earth.
Okay, so the sky is basically anything above the floor, which is the Earth?
What else would it be?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
I mean, what else? What other possibility is there than that?
Okay,
sure. Like you're asking, is that well? What else would it be?
I'm trying to understand your perspective. So, what are the big stars in the sky at night?
Yeah, but what else would the sky be? So to understand our perspective, I mean, you need to answer that question because that might help you.
As you said the answer already.
Yeah, I mean, we both said the same answer. I mean, what's wrong and unreasonable about the sky being that which is above the ground? And furthermore, regarding the star question you asked, you already asked that question, and I already gave you my perspective on it.
Yeah, I want the other guy's perspective. I want Patek's perspective.
Well, I'm trying to understand what other option is there. So I'm trying to understand why you would ask that question.
I accepted the idea. I accepted it.
But I want to get down to why you asked that question. I don't understand why you would ask it. So what's the other option?
Because I'm not a flat earther, I wanted to make sure.
It doesn't matter if you're flat earth or not. I'm trying to understand what else could it be.
What do you mean? What else could it be?
Could it be? Yeah, if you're asking the question, then that means there's some other possibility, right? What else could the sky be?
Yeah, so Bubbles, let me level set some expectations with you here, okay? Listen, the only thing we bring to the table are observations, things that we can describe empirically. We're not a group of conspiracy theorist speculators in here that are talking about any random crap that you hear on the internet. We're just describing reality as we've come to know it. So you're not going to find crazy, wild claims like you might find in other parts of the internet.
But I haven't even argued anything you said. I literally am asking questions to understand what are your thoughts.
Good, because I wasn't responding
and you're
to an argument.
To me, oh, what could it be? I didn't even have an argument against it.
Yeah, I know. I'm providing you context so that your next question could probably be more valuable to yourself.
It is valuable. Now, Protect, what are the shiny things at night?
I'm still confused. Like I'm not gonna go away from
God.
this. Yeah.
I didn't even have an argument. What are you like counter argumenting?
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just trying to understand you.
I'm trying to understand flat earthers, and you are trying to understand me.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. It's kind of defeats the purpose, but sure, I guess.
Okay. Well, so you asked the question. Well, what other option is there? You said is the sky just what's above the ground? Okay. What why would you ask that question? What are you thinking? Like what else? What other option?
I asked the question in order to make sure I am understanding. That's it.
Understand what though? What are you trying to decipher? What other possibility could?
Your concept of the flat Earth.
Okay, but how is that question relevant, or what about that question would help you understand?
What do you mean? How is it relevant? Relevant to what? I started a subject with a question.
Yeah, you're saying, do you believe that the sky is whatever is above the ground? That's like, I mean, I couldn't.
No. Protect. No. The conversation started when I asked questions about the flat Earth, about its diameters or like its endings. Okay, and then Master said that it is the floor of the universe.
Yeah.
So then I asked about the sky. What is the sky? That's it. I never said anything about, oh, how do you believe or anything. I'm literally trying to understand your ideas.
Yeah, you asked if the sky is so you asked if the sky is what is above the ground, right? That's the question that you asked, isn't it?
Yeah. What do you consider is the sky?
Well, that confuses me. I don't understand because what other possibility is there?
Because the globe Earth considers the sky as something else than you.
Okay, yeah, that's what I want to know. So, what is the something else? Explain that to me. How is it different?
The sky is like the Earth atmosphere. It's the atmosphere that surrounds the layer called atmosphere, thromosphere. Sorry, troposphere. Whatever. It is a layer of atmosphere or whatever it is of gases surrounding the globe Earth. That is the sky. Now beyond the sky, you got the whole universe and stuff and moon and blah 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 blah. But this is like globe Earth shit. I want to understand flat Earth shit.
So, nothing about what you said is any different, though. So, all that is above the ground, right?
It is not. You can't look at it as above. Yeah, like you can look at it as above, but if it is a globe, it is in all directions, not above per se.
What other direction is it?
Every direction.
It's a direction other than above. What is that direction?
Oh, sorry. Okay, I misunderstanding.
Yeah. So, see, I think you don't. I think I'm getting to the misunderstanding here because it's exactly the same.
So what
You
I'm
think
trying to say is, you are saying that everything above the ground is sky. What I'm saying is, sky is what is surrounding
so where does
the globe Earth, and it has an end, right?
So there's an end to the sky.
Approximately, yes.
There's no end to the sky. There's an imaginary line you can say where you cross into space, but that's still the sky. The sky isn't limited to anything.
Sky is the atmosphere surrounding the globe Earth. Beyond it is the universe.
Well, the atmosphere never never ends. It's just a gradual dissipation. There's no perfect vacuum, so it's not like
Right.
there's some mark where it ends. Like I said, there's an imaginary line, a decation line where you can say, okay, at this point we're going to call it space, but there's no end to the sky, and there's no other direction. So everything above the ground is the sky. I'm trying to tell you, this is the same exact thing. There's no other option.
As I'm saying, oh my God, I'll explain it again. So at a certain point from the globe Earth distance, the quote unquote blue sky that we see, it isn't anymore. Like it dissipates. It goes strong, lighter, right? And apparently the visual edge, if you define the sky as the blue haze caused by air scattering sunlight, the blue appearance disappears long before you reach space. About 80% of the air mass is packed within the lowest 12 kilometers. By the time a high-altitude jet or weather balloon reaches 20 to 30 kilometers up, the sky overhead shifts from bright blue to deep violet and finally pitch black even in daylight. So
yes,
when you get to the 20 kilometers, there is no sky anymore.
No, it's not that the sky disappears or there is no sky. It changes. It's
You can't see it anymore.
At the bottom. The sky is denser at the bottom, and it's less dense as you go up. It doesn't end.
The sky is Earth's atmosphere illuminated by sunlight, viewed from the inside. Meaning, if you go outside, you can't view it. So there is no sky.
No, you're just outside of the atmosphere. The atmosphere and the sky is not the same thing. The sky and the atmosphere are the
I
exact
agree
same.
with you. What I'm trying to say is there is no sky for you to see.
Yes, there is.
You can't see the sky outside of the atmosphere. Can you see the sky out of the atmosphere?
How do you go out of the atmosphere? Did you do that?
Now you're strawmanning. You're going all ways. Like, what the fuck?
No, going out of the atmosphere is conceptual.
I just wanted to learn about flat Earth, and you're making this so much complex.
No, because listen, there's a difference between how we conceptualize our worlds. Obviously, when you hear the word Earth, you probably have a God's eye view of a planet, the blue marble, an image that you have only seen on TV.
Sure.
When we hear the word Earth, we don't imagine anymore. We can still imagine the globe, but our mental objects recall memories, verifiable descriptions.
How is it relevant to my questions, though?
Because you are supposing that you can go have these observations like the Earth from outside the atmosphere.
No,
when we're saying that nobody's ever been proven to be able to go do that in the first instance. And that for you to build a worldview based off of this is building a worldview based off of somebody else's experience, whether it's true or not.
Protect asked what the sky could be. So I'm explaining to him the globe Earth's ideas of the sky. Okay, that's it. I'm not arguing that it is correct. I'm not arguing that it is incorrect. He asked me a question. I provided the answer. Now I'm asking you the questions. What are the shiny things in the sky on flat Earth?
All right, since I already answered that question, does somebody else want to take it?
Yes, I'm asking protect.
Well, my point to you, Bubbles, is that it's the same. You don't need to have some other definition of the sky to understand what we're talking about here.
Can you answer the question, though? Can you answer?
I mean, that's what I was doing. What?
What are the shiny things at night when you look at the sky?
What are they?
What are they? Do you know? You can say I don't know. It's okay.
Well, no, I know exactly the same way you do. I mean, we both have telescopes, or we have access to them. You know, we can look at
Okay,
them.
so what are they?
They're what you see. They're lights in the sky. Some of them planets. You know, we call them planets. They look like lights, but you can actually zoom in and see more
Okay,
detail.
so these planets, are they globe shaped?
They look like they might be. They might be spheres. Yeah, possible.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay.
But stars, there's no real evidence that those are spherical shaped. I mean, all we can see is light. And then when you look at these pictures from NASA, what you're seeing is an interpretation of data. So they just analyze the light and they say, okay, well, in a lab, that's phosphorus or nitrogen or whatever, and then they use Photoshop, and I mean it's an art, and then they'll create an image. And if you look at at like the fine print on those images, they'll say, this is an artistic rendition. So a lot of people have the wrong idea about what stars and planets are.
What is the difference between stars and planets?
Well, the main difference is planets, we can see them move. That's why they used to just call them wandering stars.
And stars don't move?
Yeah, stars we don't observe them to move, or at least much, not like a planet. I mean, there's no difference. What I'm trying to say to you is like we all observe the same thing. It's just you're taking an explanation for it that we're not.
Okay, you don't observe them to move. Okay. But when you look at the stars, are they globe shaped?
No, they're just lights. You just see lights in the sky. There's not a globe shape or anything. Even a planet, when you look at a planet.
Even with a telescope?
Yeah, it doesn't look like a globe.
Okay, so planets do look like globes and stars don't look like globes. Okay.
Well, you could ask yourself the same question. Look at it, and I mean, I'm not giving you any answer other than what's observed. I'm not putting beliefs on it. I'm just observing something. Okay, that looks round. It could be a sphere. This just looks like light. There's no shape to it. If you zoom in on it, it looks all squiggly and crazy looking, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, like any light from a distance looks like a round light. Even if it's two car headlights or something like that, you look at it from a distance and it looks like just one round light. And it's not until it gets closer to you that you can see that it's actually two separate lights. So, I mean, even if you look at a tube light, right? Like a long cylinder tube light, from a distance, it just looks like a round light. So, I mean, when we look at the stars, we just see lights from a distance. It doesn't give us any indication of what shape they are.
What do you think about small asteroids that came to Earth? Do you believe that they are real?
I don't think there's any asteroids that came to Earth. I think we see some phenomena in the sky that we.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think any small asteroids have, been found on the Earth.
Okay.
There's no footage of an asteroid like landing and then was like, oh, let's go collect the asteroid.
I mean, there is data saying that, but okay.
Well, there's no footage of one landing and then people seeing it land on the Earth and then collecting it. You know, as an asteroid. Yeah, there's
So
stories. We get stories, but we don't get
believe
empirical.
footage, okay.
Well, not. It's not believing footage. I just said that there isn't any footage of one doing that.
Yeah, implies that you believe footage.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't imply that. It's just a fact that there isn't even any footage of it.
Right, but there, like I said, there is data from experts that are saying it happened. And you're
Okay.
saying
Do
there
they
is
have
no
any
footage
empirical?
for that.
Well, what's the data? What's the empirical data?
You can look it up.
Yeah, I've looked it up. It's not empirical data. It's just a story based on assumptions.
Story based on
Did you look it up?
I
Yeah,
will
story.
Okay, so which one? Okay, I will tell you which, and you tell me which one are you interested in. Physical space rocks, meteorites, unique isotopes.
You said asteroids. You said an asteroid, bro. That's what you
Yeah,
said. You said
yeah.
asteroid.
I said small asteroids, and
You said asteroid.
I said small asteroid. A
Okay,
big
so
asteroid wouldn't would fuck the
you
whole
just said
Earth.
asteroid. You didn't specify a size, right? So just any asteroid.
I said small asteroid.
Okay, cool.
You know what? I said asteroid, and I'm taking it back. Okay.
Oh, okay, right. So we can cancel that claim, right? So you want to make a new claim now. What's the next claim?
Yeah, a new claim, a small asteroid. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, so meteorite, unique isotopes, chon tools, and fusion crust. Which are you interested in?
You said there's evidence of an asteroid coming from space, right? And being found on the Earth.
Right.
Okay.
So which one are you interested in?
Well, how did you validate that? How are you going to validate this story?
You asked for data, empirical data. I'm asking you, which are you interested in? Unique isotopes?
The best one. The best. Just the best one that you have.
What the fuck?
Well, this is your claim, right? So it sounds like you're just trying to research your claim on the spot.
But you're asking for an expert opinion. I'm not an expert in this.
Right. So why are you making claims about things you can't even explain your claims? Not only can you not explain your claims, you have to research, brother. You have to research your claims on the spot. Do you know how ridiculous that is, right? You made a
I'm
claim and you
literally
don't even know anything about it, so you have to look it up.
I'm literally giving you the options of data you asked for, and you're asking me the best one. What do you want?
Yeah, why did you make the claim when you don't know anything about it?
Because it is proven. I don't need to know. It is literally
Who proved it?
a search. I literally
Yeah,
search
and you just believe
in seconds.
this, you just believe the story that you search, right? Did you search it on Google?
You asked
And then you
for the
just
data.
blindly
You
believe it.
asked for the data. You asked for the data.
Okay, so explain the data to me. Explain it.
So which one do you want? Unique isotopes, Cont rules, or fusion crust? Which one do you want?
What's a unique isotope? Explain it to
Okay,
me.
so in laboratory, scientists
So
analyze
you're
these
just
rocks.
researching it and reading out off the internet.
Yes, I am. Is there something wrong with it?
Yeah, I could just do that myself.
That's why I said
Trying to have
you
a
could.
conversation with someone, right? And all you're doing is you don't know what you're talking about, and you're just reading things off the internet as if it's some kind of fact, and you haven't even researched it.
Isn't that all of our information? We got it for somewhere else.
Right, but you can go and test the Earth. You can go and test for Earth curvature. I've done that.
And scientists can test these rocks, and I can read about them. What's the problem?
Okay, cool. And you can just believe the stories. That's fine.
Right, I do believe the stories, and I go to the doctors.
Okay,
and I believe
cool.
the doctors. Do you go to
Oh,
the
really?
doctors?
Well, that's great. I try to prevent going to the doctors because it's one of the very, very leading cause of death, right? Huge cause of death is doctor malpractice.
I hope you'll be all right. How are your teeth, by the way?
Awesome.
Okay.
Haven't been to the dentist since I had to get a wisdom tooth removed.
Okay.
When I was a young child.
I pray for you. Anyways.
Really? Which God are you going to pray to? Which God are you praying to?
No, it's just like I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God.
Oh, you're going to pray for me as an atheist.
Yeah,
amazing.
It's like a saying, I hope you have the luck,
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that. It's really good. Do you have any evidence that the Earth's a globe, though? Because you know the channels. It's called Flat Earth, right? 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
So we went from data about asteroids. Then you said, "Oh, you believe the scientists." Now you want to talk about the globe.
What?
Which one?
I never said. Right. So this is what I was saying. Right. So you made a claim that you don't know it. Yeah, but you don't know anything about it, right? So you're just reading things off the internet.
You asked for the data. I'm giving you the data that is available readily for everyone on the internet by experts. That is what you asked for.
Right, but you're just going to read out something that you don't know anything about. That's ridiculous.
So what?
If I make a claim, make a claim, right? I'm not going to make a claim about something that I don't know anything about, and then I have to go and parrot information off the internet, and I don't even know what I'm reading.
Okay, so how much an expert do I need to be? Do I need to have first degree, second degree, be a professor, doctorate? What do you want me to be exactly?
Just at least have done research on the claims to the point where you don't have to just read things off the internet on the spot.
But
right? Like if I talk about the Earth curvature, right? I can show you a test. I can show you tests in real tests in the real world, empirical tests that have been done, and I can go over all of the mathematics. I can explain to you how it works. I can explain to you how it doesn't work on a globe, and I don't need to go and into ChatGPT or Google, right, to research anything because I've already done all of my research. Right. And I have a good understanding of what I'm talking about when I bring up these points. I'm not going to bring up something I don't know anything about. Right. And then go and read things out off the internet like some sort of parrot.
Okay. So since you know so much, can you tell us what these scientists say about these meteorites? What are they proof?
Yeah, they say they come from a space vacuum.
No. How do they know they are meteorites, these rocks?
Because they think that they came from a heliocentric space vacuum. I don't think they truly know, right? In fact, a lot of things that they thought weren't able to be found on this Earth, right? They went and found them in other places on the Earth. How do you know that what the meteors are made out of aren't from the Earth? How do you know that they're not from the Earth?
That's what I'm asking you. What tests did they
But
do?
this is your claim. How do you know that they're not from the Earth? That they weren't already here?
What? Why do you
This
keep
is your
flipping?
claim. You
Why
said
do you keep flipping the
rocks.
switch? DJ, you gotta
No, because
decide.
I'm
You gotta
questioning
decide.
you on your claim. You made a claim,
God.
right? And now I'm asking you questions about it. You say
But
rocks
you
come
just
from
but you
space
just said
and
you're
come to
not
the
going.
Earth. I said, how do you know they came from? How do you know they're not from the Earth?
DJ, you just said you're not going to listen to me because I'm not of an expert enough. Okay?
No,
So
because I
so
didn't
then
say
you
no.
said,
I didn't say
DJ,
because you're not an
DJ.
expert. You made that up. You made that up. I didn't say not because
You
you're not
said
an
I
expert.
don't know anything about it. Sure, whatever.
Yeah, that's
Now,
far from having to be an expert. Okay, so I didn't say that you have to be an expert, right? I said you should at least have a basic understanding of what you're making claims about, right? Not just know absolutely nothing at all about it.
Okay,
That doesn't mean that therefore you have to be an expert.
I don't have a basic understanding. You said you are an expert.
Okay, so why don't you make claims about things that you actually understand? That's the problem with your globe Earth is you don't know anything about the globe. You're making claims about things you don't know anything about.
Okay, I'm sorry, DJ.
And you think that there's some magic science? I forgive you, right? You think there's some magic science guy out there that you can put all your faith in, like a god, like a religion.
Okay, DJ. Since you know so much about these subjects, what tests did can you like I want to learn from you because you know something. Okay? So what did these scientists, what tests did they do on these rocks to determine that they are meteorites?
This is your claim.
You said
I didn't make claims about meteorites.
You said you read the data. You said
No, I said I know the data in relation to the topic of the room, which is the Earth, right? The Earth curvature. Not making some stories up about some rocks.
You said
that you think they came from space. No, I didn't say I'm an expert on space rocks, right? I don't think there's such a thing as space rocks. You do.
So you don't know anything about them?
Yeah, I know that we've tested the surface of the Earth and it's not a globe, right? So your space rocks and your heliocentric, your space rocks, right, in accordance with your heliocentric model, are nonsense. Your space vacuum that you think the rocks came from are nonsense. You don't have any evidence that those things exist. So whatever rocks you think you're finding, right, they're not coming from a space vacuum and falling onto a globe, right? We can confirm that, right? That's been debunked.
Okay, so what do you know about the meteorites?
I know that you can't validate what you're claiming about them, and I don't think that there's meteorites that are falling to the Earth from a space vacuum. And I don't think you have empirical evidence to validate your claim that that happens.
Okay, if you wanted to learn, DJ, if you wanted to learn about the claims of the scientists about these meteorites, how would you do it except the internet?
You could do it on the internet. I didn't say you can't learn about things on the internet.
So then why? Okay, so what you're saying is I should learn about it and then tell it to you, but not read it directly.
Yeah. So if you wanted to make a claim about something, you should go and do research, and then you could come and actually have a conversation with someone about it, and actually know what you're talking about, rather than making a claim that you don't know anything about, and then researching it on the spot, right? And just parroting things out, just reading things out that you have never even read before. You're reading things out that you've never even read before.
Doesn't that make it faster for everyone?
No, that's brain rot behavior.
How is it brain rot?
Okay, so you make a claim about something, you don't know anything about the thing you made a claim about, And
Yeah.
then when you get questioned on it, you're like, oh, actually, all right, I'm going to look it up for the first time ever right now and just
Yeah, if
parrot
I'm
out the
right.
first thing that comes up on the internet. And you don't think that that's brain rot?
If I'm right, no.
How would you know that if you're right or not when you haven't researched it?
Based on the consensus of the scientists that agree.
Oh, okay. So that would be just an appeal to consensus, fallacious logic,
Yes.
faulty logic. So you're happy with faulty logic,
That is the best that we have.
really? Faulty logic's the best that you have. I
other-
agree. So the best that the globe earthers have is faulty logic.
Is
And they're
there a
happy with that.
100% agreement on anything?
100%. Yeah, you could agree on things 100%.
Like what?
Water boiling at 100 degrees Celsius. Water
disagree.
freezing, for
I
example.
disagree.
You
They
disagree.
boil at 99. Yeah.
Dude, this is weird. But we're going to be heating it and it's going to be boiling. And we're going to be mucking around with the temperature and it's going to be freezing. At one point, the water is going to evaporate, and at one point, the water is going to freeze.
Right.
Let's try not to make this conversation any harder than it needs to be. DJ is perfectly reasonable.
I promise you I didn't. I literally asked
Dude,
questions.
come on, please.
I asked questions to learn about flat Earth, and you guys can't
All
answer
right.
anything.
All right. So look. So tell me this, right? So let's say I have some ice. I take it out of my freezer.
Why are you
Okay,
talking
and then
about
I make
ice?
all right. Listen. It'll make sense in a second. Okay. Or we're gonna expose your lack of logic again. Okay. So let's say I have some ice cubes in my freezer. Okay, they're sitting in my freezer. I'm going to go outside. I'm going to make a fire, a campfire. I'm going to put some wood and some paper. I'm going to burn it, right? It's going to be a fire outside. And then I go and take the ice from the freezer and I throw it into the fire. Is there a 100% chance that that ice is going to melt or no?
I don't know.
See, what we managed to do right now is just expose your brain rot again.
What,
Being in
saying
the
that
conversation
I'm not
60
sure about
seconds.
something? You think you know everything?
No, it's not about knowing everything. It's about having a reasonable conversation. And when I and DJ give the example of water or ice melting or boiling, you turn around and say you don't know. It's like
Yeah,
you have a freezer in your home. You have a fridge, I presume, that chills
Jedi.
milk.
Jedi?
No, dude, we're going to have a reasonable conversation.
Yeah, so
Now,
can you
are
let
you
me
going to have a
respond, though?
Are you going to have a reasonable conversation?
I am. But
Okay,
you gotta
good. Good luck then.
You gotta have let me respond though. So in reasoning, there is deductive, abductive, and inductive. What you said is an inductive reasoning, meaning it is most probable that this will happen. It is not an absolute case that it will happen. Okay?
Sorry, can you point out to me a point in history where the conditions were exactly the same, where the ice did not melt and turn to liquid and then evaporate when you put it onto a bonfire?
I'm not God. So no.
Okay, so you understand that what you're saying is at some point in the future, this may not happen.
I'm saying maybe it did happen, maybe it will happen.
Yeah, maybe, but our experience is every single time it does.
Do you understand the word probability?
Yeah, that's why I brought it up.
So probability means
that's what you're talking about, but we're not dealing with that.
Yeah, so
we're dealing with cause and effect. You understand what cause and effect is, right?
Yes, but probability.
Good, that's what we're dealing with.
No, it's not.
Sorry, what question are we trying to answer here?
We're trying to answer a problem that is arising out of a modality of necessity rather than a modality out of probability. So our guest here is in a category error.
I'm just interested about the meteorites, honestly, but I don't care about all of this.
Go do some research on meteorites.
I want to know your view on it, your opinion on it. I
All
know
right,
the
I would
opinion.
say that there's
I
a
know
sky
the opinion
phenomena.
of scientists. I
There's a
know the
sky
opinion of
phenomena. Look, there's something we see in the sky. Okay,
Yeah.
we call them meteorites. There's a lot of unknowns when it comes to exactly what they are. Okay, we don't claim to know how everything in the sky operates. Okay, but what we can validate is that the surface of the Earth is not curving, it's not dropping over distance. So therefore, whatever's happening with these, these things in the sky that we're seeing, it's happening above a surface, right? That's flat when we check for the curvature. 100% of the time, there's no curvature. So whatever's happening in the sky, which we can't empirically test, right, it's happening above a flat Earth. So that's something that we can know that, right? Because we can check it. We can repeat the tests. You could go and check yourself if you wanted to.
But then why did you argue that meteorites didn't fall onto Earth if you didn't check yourself?
Well,
The claims of the
okay,
scientists.
because you think, okay, so you think that they're coming from a space vacuum in which you don't have any evidence for. That's what I
didn't
said.
answer the question.
Yeah, I said that you don't have evidence that they're coming from a space vacuum.
You didn't answer my question again. I'll ask again. If
Okay.
you said you don't know anything about these meteorites except that they didn't fall onto Earth, right? But at the same time, you don't know anything about the claims the scientists make. So why are you so sure?
My wife's asking me a question. I'm gonna focus on her for a second. If someone else wants to answer that, I'll be back.
Yeah, scientists are so sure because the meteorites fell to the Earth. That's a planet. The Earth isn't a planet. We don't know what meteorites are. I've never seen one. We're just told a story. But that story is revolving around the Earth being a planet. The Earth isn't that.
But these scientists, have you looked up on the tests that they've done to these meteorites, to these rocks?
What, the meteorites or the rocks that they say that have come from space and say display ores or minerals that are not from this world?
Yeah.
Yeah, how do they know that? Maybe they're just rare.
Which scientist has done studies on these meteorites? Can you name them?
Look it up. Look it up.
Okay, look it up, but it's your evidence, dude. Again, that's unreasonable. If you're going to say that they say this, at least give a citation to what they say. And to say, look it up. If you went to a court of law and turned around to a judge and say, go and look up my evidence. No, excuse me. Don't Jedi me.
Jedi, I'm not arguing anything.
You are.
I didn't give
Talking
an
about
argument.
standard of evidence.
No, Jedi, listen to me again.
No standard of evidence. You have to provide it, not us go and get it. So when you turn around to someone and say,
Jedi.
go Google it, I'm pointing out that that's unreasonable.
Jedi, listen to me again
very
carefully. Listen very carefully.
Sorry, do you not think that's unreasonable?
Jedi, I am not
Oh,
saying...
sorry, I'm not going to talk to you then if you're going to ignore me.
I'm not saying these meteorites fallen into Earth. I'm not saying that. That's not my argument.
Are they tracking meteor showers with telescopes? I really highly doubt that they're spending all their time looking for meteor showers to tell us, hey.
I told you what his argument was. I repeated it back to him and he said yes.
Yeah, no, they're not. There's a periodicity.
You know, these conversations are shit sometimes.
Yeah, there's a periodicity where the meteor showers occur frequently at a certain time or in a certain frequency. And so that's how they know that these meteor showers are coming. But other than that, they're not tracking these meteors. If they are, name the scientists.
I am not arguing that these things happen. Do you understand?
Well, what I'm arguing is you're saying scientists claim these things. I'm asking you to name the scientists.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Because any newspaper could say scientists have discovered that there's a alien on Earth. Name the scientist.
Sure, you know what? Sure, okay.
You get what I'm saying? Don't just make a claim
I'll name
and
the
be vague about
scientist.
it.
Quick Google search that backs up what he says.
Yeah, imagine using Google. Holy shit.
Yeah, imagine
No.
imagine going to a university. Imagine studying at a university. Google isn't a citation or a reference, right?
You
A
don't
Google will
trust.
search for you and hopefully give you an area to search in. Hopefully, a university or proper area for the subject matter of inquiry.
You
Just
don't
Google
trust.
something. My
You
God,
don't.
man.
You don't trust doctors. Why would I trust
Sorry,
university?
sorry. I do trust doctors. Why are you bringing
Oh,
this
really?
up? You don't know me.
Okay. Sorry, it was a different person.
My God. Now we don't trust doctors.
Okay, so now I need to go to university in order to check online which scientists did research on this?
If you would have studied it, then yeah. If you were to give a paper
Okay,
on
so
it,
if I
then you would.
don't
Again,
study,
why is it every single time I talk, you talk through me?
sorry.
Ah, fuck off, dude. There's no point talking to you. As soon as I say 3 words, you start talking through me.
Because you're having like unreasonable expectations. What are
Dude,
these
I'm just
standards?
asking you to back up what you say.
I can't do a Google research unless I have
Okay, let
university
me ask
degree
you
on
this.
this.
Let me ask you this. Have you seen this type of information before?
What if the names of these researchers? No.
Oh my God, dude.
No, I didn't.
The area that we're talking about, have you even studied it?
No.
Or is it just something that you've seen on YouTube, for example?
No. It is something me and the scientists agree on.
Okay, agree on what? How do you agree on it? Have you got also information that you've paralleled with their information
I
and
believe
you've
in it.
combined that information and you agree on it? Or are you just nodding along?
Apologies. We believe in it. We both believe in it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. You understand why I'm going to be really careful with the words that you use, dude. We're trying to communicate.
Yeah,
if you
pretty
say
pedantic,
something,
but okay.
so you nod along and you agree. Why?
Say again?
You nod along and agree with the scientists regarding meteorites. Why?
Why I agree? Why I believe the scientists?
Yeah.
But I was asking you questions. Why do you ask me questions in return?
Okay, no worries. Sorry.
I have a better question, Jedi. What scientist does he agree with?
Yeah, he asked me, but you guys are asking me a question, and then he's asking me a question. I can't, guys.
No. I think it's a fair question. You agree with the scientist. I'm asking which scientist.
Okay, Edward Anders in the 1960s, Harvey H. Nininger, mid-20th century. Is that okay?
Yeah, and you read this, right?
Right, I read this on Google.
Okay, tell
I'm
me
sorry
about
I don't. I'm sorry I don't have a degree to read
That's
on Google.
fine.
I'm
Just
sorry.
tell
I'm
me
sorry.
about it.
I'm sorry. I don't have a
Just tell
degree
me
to read on
about it.
Google.
5th time. Can you now tell me about it? Being as you've seen it before.
Tell me about the researchers. I don't know anything about them.
You've read this. You've given it to us. Now tell us about it. Being as we now trust you that this information you've at least seen before. Tell us about it.
I haven't seen this information before. I'm not interested.
Hold on. You agree with these scientists, but you don't know what they say.
I believe in their
You haven't read it.
points. I believe their points. Yeah.
I'm asking you to tell me what the points are.
That the meteorites falling into Earth.
You have no idea what they did, and you somehow believe it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's bad, man.
Mark, I literally didn't have an argument. I'm trying to explain to you for an hour that I'm saying I have no information about this subject. Okay.
Neither do we.
I have no information about the subject.
Neither
Now,
do we.
if you guys,
Yeah, we don't need to replace the explanation.
Yeah, we don't.
You guys are saying that you don't believe that meteorites have fallen into Earth. Have
Yeah,
you guys
I don't
checked
No,
have to.
these?
whoa, stop. We can see these things called shooting stars in the sky, and I may agree with you that maybe sometimes rocks fall from the sky, and
Okay, so you don't agree with DJ. Okay, I see.
but sometimes rocks fall from the sky. It's the story about meteorites that come from a solar system, like maybe from the asteroid belt, where the Earth is a planet like the asteroid belt in orbit around the sun. If the Earth isn't a planet in orbit around the sun, like the asteroid belt, then maybe that story about meteorites isn't true. DJ probably disagrees with this.
That's correct.
Oh, hi, DJ.
Hello. He was trying to strawman me because he's so desperate at
So,
this stage.
guys, is there anything that I can do without a university degree?
Yeah, you can go and measure the surface of the Earth.
Go test for Earth curvature.
Really? You don't need a degree to that?
Yeah, you don't need a degree to do that. No.
Do you know how centimeters work?
Yeah.
Do you need to? He's asking.
Yeah,
Do you need a degree to
Do you have
measure
a
height?
degree? How do centimeters work, please? Tell me.
You kidding me, bro?
No. I'm testing you.
Testing what? If I know what a centimeter is,
No,
it's a
how
unit
do
of
they
measurement.
work?
We can use it to determine the distance over a certain area, right? How big something is. For example, we can test how many centimeters is this. We can take a tape measure and we can test how many centimeters is something. What are you talking about? It's a particular unit of measure. What kind of ridiculous
what?
question is this? Is this
Based on what? What are they
based?
on?
I don't know. Based off the metric system, counting.
Which is based off?
I don't know the entire history of the metric system. If that's what.
So why are you
you
using
want to get into.
centimeters if you don't know anything about
I didn't mention anything about centimeters, and I can use it because it's a certain distance. Okay, so if I want to measure how many centimeters my desk is, I can.
You're using something.
Yeah, I can take a tape measure and I can measure my desk. I can say, okay, my desk is 200 centimeters.
So you're
Is
using
that
something
okay?
you don't
Do I
know
need a
anything
degree?
about.
No, I know
using something you don't know
how
anything
big, I know how long a centimeter is, right? So I can take it.
You don't know
okay?
what
So
a
I can
centimeter
test.
is.
If I get told my desk is a certain amount of centimeters, I can go and test it. I can use
DJ,
a tape measure and I can confirm that my desk is a certain amount of centimeters. Is that okay? Does that mean my desk?
Why are you using a meter without knowing who made it and how they made it?
Okay, because I can. It doesn't matter which unit of measure I use. I could use feet or inches. I could
but
use.
why don't you know
I could
anything
use.
about
I could do cheeseburgers, right? I could say it's 20 cheeseburgers long, or something like
that. You're using
right?
something without knowing anything about it. Why?
No, I know I know how long it is. It's 10 millimeters.
Nice. Do you know anything else?
Yeah, I know that there's zero curvature over the surface of water when we test it, because I've tested it.
About the meters and their creation.
I don't need to know that the surface of the water is not curving over distance.
Okay. So when it comes to you guys, you don't have to go to university. I see.
You can go to university and learn about something specific if you want to, right? You don't need to go to university, right, to go and see if a building, right, that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth is hidden or not.
Okay, guys, this was fun.
Dude, you made a fool of yourself the entire time you were here.
He left. Just leave it. He had nothing at the end. Tended to be smart.
Yeah, it's boring.
Yeah, bad. Oh, you don't need a degree to measure something? What the heck?
Yeah.
What rock did you come from? What the heck? Oh my days.
It was a meteorite that smashed him in the head.
Yeah, maybe one got him.
It really bugs me when people disagree or don't know when you tell them that water's going to freeze or water's going to boil. Like, I don't know. Might not. Conspiracy, these things that happen in the world. It's a kind of will or won't happen. Every time I boil my kettle, I kind of cross my fingers and hope it's going to boil.
Yeah, okay, but not 100% guaranteed that it's going to happen, Jedi.
No. No. Oh well.
Yeah, every time the scientists claim this, I just say, okay, name the scientist. Because like you did so politely, Jedi, you walked him down the road and showed him that he doesn't know what he's doing. He believes it, and he has to Google his answer. By the way, DJ, thank you for the ADO 007 in your server.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, the world is flat or flat?
What do you experience outside?
What?
What do you see when you go outside? Have you been outside?
It's an easy W, Quetz. Quetz is back on the scene. Gets a quick W.
You got quiet, man. L7. Come on, man.
What, bro?
When you observe, when you go outside, when you take a walk outside, you go on a elevated height. What do you observe around you horizontally, like up to any point of your eyes, like the distance with your eyeballs? What do you observe the world to perceive for you? What does it look like? A ball? Why did you mute yourself? Come on. That's a simple question. This hits him hard. I can't answer the question.
Question is, when did you meet yourself? Did I hear correctly?
No. So I asked the L7, which he dipped away for some reason. He couldn't answer a simple question. So when you walk outside, what do you observe the world as? By your own perspective.
I don't
Does it
know.
look like a ball? Does it look horizontally? It looks, flat. Whatever you want to say. What does it seem to be? For
I
you?
understand. No, I
Observation.
understand.
Yeah, the observations. Yeah. Of the
Yeah.
nature of the world, of the Earth,
Well,
as far as I can see.
you see two different things. Like if it's a hill, it's not flat. If it's a road,
Well, I'm not
it's
talking about the hill. I'm
flat.
talking about Earth itself.
I saw that
I'm not focusing on the hill.
I saw the topic about flat Earth, and I was like, probably that.
Yeah, I get you. So Earth will be like the description of the surface, however far you can, observe with own eyes, and then you can bring a telescope and can view further, right? Not a hill.
Yeah.
We're not focusing on an ant of a hill or whatever. Not that, but overall, right? So
Like
when you look at
how
the
you're
horizon,
seeing the world in living in it.
yeah, outside, the world outside, right? When you look to the horizon, for example. Where the sky meets the surface.
Yeah,
Anyway.
but I can't find an answer for like that specific question because.
But generally, what do you observe Earth to be? Do you observe it to be a ball? Is it curving for you? The Earth itself?
Well, I never noticed it because
you never noticed it, right? So
yeah, I was like, I'm walking next.
But I mean, like, have you been in any elevated height to see kind of like pretty
I have
far? Yeah.
Been,
So you get the
I've
point.
been
Yeah.
above mountains, so it's I can't confirm that it's a pole because you can never see the curve of a pole.
Right.
But you
exactly.
don't see the same level of land also. Like it's both because terrain is different in different areas, especially in mountains. You can't assume that it's flat also because the curves of the mountains and like the deserts and stuff like that, it also is not completely flat or.
I get you. Yeah, I understand.
Especially if there's a sea also around, so it feels like there's like a slope.
Right. That's why it's better to go with water because generally you have no obstructions, right? On a calm day, like when there's no waves, it's calm. It's kind of like it's laying flat, horizontally, the water at rest, right? I think that's a better way of perceiving.
But water acts like as a bucket, like it fills up. It's not
of course,
like
container, right. A lake, a sea, and so on. Yeah. It has to have a container, right? I mean, everyone agrees with that, I guess, but that's not the claim, though, for the globe. It's saying that the water is wrapping around the ball itself without a container.
Without a container? Like
how is wrapping around a ball and holding itself to the surface?
Yeah, but wouldn't it need like some kind of interactions between them, or like there have to be friction for anything to hold each other, or like for water to hold an object? There has to be friction between them.
Right, but the ball is also spinning 1,000 miles per hour. How is the water staying at this place?
Because of gravity. The center force of the
there's the
universe.
magic word.
Yeah,
gravity. And how is it proven?
Because if I hold the glass right now and I leave it in the air, it will drop on the ground. What kind of force is that? What's keeping stuff stuck to the land?
That's what they've been telling you, yeah, right? Gravity.
Well, what would it be?
Do the scientists know what gravity is?
I haven't researched it completely, but I think they have some kind of understanding, but they don't have a full understanding. And I think
they don't know.
It does.
They admit it. They say literally they don't know what it is. No, it is official information. They admit it.
I'm not like debating.
No, I'm just saying. I'm giving information. I'm just saying. I understand. Yeah, I get you. But yeah, look into it. Yeah, definitely.
Well, I think it's because the core of the Earth is probably has some kind of power. So power can create some kind of attraction, like the same with magnets. Because magnets is not like you can hold
Magnets?
it in your hand.
But they say also the core, like the center of the Earth, it's what's the temperature there? It's like hot. It's really
yeah.
hot. Yeah. So
Well,
at
that's
certain
what I'm
points,
meaning.
exactly. At a certain point, that magnetic effect will cease.
I'm not
to work,
saying that
because it will be a
like,
melting point of it.
yeah, I'm not saying
It
that.
won't
I'm
work.
not saying that like the core of the Earth is magnetic of magnetic material. I mean like the energy of or like that special type of energy that we don't really know what it is exactly. Might
Molten
have.
core. Wait, where is it?
Might
Oh, here's
have.
it. Look at the GIF I posted in the side chat. So they say
You
in
said-
the center is the. Wait, where's my GIF? Oh, there. You see the post?
Yeah,
How
I saw
does the Earth
post.
core generate a magnetic field when the molten core loses its magnetism? And if you know how hot
Well,
it is,
well,
and
the idea
what the
it
melting
is,
point is, yeah.
does they have a sample of the center of the Earth? Because if they don't know or like haven't extracted the energy itself or the molten lava from there, it might not be actual lava with the same properties as like the volcanoes. So I don't think they know exactly what type of energy is down there, and I don't think anyone have reached the center
Well,
of
they are
Earth.
making a claim with the model, so we have to go
Yeah, but
with it
that's like
and
some kind of
understand the science
explanation,
behind it.
but
Yeah.
it's not proven. Like it's not something that you can just give
Yeah,
attributes
but
to.
remember, you jumped to it. You said something about the core. That's something someone told you that you heard from somewhere. You read
Yeah,
about
it's
it.
like
Yeah, and it's
information
passing
that
on.
I was born with.
Yeah, it's information passed on. But when you look into it, it makes no sense. How is that possible? The melting point of the iron, it will destroy the magnetism. It's
Well,
not
how does the
sustainable.
Earth? Sorry, how does the sun have the planets orbit around it?
How did you jump to the sun now?
No, I don't mean that I'm jumping between a situation. I mean if it's if the middle of the Earth or the center of the Earth is some kind of a heated material. Well, the sun is also a heated material. So how does a heated material have?
Sure, that's the claim they make. Yeah.
Yeah,
they say
that's
it's a star
like the point.
burning.
Yeah. So if you can find out if actually the sun, what is the magnetic field of it, or why it's forcing planets to orbit around it, then you probably can understand more about the core of the Earth. And I'm not like pushing a claim. That's just like a sort of process I had.
Hold on, I'm a globe student. I believe the Earth was flat my whole life. And so you're telling me that we're going around the sun? How do you know that?
Well, what is the sun then? If the Earth is flat, what is the sun, and why is there a cycle?
I see the sun moving. I don't see us going around the sun. That's crazy, man. How do you know we're going around the sun?
Well, I'm asking you a question because I want to be educated. Why is there a cycle of night and day? If
I don't
the
know
Earth
what
is
the
flat,
sun is. I don't know what the sun is. Are you listening to me?
Yeah.
Can you hear what I'm saying?
I'm hearing, but I don't have I don't know exactly what the sun is too. I'm telling you, how do you explain?
How do you know we're going around it?
Yeah, but how would you explain night and day?
I don't need to explain it. I don't need to explain it. I want to know how you know, because I don't know.
For my simple eyes and from my simple understanding, without a lot of research about it, if there is kind of a different lighting are going around the sun, around the Earth, then there has to be some kind of change that is happening during the 24 hours that we are living that produces light and then diminishes.
How is that an
different
understanding?
type of light. Because I'm living it, I'm seeing the light of the moon and I'm seeing the light of the sun. It's something that you can feel. You can feel the heat of it. You get sweat when you're in the sun, right?
Belief, man.
It's not a belief. It's something that it's an actual fact. You can see without science.
Why are you so upset? You're talking very fast, like I'm upsetting you.
No. That's just like when I get involved a lot in the conversation, I get like
I'm just asking how
passionate.
you know, and you're all over the place, man.
I'm not all over the place. I'm telling you.
You are. We're trying to separate you. We all experience the sun and its heat and the illumination from the moon, but when you start adding that the Earth is in orbit around the sun, blah blah blah, that's something that you don't know. That's something that you believe.
Okay, so that's why I didn't push the claim in the start. I asked him what or how do we have day and night?
That's
because
the
I'm not
sun
like educated. I'm not coming from like a background of I research the stuff. I'm asking you guys, so okay, I can learn more from you, not pushing a claim on you. I'm seeing something from my simple eyes, so I'm
It's
thinking,
quite
I'm asking
easy
about.
to
Of
explain.
course, go ahead.
The daytime is defined when the sun is in the sky. So we can explain daytime and nighttime when the sun is in the sky or not. This doesn't mean
So
that the Earth
what is making?
What?
Continue.
No, what is making what? You had a question. What was it?
No, you continue, and I will ask you a question after this.
Okay, but observing the day and night cycle doesn't mean that we're only on a sphere that's rotating in orbit around the sun.
Okay, so you mean that the sun is orbiting around Earth, right? Did I understand that?
Well, that
correctly?
would be our first experience of the motion of the sun, being as our experience is the Earth is stationary, and we observe the sun move across the sky. Yeah, that's the sun moving across the sky.
So what is making the sun move?
I don't know. Why would I need to know what made it move to explain that it moved across the sky?
But there's a point here. There is something making something move, whether it is the sun or the Earth.
Yeah, okay.
So there is kind of there is reasoning that there is a field force.
Okay.
Pushing either of those two objects.
I'll give you that you've got two choices when making something appear to move across the sky. For example, it could be in motion and you, the observer, could be stationary, or it could be stationary and you, the observer, could be moving. The question is, how do we determine which one is true?
Yeah, I'm with you.
First observation is, and experience is, that the Earth is stationary and the sun appears to move across the sky. Anything else would need to be proven.
And that's proven how?
I don't know. Get outside of the reference system and see which one is stationary and which one is moving.
Okay, and you don't believe about actually they're going to space to say that? Or like that's part of the claim?
Yeah, that's part of the claim, where the Earth is a sphere within the claim, yeah. And we'd measure
And what
curvature on
would
the
they
surface.
gain from such a claim?
I don't know. They get to give us a creation narrative about the Earth and how it got here, and then evolutionary stories about how we were created, I guess, just to pick something out of the air.
Well, I think if you want to start from it, you have to understand that there's, or like not have to understand. We have to like observe that there is something moving, and if there is something moving, there is something making it move. That means that proves the idea that there is some kind of a field force, whether it was the Earth or the Sun.
Okay, but we observed the thing moving. The next question is what makes it move. I guess
we could have fun with this and say, hey, it's the flat Earth gravity. How about them apples? Now what?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It does matter for something that their claim has some kind of reason.
All right, good.
So
flat
you
Earth
can apply
gravity.
it. You can
Now what?
apply it.
What
You
can
can
we do
apply
with
it.
that?
Yes, you
Okay,
can apply it with the same concept. You can apply it.
A chariot. A horse is pulling a chariot, and that sun is actually a god. That's why it's
There
moving.
you go.
And why is the god not talking to us?
That's a nice story.
Dude, come on, now we're off down the fucking beaten path. What the hell?
They're joking.
Yeah, they're just giving you. Yeah. Anyway, the things in the sky is hard to prove, right? Because we can't go there to test it. Can you go to the sun and test it where it is and what it is made of exactly? No. So it's better to focus on the surface, right? With the claims that they provide, the curvature and everything else. So you, as an average person, anyone here can go out and measure the surface from point A to point B. See if you find any drop of distance matching the globe model that they gave you in school or whatever you learned that from.
when it's different for me to say on that claim, because when I went to like the Red Sea and stuff like that, it's completely different there. Because in cities and stuff like that, it's almost you're gonna see stuff like perfect
You don't have
aligned.
ocean or beach to go to?
I have both. I am saying when I went, my main capital doesn't have a clear beach. Like we don't have a beach. We have a Nile.
A Nile.
Like,
Okay.
but we don't have like oceans in the capital. We have it on other coastal cities. So when I go to the Red Sea, it's completely different there. There is not like flat land at all, almost.
Oh, you can do overland as well. You can use Google Maps.
You can use it, but I went there myself. It's like it's very curvy all over the place because it's coming from mountains to sea, and then when you go under the sea, it's like 1,000 meters deep, the ocean itself, because it's one of the most known places for diving in the world. It's the blue what's called in English. I will find the name of it and send it in chat because I don't know the name of it in English. But it's a very popular place to dive in Dahab city in Egypt. And for the claim that I can see stuff flat there, it's impossible to see something like that in there.
Okay. But with a telescope then, can you see further and it looks more flat for you across the distance?
Well, as I said, there is very different height levels there in the same area. So I don't think you would be able to do that because you'll always be seeing something under you or above you.
Interesting.
Because of the terrain itself, like there's mountains, there are hills in the same area, and there's the ocean itself, and there's like some kind of stable land in the middle. But it's not a lot. Even the desert is not like flat; it's curved all over the place.
Where is this? Saudi Arabia? Where
There's in Egypt and the Red Sea. And Dahab, like you can go for a local place that haven't been seen a lot of development by modern machines and buildings and stuff like that. It's a city called Dahab. So if you go there and go in the wild itself, beneath or in places that the city itself hasn't been built on, you will see that. And even in the city, you will see a lot of curves on alignments of the nature itself.
Okay, one second. Let me just look it up a bit.
You
Red Sea. So you said Red Sea is close to you?
Dahab, the city itself is called Dahab in the Red Sea.
Okay, Red Sea.
Or on the Red Sea.
I think Red Sea could be potentially a place to do the observation. Let's see. Are you close to Cairo?
No, I am close to Cairo, but yes, I am close to Cairo, but Dahab is like 13 hours away.
13, okay.
It's in the end of Egypt, like on its borders. I'm close to the pyramids, by the way. Also, that could be another like a point that you can discuss about, because we have like, and I've never thought about this before, but right now when you said if you can see stuff on the same level if the object is away. So the pyramids, if you have seen it in photos or you've seen it in real life, it's like a very tall building. Like it's very, very tall, like it's higher than the skyscrapers. or it has height, and it's also built on a hill, a very huge hill. So my house is like 15 minutes away with a car, or like an hour walking. And when I was a child, before all the buildings and stuff like that, like the huge buildings with 13 floors or stuff like that was built, we can see the pyramids from our local houses, even if it was on like a very high hill. Like if you go there, you go up a hill, and the building itself is very high. So I don't think, even if like objects are actually on a different height, that you will see them on a flat scale, or like you can see stuff from far away in a different perspective from actually getting closer to that stuff. That's I'm trying to explain it in English, but it's like not my first language.
No, I get you. Yeah. I mean, you can definitely do some math calculations. Use Google Earth to account for the elevation height. From the surface, from the mean sea level, because you have that mean sea level, right? From the sea up and higher up on the ground, right? However high that is, and goes.
Yeah.
Everything is measured like that. You can use Google Maps for that, or Google Earth. I mean, to draw those lines and see how far away from the sea you are, how high up, and then how high the building is, or the object, whatever you're viewing in the distance. You can do some math calculation from point A to point B, and how much should you be seeing that object, or maybe you shouldn't be seeing it, according to the math of the globe model, to do the comparison, reality versus the globe model, right?
Yeah.
You can definitely maybe potentially do that if you're able to. I don't know.
Well, I have to actually learn it, how to do it specifically, because I've never done it before. But like, I understand what you're saying.
Yes. You have Earth curve calculator online. You can Google Earth curve calculator. So just punch in the numbers there, the elevation height, and the distance to the whatever you're looking towards, to horizon wise, or Earth curve calculator. So that they have made those online, many of them.
I have searched for it, and let me search for the location of the pyramids so I can get the coordinates, right?
Sure, yeah. Coordinates, but
hello, baby boy.
I don't think it uses coordinates in that calculator.
It's high, height, and target distance.
It would be Google Maps for that, or Google Earth if coordinates. But yeah.
So I will go with the metric side, because it's meters and kilometers. And
whichever you like. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It can convert both.
And eye height would be my own,
Yeah, how high you're looking? Like, how high are you from the surface?
From the surface.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the matrix?
What? What's the matrix?
Did you say the matrix?
No, we didn't say matrix.
Is it about the Jews?
No. Well, measurements. Doing measurements.
All measurements of the Earth?
Yes.
Oh, that you mean that the Earth is a bowl or something like that?
Well, everyone can go outside if you have the tools. If you have a telescope or high power zoom camera, potentially, if you want to do your own testing, you can go outside and do this kind of observational test with measurements.
I don't know if I did it right, but I'll send you like the screenshot of the results. But I don't think I did it right, so you tell me.
So in that calculator that you're using, it will tell you how much should be hidden or obstructed. It will also tell that according to the model there. But then when you're watching the real world observation that you have gathered, are you still seeing it? How much of it, or maybe not of anything, according to the math? So you can figure it out that way.
Yeah, but I think I need to understand it more and search for a video, because It's not completely clear for me to do it. I sent you a screenshot, but I don't think it's correct.
I think, is there a proof of the Earth being a triangle?
No, no one's making that claim. By the way, I mean, get to know more about this tool. I don't know if someone has the graph for the inches per miles squared. If I have it here.
So we're sure it's not a joystick?
No, man, no. We're not messing around here. Like, we're talking about facts. Like, we can use tools, we can use math, and then real world observation to.
What type of tools?
Well, like I mentioned, if you have a camera, if you have a known place, a good place to be to start with. What is that? Colors. All right, yeah, thank you for that. Do you see the post of DJ in the side chat?
Me? Yeah.
No. Point to pull. Pull up. Yeah.
Pull
That's the model, right? So trigonometry. Sorry. Formula.
Why the color is gay?
I don't know who made that. I'm not sure. Doesn't matter.
The blood's gay.
Why is it gay? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so you have the numbers. If you understand the model, like the numbers, if you understand how big the Earth is according to the globe model, you have the numbers of the radius value. For example, the 3,959 miles radius, as you see on the picture. You can derive a curvature rate formula, which the calculator already does it for you. When you punch in the numbers, it will tell you how much should be. You see the H1 on the target hidden height?
In like the model or
the calculator that you used, it says target hidden height. So something should be obstructed by 3 meters. In your case, whatever you punched in there, the numbers. So 3. Is it 3 meters?
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I told you it's
3 meters.
not probably correct.
3 meters. 11
Doesn't
kilometers.
make sense.
3 meters. Give me a second. Let me look it up. I'll test something. It's been a while since I used that one. So eye height. I mean, it could be 11, 6. Okay, it's using feet. Let me see if I use.
Je suis français.
So distance to the horizon 4.6 kilometers is okay. It could be right. Yeah, I think it's right. And you know what the horizon is, right? Where the sky meets either the water or the earth in the distance.
Yeah, I understand it.
And everything else that goes beyond it. Like, for example, they tell you when something goes over the horizon, they say that's starting to get obstructed eventually, like bottom up, right? The further away it goes. Yeah, that's what they tell you. So that's the calculator. The calculator takes that into account, the horizon distance. So that's how far out, and the target hidden when it's reaching that horizon from that distance should be 3 meters bottom up. Whatever you're looking at, I guess, but depends.
It doesn't make sense to be 3 meters because the pyramid is like hundreds of meters tall, and you only see like a couple of inches for your eyes to see. Like if you put your hand out in the air, you will like see.
So
the size of your hand.
1 feet is 0.3 meters. So 0.3 meters. Target distance 11 kilometers. No, it's right. It looks like Let me see again yours. Anyway, we have. I mean, it will take time on this when you understand. Yeah, thank you for the black and white, TJ. Oh yeah, there's a better one with the meters as well. Yeah, the imperial. I mean the metric system there. He posted another one, the same one but better detailed. You have both units there. But I think you use kilometers, right? Meters, kilometers. I think in Egypt.
Yeah, we use
The
kilometers
units.
and meters.
Yeah. Anyway, so you have the numbers there. I think. But maybe you need some examples to look at how it works, basically, I guess.
Yeah, problem. That's why I told you I need to research it first, because like it's not like
so
clear
when
to
you understand
understand
how it's done, then you understand how you can go about it. Maybe someday, if you have a place to go somewhere. I will tell you, 10 miles is kind of sufficient in most cases, depending. Usually over water, 10 miles. So 10 miles. How many meters is that?
I think it's like less meters because the miles, less kilometers, but not meters.
In meters, yeah. I want to see meters. 1 second.
Kilometers,
16 kilometers.
Yeah, it's like
16. Like it's like 16 kilometers, 10 miles.
16 kilometers. Yeah, 16 kilometers.
And it's like 21 meters of drop instead of 66.
21. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, usually 10 miles or 16 kilometers of distance from point A to point B should be enough to see some type of obstruction noticeably if you have the tools, like I said, the camera and or telescope, whatever. If you're doing that type of observation. So you know where you're at and the distance to that object, whatever it is you're looking out to, it is fixed. You know how far out it is. You can use whatever. You can Google it if it.
Does the height also
Yeah. The height matters. Obviously, how high your eyes are looking from with the telescope.
Not just my eyes, but like the object I'm looking to is also high, so it will be different.
Yeah. If you know how high it is about, yeah, you can figure that out. Yeah, definitely, it will help. Because you're gonna compare that to the hidden height from the calculations that you make on the calculator. It will tell you how much should be obstructed according to the math of the globe. So, and then what you're viewing in the reality, if you know how high that object is, if it's not that high, if it surpasses, the obstruction according to the math of the calculator, then yeah, I mean it's a given already. But yeah, most cases you need to know how high it is, the object. If it's like a big object, whatever, a building or a tall building, whatever. Yeah. Definitely. Or something else.
So if it helps, the object itself is like around 140 meters or like 138 and a half, or around 455 feet.
If it's needed to know, then yeah, sure. If it's needed to know, yeah. To help you with the calculations. To be more precise, I would say, yeah. Definitely. Yeah, maybe DJ, can you post maybe an example, like an observation with for him, so he understands how it works.
So I will post a very basic one.
Yeah,
the 8 foot oil platforms one.
Yeah.
Okay, just a second.
The classic one, the famous
one.
Well,
the better one.
The
better one than the clear one.
Clear one. Okay, that's good. Yeah.
Did somebody say Rampion?
No.
No.
Ooh.
Rampion's probably the best one, but this one.
Right.
Oh, that's Snyder. Look out.
That's right.
The old school OGs jumping back into
Damn.
All right, there we go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Some beautiful oil rigs.
Are they still there? I remember they were about to dismantle them or something.
It's still there. Yeah, they're still there. It's just the habitat is not being used anymore. That's all. It's still
Okay.
there though.
Yeah.
So another question with the R theory and like the flat theory. What happens for the atmosphere?
What? What's the question?
Well, 1 second.
I believe his question was what happens for the atmosphere. But I mean, in order to dig into a question like that, we'd need to define the word atmosphere, right? If we were to break it down, what does
Yeah, because
atmos mean?
they say it's different layers. Like I'm talking about the layer that protects us from the bad stuff from
the
coming from the
radiation.
sun. Yeah, the radiation and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So in the flat Earth theory, what happens to the atmosphere?
Well, I think we're in the same Earth, no? Besides
I
the
understand.
outer
I'm
space
talking
stuff.
about like the
Yeah.
idea
What
of
do you
it, like
mean?
scientifically, what's different? Like, is it like shaped like a container because it holds an Earth or a flat Earth, so it's like a plate holder or a plate cover?
Oh,
Okay. Yeah,
Okay,
a
no.
And what
placeholder.
happens? And what happens
Nice.
to the other side of the Earth, like the flat Earth from the other side?
He's got lots of questions, doesn't he?
No, it's good. It's good. He's asking good questions.
Yeah. What happens to the atmosphere? It stays here.
Yeah.
It got kidnapped, man.
So, yeah, gas pressure requires a container. Gas pressure. You understand gas pressure?
Yeah, I understand the meaning of it, but
Yeah.
I'd like to hear from you.
Oh, sure. So gas that presses upon its wall of its container, right? And you can gain a reading out of it with whatever that thing is called. I forgot, the gong meter, whatever. So something has to be contained. It in any case, anywhere you have air pressure in a tire and whatever case, you need to have it contained in order to be breathing off it, right? Now the claim is with the globe that we've been all told is that the globe is an open system, meaning it has no physical container to contain all the air. They say gravity, but again, no one knows what gravity is. No one has proven in any scientific lab, in any scale, to hold down the air with gravity. It's never been done. So it's, you understand, it gets nowhere. So if you use the gas laws, if you understand the gas laws, and if you understand entropy, another thing you should be looking into, because gas always seeks to expand itself whenever that volume of area increases. So if you release that container, you open if that container opens up, what happens to the air inside? It goes, it flies, it goes out instantly, really fast, and seeks to equalize itself to establish in that new volume of area. So it will always continue. It will continue to increase. It will always, seek to establish, to equalize. Now, with the Earth that produces air pressure, and then we have the open system, and we are living next to a vacuum. Do you know what happens to gas pressure in a container? And you open it next to a vacuum, the area next to it, side by side. If you open it and there's a vacuum over there, it will instantly go there.
Yeah,
less available space. That's how the gas law. That's how it works with the gas laws, right? So this is scientific, so there's no dispute about it. So the idea of that we live next to vacuum, the outer space, kind of scratches your head. How does it work? And then they say gravity, but again, no one has proven gravity in a lab test with holding down and making the air shape itself into something, right? Because air doesn't.
I just had like a similar question to that. Like you were saying that how is stuff held down, right? And like the air is kept for us to breathe. So if I don't know if this is part of your theory or not, like does the other side of the Earth itself has people and like countries and stuff like that, or is it just like empty ground?
We don't think the Earth is a coin. that you could flip or have other things on the other side. Yeah, we don't say that. We only make claims about what we experience, and we only experience a flat stationary Earth. I don't.
That's why I had like the idea of it in my mind.
Yeah. You're placing
Because-
it in the model that you understand, the heliocentric model. It's not that.
Because also if like people have night and day in different countries at the same hour, how does the sun move? What is even the sun in such a scenario? Because it doesn't cover a whole side of the Earth. It doesn't cover specific areas of a flat Earth. Also, it only covers like lines.
So
for the
yeah.
I
thing
think
is-
we tried
Yeah,
to
go
answer this question before, and like we don't
No,
know
but
what
I think his
drives the
idea
motion
is-
for the sun.
He's thinking about the heliocentric model because you're thinking of the size of the sun, right? In the heliocentric model, that the sun is bigger than the Earth. This is not the case.
Yeah.
That has never been proven. It's just a story with a model, and no one has gone to the sun to see that actually how big the sun is. So when you go outside, you observe the sun. The sun looks smaller than the Earth, right? That is what we observe.
Yeah.
Yet they tell you it's so far away, that's why it looks so small. But yet it's bigger than the Earth at the same time. That's a claim, right? So no one has proven that. It's just based off of
But
this.
you can understand
model.
it from the idea of the pyramids I was talking about. Like you see a certain percentage of it, and when you go there, you look like an ant next to it.
To whom?
Me, looking at the pyramids.
Pyramids.
From my place living,
Oh.
I'm giving an example like the sun, because it's a big object, very big object from where I am, and I'm 11 kilometers away from it. And I can
the
see
angular
it,
size. Yeah, the angular size
and I
changes
can see
with
it like
distance.
the size of the
Obviously,
sun.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah. I mean, obviously, anything that
And
goes away from you, any object will, the angular size will decrease or increase depending on how far away you are from it, no matter, right? But just to explain, when you think about DJ posted in the side chat also, the GIF, the meme there, as it's called. That's not, if you're thinking about that type of flat Earth, that's not the case. No one makes a claim of the entirety of the Earth in that case. To be outside
no, I
in
was
space.
just like asking questions. I'm sorry, I'm asking a lot of questions, but it's
No,
I'm
it's fine.
trying
It's
to
fine.
understand.
I'm just I'm
And
trying to give you an
I'm-
understanding of what flat Earth is talking about and what is not claimed, and so on. So the outer space idea, like I said, the gas pressure requires a container. This realm, whatever you want to call this, Earth, we call it, is contained. Now, to show you what is contained by, no one can do that. I mean, as far as we know, no one has done that. But the antecedent for gas pressure is a container, no matter what, in any case. So it's not just a one-time thing, right? That is how it works. You need a container for gas pressure to hold it, to achieve the pressure, right? So that's a simple way of explaining it. And yeah, so no one makes a claim how the whole entire Earth looks like, where it is. No one knows. No one knows. They have given you this story and the model and everything else with what you've been told. Sounds cool, right? But again, who can go up there to test it, right? We can't go outside.
Well, I have another question. And my questions is gonna be like jumping around the place, but it's like the questions that come to my mind to like understand more about the situation. Because if we say that the whole Earth or all the population of the people living here right now on this land are believing of the situation of like a curved Earth, or like it's a pole, why wouldn't the Chinese expose the Americans, and why wouldn't the Russians expose the Americans on such a matter?
That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question.
Very good question.
Because they will gain a lot, because they will make fun of the Americans. I'm sorry, I don't mean anything about the Americans. I love them. I love the Chinese and the Russians. But like, I would like. That's a great point to have fun of. Like, they will enjoy it.
Look at it this way: if one of them were exposed, who exactly? Who will be more ridiculed?
Because they will gain from it. They will gain that they will say that the Americans are less than us.
Yeah, but the media will just play it around, right? They will
Yeah, but
angle
at
it in
least the
different ways,
Chinese and the
and you
Russians
just
will actually directly, because like I meet a lot of Russians in Egypt and stuff like that, and the
yeah.
Chinese will I have met them online a lot. Why
Mhm.
wouldn't they like go ham on the Americans or like the different cultures, even that like the
How would
Arabs?
that serve a purpose? I mean, like exposing with what? I mean, like we look. The thing is, we have a story that's been told to the public for generations. You know, for so long time.
Centuries. Yeah.
Everybody believes what they want. What they want. Now, if the Chinese going to attack the U.S. or Russia and say, "No, it's not like that. Look, we have this." How are they going
Because
to
they
prove
have
that?
their own
How are they
claims on
going to
it.
prove that?
Yeah, because they have their own claims about going to the moon or like going to space. Because I'm not sure of which fact is right.
But all
But they
these
have claims
agencies,
about space.
the NASA,
And even
they
in Egypt,
collaborate. They collaborate
like
with each other.
yeah,
Why
but
would
even
they
in
go against
Egypt,
each
Hey,
other?
Paulo, I gotta interject something real quick. I
of
gotta
course,
ask.
go ahead.
You said, why doesn't the China or Russia expose the U.S.?
Yeah,
Do Russia and China trade with the U.S.?
they do
They do. So if they're enemies, why do they trade with each other?
because they have gains from it. But it doesn't matter on
Right.
that situation.
Hold on.
Why? I'm gonna tell
Hold
you.
on. I got one more question.
Yeah,
How many countries are involved with the Antarctic Treaty?
I actually don't know. You can tell me.
It's upwards in the 70s now, I think, if I'm not mistaken. How many countries are involved in the space treaty? Did you know there's a treaty for outer space?
Yeah, because Egypt just like launched their own space station, or like we're just getting in the field. So I'm starting to learn more about it.
Right. So if they're enemies to each other, why do they agree on these things if they're enemies?
And why wouldn't anyone go and expose them from the scientists that work on those stations, because they will feel guilty for it?
Well, I mean, look
Like
at
what's
Russia.
happening?
Russia sends up astronauts to the ISS, and they share the ISS together, but they're enemies.
Yeah, but how like are like the stuff that they use in the air in space to spy on other countries work? Because they have benefit from seeing other countries in space, and that's being used in wars, and
Right.
it's an
It's
available
called
technology.
national security, and you'll never have access to it.
Yeah, but the armies have access to it. Like I've been to the
No, they
army
don't.
in mandatory
I was
service.
in the army. I didn't have access to it.
I mean in the sides of war, like in the times of war, people will not
People have to
restrict
sign off
information
on
just as a side for
my
just for the fact someone is
friend.
talking and I'm cutting them off. Or
Yeah, people have to sign off on these things before you keep rambling off on one.
yeah,
Like,
I'm
you keep saying that people would have to find out, or people would know, or people would discover, but people have to sign off on these explorations that you're
of
talking
course.
about.
But we have
Yes, and no
examples.
one would be, because
But
there's
we have
nothing to
examples.
explore now, is there?
We have examples in life about a lot of people that worked in high positions, and then they got like, I'm not gonna keep this a secret, the people needs to know. And we just had an example. It's not a true example in my country because I don't believe in the guy, but he was like trying to expose the medicine or medicine sector and the food sector, and the guy died a mysterious death. So
Okay.
it actually hurt a lot of people
And
living.
nobody ever heard of him ever
Died
again.
mysterious deaths as well.
Of
Lots
course,
of
but
people have
I'm
died.
saying
Yeah,
that there
lots of
will
people
be.
die of mysterious deaths, and we don't know why. This type of question doesn't lead anywhere.
No, I'm not trying like to lead a question somewhere. I'm trying to like see
Oh.
if an example in another theory that is against the government or against global agreements has a trace like the flat Earth won't have, because
Energy.
Yeah, free energy.
energy.
Yeah,
I don't understand.
resources.
It's not finite. It's limitless.
Alternative energy, like
Could be
things from
different
like
reasons.
150 years ago.
If
Ether
you understand,
technologies.
yeah.
Sorry, you were talking.
No, thank you. Sorry. Just to add, Pula, if you understand how this world operates with the people in power and the greediness that they want power control, and they're enslaving the population. And when you understand this, when you understand what's really going on in the world, then when he mentioned Jedi controlling the resources, hiding other things that we're not aware of publicly. That's for their gain and for our loss.
But there's also like a lot of value from using that information in like gaining the trust of your own country. If you're like a president in Russia, you will gain a lot of support from doing stuff like that. Because let's talk about real human behavior and power, as the one you were talking, like they gain from power.
Way
But they
off
will
subject,
also
man.
gain.
This is way off subject. Way
No,
off subject.
he was just talking about the why they're keeping
I
it.
know. It doesn't matter if they're lying. Just go out and figure out the truth.
I'm not.
If they're showing you a picture of Earth from outer space as a ball, and you measure flatness over the surface of water, guess what? You don't have to believe their propaganda anymore.
Yeah, it's one thing you're trying to figure out why they're lying, but we have when you but at the same time you have discovered the lie already. So what's the point of speculating why are they lying to us? And this it doesn't help because you have to go to the very people who is behind it and who we don't know who they are.
Have you not read the Epstein files? Hold on, Paula. Have you not read the Epstein files?
Oh gosh.
FC files, like the island in America with all the shit that happened.
Yeah,
with that famous guy, right?
All the world leaders, not just American world leaders, all the world leaders. All right.
Well, it's not
I'm
like
tired of hearing why would they lie. They have secrets.
I understand
they
why
don't
they
want
lie.
you to know these secrets.
I understand why they are lying on general ideas, but for the flat Earth and the like the globe,
power and
I need to understand why they want to force it in the minds of kids.
I don't understand why people don't get this. It's obviously power and control over your perception of reality. Like you're placing what they claim as the universe. They even give you a creation story as to how the universe got here, and another creation narrative as to how long it took for you to evolve. They give you a creation story based around the Earth being a sphere. The Earth isn't a sphere, so that creation story that you can pick and choose to believe if you want to doesn't exist.
Yeah, you believe in dinosaurs. You believe in all these weird, crazy stories that they tell you. And you're going to always look to them to tell you what to think.
So the whole idea, if you're in any way religious, we don't talk about, we don't want to dive into that, but I'm just saying, with this enslaving mindset that they're doing to the population, and telling a story that we just came out of a pond of scum, that we are nothing, we're nothing special, we're not made in any image, we're not made of any creator. It just happened by this Big Bang evolution, yada yada, spewing, puking out these random stories that with no support, with no actual evidence, no scientific.
I understand what you're saying,
but then what does that do to us? They can divide us easily, because who's controlling that information then? Because, if they're controlling that narrative, then we are all lost. And they can control us easily and divide people against each other. And then you have all these issues that's going on right now in the world, as of today. Fighting, the hate, everything else, like everything you see, so much evilness around.
And you think you can vote your way out. And you don't understand that they have all sides, not just both sides. They have every side. They're sitting on top, and you're never going to get up there, because unless you're one of them, they're not going to let you up. Why would they lie? You're nothing to them. How hard is that to understand?
No, it's not about like the idea of trust, understanding why they want power. I understand that. But my real job is like strategic thinking and building plans and stuff like that. So when I go onto any matter or any subject,
you are a created, magical, wonderful being, right? You have spiritual, manifest powers beyond any comprehension that you could possibly think. You can literally say, I'm going to go do this, and then go do it. You are a beautiful, wonderful person. And they want you to think that you don't know anything. Smarter people have figured it out for you. You just sit back and go to work and pay your taxes. We'll take care of all the hard thinking for you. Bro, if you can't figure that out, then you deserve to be controlled.
No, it's not about that. Man, I try to think about stuff until I understand exact
No, you
values
deserve
of
to be
everything.
controlled. There's an old
No,
Latin phrase, the world wants to be deceived, so deceive it.
no, because if my own logic is not fully
You want to be
fully,
deceived. If you didn't want to be deceived, you would do something about it.
well, I'm doing something about it. If I'm in this
What are you
conversation
doing?
at the start,
What
if
are you
I'm
doing?
hearing
You
your
want
opinion,
us to convince you to change your mind, and you're
I'm not
not willing to
asking
change
you
your
to
mind
convince
yourself.
me to
I
change my
think
mind. I'm trying to understand your own thoughts, because no
Right,
one
like
changes
but
on his mind
you
in a
don't
minute. That would be
you don't
naive.
want to change your mind.
He's
let
trying
me
to
put
figure
it
out
in a
our thoughts,
different
but he's trying to
perspective for you,
reason for
Pula.
himself. Which one is it?
What? I didn't hear your
Because you
Paula,
said you're trying to understand our thoughts, but it seems like you're reasoning for yourself. Why would they lie? Blah blah blah. Those are your questions.
No, I'm not like on the point of lying. I understand lying.
Okay.
I'm trying to touch the critical point that like gets them money in their hand.
Okay.
And
You
why
don't
would
need money.
enemies
You don't need money. This isn't
not
about
betray?
money.
Can you let him get his thought out?
This is about making you pay for everything. They don't
I
care about
understand.
money. They
I
don't need
understand
money.
your
They
point.
own all the
That's a
land.
global.
They
That's
own
I
all
don't.
the power
I'll let
plants.
you
They
get your
own
point
all
out,
the
mate. I think
resources.
it is.
Guys, I understand your point of view. I'm not saying that there's a system that's trying to control people. I'm trying to understand why the normal human behavior is not betraying other people. That's an important question, because if people can gain different kind of special power that makes them immortal in life, or like immortal, not like live for life, like
I mean,
be written in history,
Who says that?
why wouldn't they do that? Because that's a strange behavior. It has happened in a lot of other series.
I mean, people do speak up, but what happens to them? They get silenced. It doesn't matter. Like,
I am
it's
talking
not
about.
enough.
I'm talking about enemies of a country, like.
You think they're
Because
enemies, though?
They're not enemies.
Many
They trade
media,
with each other.
yeah, media
They
shows
go to
you they
dinner
are
together.
enemies. Yeah, the media shows you they're enemies, but they work behind the scenes together.
You ever heard of
in
Kabuki
some way.
theater?
Let's
You ever heard of,
like remove the idea of Russia.
I'm out.
Should I give up?
If you guys are tired of the conversation, we can end it. I'm not trying to stress you.
No, it's fine. I think just some people don't really want to go deep into it. It's just
no,
it doesn't
it's
go
not.
anywhere.
I'm not taking the conversation on the point. Like I'm trying to convince you, or like you're trying to convince you. I'm enjoying the debate itself, or like the conversation itself, and that's my
Yeah.
point of view. If this is different for you, I can stop.
No, I'm fine with it. Me personally, so
as am I.
it's just look. When you do enough research into these type of topics, where the governments have lied and who's colluding with whom, then you will see the greater picture and why they're lying about our place where we live. It makes sense. Now, why exactly they lie? Why they would lie? These are the points they already brought up, like because they tell you the resources are limited, right? We are running out of things, natural resources. That's not true. The Earth sustains itself. We have plenty. It's enough. They say 8 billion people or whatever is too many. We have populated the Earth. They need to decimate it. They're talking about some other plans. They want to decimate the population because we are too many. That's not true. There's plenty of space for everyone. But they are controlling it, everything. Yeah, they're controlling it. They control it. That's why they buy everything. They cut down the forest. They buy all the corporations. So who's controlling the very top of every corporation that goes in the subgroups of the corporations? Any popular corporation, right? Anything that you buy, food corporations, anything. They are controlling it. It's the same people who are controlling it. And the media too. They control the media too. So when you understand all these things, it's not that hard to grasp why a particular group of people in NASA or these agencies, which is a small group, it's not that big, they can control them because they have to sign particular papers, NDAs. They have to be silenced. If they speak up, you know what will happen, right? You understand that.
Yeah, I understand that,
Yeah.
and
So they
I only
can't just. You understand, yeah? Who's controlling the world? Yeah.
yeah, I
And
understand it,
yeah,
and I agree with your point. But there's
yeah.
another perspective for that same idea. But your perspective, I am completely understand it. I am with it. But it's a point of logistics because I had an experience of going on humanitarian missions to villages and like the rural areas of Egypt that it's not seeing it's not easy to see, or not, it's not easy to get there, and it's not seen by the government or the politicians or even normal people. Like you go there, it's very far away area, and it's actually affecting the population there in a lot of ways. Even if we have the resources available for them in a major city that they are a village inside of it, there's still problems there. And
Okay.
it's all
And whose fault
logistics.
is that? And whose fault is
Of
that?
the government, of course. But
Yeah.
I'm saying of like the situation of logistics itself, because it's not easy to give those people, and we have tried actually, like we actually have tried to give those people more resources, but it's not an easy thing to do because it needs a lot of cultural change in the village and a lot of social change, and also a lot of resources to be bought from other cities for that long distance. And you have a lot of those villages all over the place. And because Egypt is like 1 kilometer, 1 million kilometer big of a nation or a country. So when it comes to logistics, even if you have the space for all of the people and stuff like that, because it doesn't matter if even other planets and stuff like that exist, or you need to put more people on those planets. If you have all the people on the same planet, but the logistics are not built enough to sustain it, the people there will suffer. Because the people in that village, or the water there gives them cancer, and there's no use there. Why there's no use? Because there's no jobs, and it's impossible to create jobs there. And even if you try to create the perfect society in such a village, it will take like very, very long time, because you will need to reestablish everything from the mentality of the kids and give them hope on staying in such land, and like expand on it with the other villages and all over the world, in Africa and Europe, and all the people in the streets and stuff like that. So with what I'm trying to say, that perspective gives you the idea of why, or some people are saying about the resources. Because to give resources to some people in a certain area, like 300 people, you will use so much resources that it can be benefit of like 100,000 people. Just to get those 300 people there, the needed resources of a quality life that you are living and I am living.
Okay.
So that's my perspective of like the resources limit of Earth itself. You understand, like what I'm trying to say might not like have the perfect conversation.
I mean, you're talking about a small area on Earth,
and it's a lot of I'm giving an example of one village, but there's a lot of it, and there's a lot of other cities, and it's also, you can see it in the sub-cities. It doesn't have the same quality of life like the major cities.
No. I'm not saying every country or has all the resources they need. Some of them have to import some stuff. That's how it is.
We import a lot of stuff.
Russia owns most of the gases, right?
Yeah, and
that
also
they distribute all over Europe, and they're paying it money for. They control the gas supply.
Yeah. Also another point, because that's why SNI was telling me the idea of like why wouldn't governments betray each other? But on reality, and I'm not talking about another nation in a bad language right now, I'm just trying to explain the situation of two nations and the core mentality of the people that don't like each other in those two nations. So let's take an example of Egypt and Israel, because we have been having a war for like history. We had a war in 1973. And so it's a very long time, and the core of the people in Egypt don't like the Israelis, and it's the same on the other side. So why wouldn't two governments like that use information against each other to support the government, or like the power of the internal government of itself, especially for Egypt, because like they just got in the idea of space and space stations and stuff like that. So there's a lot of questions that like pop in my mind. Why wouldn't they trigger this? Because it will give them high value, for using stuff like that. And it's not like a major power like Egypt is growing power, but it's not like a major power like Russia and America and stuff like that. And it will not gain anything from like keeping the same information, because the culture of the people here would like to take an upper hand on other nations, because they will give them social currency in their hands.
What is this information you mean?
Like they're like breaking the information of Western countries, like having something to own of information for yourself, because some people would love that, and that will give them great pride, because now they wouldn't be looked at as like the third world country, I don't
Is
know
the information that you're talking about
that like the Earth is flat and all of the science the Western nations is wrong.
It wouldn't benefit them.
It will benefit them a lot,
Because
because
you're
we
going against
already
mainstream. No.
we are already against mainstream. They wouldn't gain anything, because we are not like real allies with America. We have benefits.
No, I understand, but you still would benefit anything, because I mean, like these agencies or governments can supply you with something,
Yeah,
right?
but some people will give them
contracts, outside sources, whatever. If you do that, what you're talking about, they're gonna cut you off completely.
Yeah, but the idea is we are already
How are you gonna support yourself?
We are already
Let's look at it from a different perspective, okay, Paula. Let's downscale real fast.
Yes.
By the way, nice to meet you. My name is Snai. I'm known by Tap in the server. But in your shoes,
nice to meet you,
let's say, for example, you are a globe earther and you totally agree with the globe earth theory. You look outside your window and you see flat, right? But your reasoning is because of the size of the earth and the size of you view it to be flat, obviously because of perspective, right?
Yeah.
I look out my window and I view it to be flat for the exact same reason. However, this is because I am aware that the earth is indeed a flat and stationary plane. You are not aware of that. You view it a different way. If this word were to get out, and if there were a space agency that were to say, hey guys, the earth is actually flat, who would believe them? And why would they believe them? Why would it matter?
Well, at least what I'm talking about, they will gain huge trust in their own nation, because they will give them the same power of the global system. Like you said, the same idea was the narrative. Now they control the narrative of their own people.
I'm not getting it. I'm not getting how it benefits the country.
I might understand it more because I've been through like 2013 in Egypt, and we had a government like that would love to reshape the whole mentality of people, and we have been fighting their education, and they made terrorists in Egypt and stuff like that. Like they supported a lot of the bombings in Egypt and stuff like that, and they reached the presidency of the country. So they love the idea of shaping the views of Egyptians, and that happened in 2013. So having stuff like that will give them immense amount of power over Egyptians. But of course, we removed them, and like we're a different country. Like now, we waited for them like mostly 1 year, and we made a revolution. But the idea of it, like they would have gained from it. That's what I'm trying to say. And there's probably a lot of other nations that will gain of the same power, the control, or making like your point was great and was like awesome. Like they will control the narrative of their own people. Like you see it happen in Iran, you see it happen in a lot of nations that they love to make like the control of their own people's minds, so they can gain more in their surrounding regions and like gain political territories and stuff like that.
So what exactly is your question? Where are you stuck at?
My question was based on the idea of like, why isn't a global agencies not portraying the system for their own benefit or the benefit of their own ideology? And you don't need to continue the conversation on this point if you want. I'm just like building all the assumptions in my mind, and from my culture and of what I've seen in life, and like the usage of power of overpower usage, and how would they think and use such an information if they got it on their hands? Because that would be like a winning card for them.
Okay. Well, in my opinion, now again, this is like speculation, but I think if this secret has been told, right, and as mentioned before, it is not, multiple different governments working individually. It is many governments agreeing on many different things, including the secrets and the lies and whatever they want to teach you. I think the fact that the government have come up with this lie and they're able to lie to you about it so openly, it sort of begs the question, if they're able to lie to you about the shape of the earth, what you're literally standing on, what else more can they lie to you? What else can they get away with lying to you about?
Yeah, and I'm with you on that same point.
Mm.
But I'm saying that other people would have used it as a powerful card. That's why for a lot of things, like even an ideology of certain things would have been proven.
But you need to wake more people up. We can't do that through an agency. It's not enough.
But they have the power to spread it. Like it's
they
not
have
just
the
an
power.
agency.
They have the media. They can cut you off of resources.
certain
Whatever
parts,
imports you're doing, exports, they can easily do that.
Well, it already happened in Iran. And there's means around it.
Iran was under Iran was something different, right?
It's
Iran was under Islamic rulership, right? That's why they had that civil war.
War going around like from America and Iran. I don't like the government of Iran. They have been even causing problems. They wanted to cause problems even in Egypt in 2013. They wanted, because that's like the point I was talking about. They would have gained.
Can I make a suggestion?
Someone is talking?
Yeah, can I make a suggestion? You know, like you're like, what do they gain from this, right? Look how divided we are as a world.
I am not like gaining anything.
No. Look how divided we are as a world. You're saying, if another country exposed America for lying about the space and the shape of the earth, they could then be on top. That's just another division tactic. What if I told you that all the governments are all in agreement in order to keep control over the entire population?
But here's the idea. If you have been in the place of Egyptians and you have seen all the power struggles and the different
power for the people. That's not for the leaders. The leaders don't have those struggles.
Yeah, but there is a lot of problem here because Egypt has all the major powers in the world.
Right.
Having
That's
presence
your problem.
here. Why?
That's not their problem. That's not their problem. They go to good schools. I bet you all your leaders in your country probably all went to either European or American schools for their colleges.
Yeah, but here's the problem. That's why I'm talking for you in a specific situation, because the government in 2013, you couldn't even make it a puppet of any other power because they were something different. They were radical. And they were like the same idea of Iran itself. That's why I was saying that Iran had benefit of 2013 because they wanted to make the Iranian God in Sinai.
There was probably more going on with that than you think. Maybe there were other governments that were influencing propaganda in your country, and that's what radicalized.
Yes, and we know that.
There's a much bigger play going on than just local radicalism. The local radicalism helps to keep people confused, so that way they don't see what's going on in the world around them.
But like, see the mentality of the Iranian government. I'm not talking about the Iranians, by the way. If there is any Iranians here, I love you guys. I'm not talking about the population itself. I'm talking about the government. They have been dying in the idea of like fighting the West. So they are not playing the game. No, they are really dying. No,
have you ever heard of a Hegelian dialect?
Hegelian dialect?
Hegelian dialect.
Hegelian dialect. I know I haven't.
So they create a problem and then they create a solution.
Yes, but why would people die for it?
Because they don't
why
care
would
about
the whole Iranian leadership die for it?
Because you're nothing to them.
I'm talking about Iranians
if you and I were neighbors, right?
Yeah.
And my family was going to starve, I would do everything I could to include going after you so that way my family could survive.
Yeah, that's the idea I'm talking about.
Right. So like, I'll give you an example, right? They're not, your leaders aren't starving. That's the problem.
I'm not talking about my leaders. I'm talking about the leaders of the Iranians who died.
The people are starving but the leaders don't care. As long as
Well,
you're demoralized and confused and always looking to them for answers, that's all they care about.
No, man, I'm saying the same idea of you. I'm talking with the same narrative
It's
of
the
you.
same idea with me. It's exactly what it is.
Yeah,
They're
but
keeping
I'm
us
talking. Why are
demoralized and
they
confused.
ain't
Our prices are going sky high right now in America. They don't care
and
about that.
Egypt too?
They don't
I'm
care about
trying.
that.
We're not getting anywhere right now with this.
Of course, if you want to
I
end
feel
the
like we
conversation, it's
we
okay.
hit the dead end right now, kind of the
Yeah,
end
I
of the
think we
road.
do need to bring it back to FB. Yeah, I was
But
gonna
you
say.
get the point, right? The overall
Yeah, I
idea.
get the
So
point.
this is just one another lie that they have, disguised themselves, cloaked, and who's behind it? It's the leaders. It's the top leaders. They're working together behind the scenes. You're just maybe not seeing it officially or in the public. That's all. And then you can figure out the
Yeah,
rest. Do the research and look into it.
I see your point, and I don't want to like prolong this conversation. But
Yeah.
like my last sentence, if I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was my same point is like just like you, but the leaders themselves died and didn't use all the information they had in their hands. That I was talking on the
So
different
when they don't
perspective.
serve a purpose anymore, they will get rid of them for
Yes,
the
but I'm not
greater
saying
benefit of the
why
cost
they
that
killed
took over,
them.
and then they can install other people that they can
No,
control.
I don't want like to say another like a long sentence, but like I'm saying that I'm not talking about why they killed them. I'm talking about why before they died and they know that they were gonna die, they didn't use all the dirty cards they could. And I won't like prolong the conversation anymore.
I didn't hear the last one. Why didn't they use what in the end?
Why didn't they use the cards like those who got in power on the opposite side before they die? Like expose everything they know.
I don't know. You're asking me to read their minds, to ask, like, go to them at that time of point of time.
I'm not
Why did you tell the world the truth?
No, I don't mean ask them, but I mean it's like it would be nature for that to happen.
They're evil. These people in those positions are evil. Why would they speak up about it? You think they're good people, these leaders?
Because they will hurt the enemy.
But they're evil themselves. What is the difference? Evil against evil, and then what? They're just gonna
because they are evil. They're gonna flip the table.
I mean, they work together. They're not enemies. Look, they have something to work together with. They like I said, every country has something to gain from each other, right? But that doesn't mean they're friends in beds. They don't sleep with each other. At some point, they will get rid of them when they're not needed anymore, and they will install someone else when they have gone too far. I don't know what happened exactly with those type of leaders. I don't care, to be honest. I don't care to that point what happened to them. They were evil. How they treated their own population, their own citizens, how they killed them, and how they, everything else. They've been enslaved by the government with this, especially with this religion, this Islamic theology over them. Shia part of it, I guess, is the Shia one. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But that's how it was controlled, through the religion. They control these people through religion. They press them. They suppress them. Yeah. These people didn't live freely. They couldn't.
I am not talking about like that point, but I don't.
Yeah, but I mean, you get it. But they were evil by itself. They're evil people in play.
Yeah,
they are
and that's the point I'm talking about. They were evil. Why didn't they use their evilness?
Share your morals. They don't share your morals.
Yeah, man, and that's why I'm talking about that, because they don't have our morals. They will use everything. Because I have met with terrorists. I have been dealing with terrorists in my life when I was a kid. And I know how they think. I know how they control people. I was called a kafir by teachers. So I understand stuff. And it's like I'm saying that Islam is a bad religion, or like the Islam, all Muslim people are bad. There are a lot of people who are great. But I'm talking about the radical ones that I have dealt with in my life. And I understand how they think. And I understand how would they benefit from using that specific information. And that would be like a gold mine for them. About Earth, yeah, because it
wouldn't help them in that situation at all.
It will for one certain idea. I will explain to you.
You will. It's like this. You're tossing something out there and then hoping it sticks, or maybe someone will pick it up.
But they will gain
what
from
are the odds for that even? We're talking about now.
You're talking
do you see
about
the internet, how they ridicule flat Earth when you Google flat Earth? Do you see all these weird cartoons they make
will
It
try.
has nothing to do with flat Earth, but the media is already controlling it through the algorithm and the search engines. And the people, when you discuss people with other people about flat Earth, they start laughing at you or calling you an idiot. Are you
No,
okay?
no, I'm not.
You know, this is the mindset. They have been so heavily programmed, and they are defending it without knowing why they're defending it, because they've been taught in school as truth.
No, I'm not talking. Of course, you're right, because I'm saying
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you guys are like that. Like, you guys are smart for actually thinking and doing stuff on your own. That's great. But I'm saying another point. I have been with those people, and I know like the core of their mentality. That information of sharing, like if the world was flat, would have given them immense control over their own radical followers. That's why I'm saying
I
stuff like that.
I understand, but that's just, you know, at this point, I don't know if it helped or not. Who knows? We don't know. We don't know. It's speculation. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, and
now,
I get you so much.
Yeah, no, thank you for sharing. But now what the point is that we're trying to talk about it, as in we're trying to share that how we understand how we can go about it, right? You can, once you understand how to go about it, how to do the measurements, you can talk to someone else and show your presentation of your observation with the data, measurements and everything. And you can spread the information. You can go on like that. We need to wake up people with this information in that way, whichever way we can. That part you talked about, like launching catapult into whatever, I don't know if that would have sticked or not. That's just speculation. That was at that time, but now it's too late for that. But right now, what we have, we go by the data and the observations, what we can measure. We have something substantial. We can go by the facts, right? And the people are by day waking up to the lies, whatever the governments are spreading, and in particular this topic as well. People are waking up. That's what we, people are trying to do. Having this conversation and teaching, learning and from each other and sharing. And then hopefully, now, if the shape of the earth or whatever the earth is would change your life, maybe not. Yeah, it doesn't really maybe do anything to anyone, right? In that sense, they still have to work. Yeah, they still have to work. Tomorrow I have to work. I have to pay my bills. I have to do this. I continue my life as it is. Some people don't care. They will say, "I don't care what the shape is. I don't care if it's a globe or not. I don't care." People say that. That's because of the divisions that's been created on Earth, right? I told you that everybody's lost. They don't know what is the actual truth. They don't seek the truth anymore. They are so brainwashed into the system. They are so heavily dependent on the system as well, because they can't survive on their own, right? So there's so many things they are attached to that they rather live the lie rather than exposing the lie and be cut off from the supply that they're feeding off. You get what I mean?
Yeah, you're perfect. You can't
that's
live
how
on
it
your
is.
own.
This is a sad world.
It's not gonna be
It's a
easy.
sad world. No. It's a sad
Because
world.
it's all about like a big machine that supports the whole world, whether it's food or like stuff you drink or like medicine or like everything. There is no local economies
and
anymore.
even in people in those fields, whatever the field is that can talk about what we talked about, the gas laws and whatnot, and the experiments, scientific experiments, scientists, whatever. If they're gonna start speaking up, they can lose their job easily, their license easily, and they have a family to feed. They can't do that. They're going against the mainstream, the big dog. So most people won't speak up. They might know the truth for themselves, that something is off, but they have studied for so many years for this particular degree, and then they have a family to support, and then they do what they can to keep supporting their family, no matter what.
Yeah. And
that's how it is, sadly.
I have been studying the idea of like changing stuff, like because I've been involved before, and I'm not talking like the idea of flat Earth or like globe right now. I'm talking like general change in the lives of people, especially great numbers of people. It's not easy. All you can do is not like change the system, because the people will always find a way to break it. Changing the system actually helps a little bit. But given opportunities for people is the actual changer of everything. Like if you give opportunity for someone to change, that's more important about changing the system itself. Or at least changing the system to give opportunities, not to force a new great system or like a new green system or like a system that is moral. It's all
Yeah.
about giving people like the opportunity to take action to change their own lives, because changing my own life will take years. So giving people the power to change other lives, if they try to take it from the perspective of putting a system that will control everything, even if it's a moral system, it will not work. You have to make a system that gives people opportunities to change to the greater thing and like pull people from the darkness when people are like very far away from for them to receive an opportunity. And also you can't change everyone. So it's all about percentage. Some people will change, some people will not. But having the opportunity to change is the important thing.
Yes, I know. And that is worth it. I know. That's why, this VC exists, for example, and other many things out there in the world where who is trying to, speak up or share the truth. Like, tell people, wake up, be aware of this, and so on, right? But we do what we can in this current day, right? We do what we can with what we have. So I think one day, hopefully, but one day it will overturn at some point.
I disagree with you on that, because the world on its current state, where everyone has his own game of doing bad stuff. Until this world ends, I don't
when
think
the system has no longer control over the population, that's what I mean. But maybe one day. I think so, but that's me anyway. Personally.
Even in if you take the example of 100 people outside of the system in a rural area, there will be new systems and there will be new gains for each of those people. So until, I am not happy to say this word, but until life ends itself, there will not be a pure world. And because I see a cross next to your name, I think that's the same belief of the Bible. Because
I'm a Christian.
So it's the idea of that.
No, I get that. That's another part. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but I think I shouldn't talk about it more.
Yeah, we don't talk about in this VC. It's fine. We don't go deep into that. I get you. I get your point. Yeah.
I hate to do this, and this is very, very rude of me, but the time is 47 minutes after the hour. Are we able to switch the topic over to flat Earth?
Yeah, I think we ended it. Yeah.
Excellent.
Just go. Yeah, excellent. Take over. Excellent. Yeah, go ahead.
There's a question to the room. Does anyone have any questions about the shape of the Earth? Any concerns, queries, or anything that itches their brain about this topic? As a reminder, this is the Flat Earth Room. No questions. Well, Pula, do you have any further questions about the shape of the Earth?
No, I'm fine, man. I got distracted as well the conversation.
You're all good.
Yeah, it is pretty easy to fall into those topics. I get you, but that's what Snai is here. Bringing it back.
Oh yeah,
gotta bring it back.
I didn't even join the room on purpose. I pressed something and I found myself on flat Earth, and I
just rolled with it.
You just rolled in, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it happens. I think the topic itself can be interesting if you understand what the claims are and what they're truly trying to talk about. Not this ridicule nonsense, wishy-washy stuff. Like here, people are talking about with data observations that they measure, that they take data with laser equipments, experiments. They have done many different ways of measuring the surface of the Earth. I think maybe someone can share your link maybe to all those videos, type of different laser experiments and many other things.
I think an excellent one is actually the Black Swan. It was
the Black Swan is classic. I know. Yeah, it's pretty. I know. It's been around for some time.
Absolutely. That's what
when was it? 2016. It came out. Then the whole internet started freaking out.
Possibly, bro. I mean, I remember when I first stepped into flat Earth. It was 2020.
Yeah.
2021. Maybe even before then. But I had some good conversations with some people in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. And that really sort of opened my eyes because, like you were saying earlier on, I mean, for some people, it'd be like, yeah, they'll learn about the flat Earth, and then they'll have to go to work tomorrow and pay their taxes and whatnot, and all their bills, and everything will still remain the same. But I think it's definitely an eye opener because, again, it was a question that I asked earlier on. If they would lie to you about this, what else are they lying to you about? Right? And then, you go down the rabbit hole. You look at all the different, conspiracy theories, as they say. While some of them remain conspiracy theories, a lot of them are definitely worth looking into. Um, and, it's not even just these theories, it's ways of life, right? Ways of living, and sort of, what the truth is, what the observable truth is, and testable truth is, compared to the stories that they tell you, right? It's almost like a side by side image. Well, something doesn't add up here. If they're telling me this, but I experienced that, what's the truth? You know what I mean? Are they lying to me, or are my eyes deceiving me, sort of thing? These are the questions that you need to ask, and it sort of helps you discover the topic a lot more. But yeah, no, it's definitely a lot to look at.
Yeah, I agree.
But Pula, I recommend if you do want to look into the flat Earth a lot more, um, I recommend stepping into it with an open mind, and sort of disregarding theories that you've heard before. Like, I know it wasn't intentional, and you weren't like intentionally trying to sort of dig at it and say what's underneath the Earth, sort of thing. For those of us that are more experienced in these rooms, that question seems a bit nonsensical, but from a completely unbiased point of view, from a genuine point of view, which is rare to find, I must say. But from a genuine point of view, like where you're coming from, Pula, it's like it's a good question to ask, and I appreciate your honesty and your sort of how genuine you are, and respectful, of course, when coming into this room. It's beautiful. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you guys are great, and you have great points of talking and perspectives, and actually enjoyed this conversation a lot. And I would look into it further, and keep doing what you do. And you have a nice community here.
Much love, man. Thank you. Appreciate you.
You too, man.
Yeah, Hamudi, have you got a microphone? I'd love to have a little chit chat with you. It's Snai. I was telling you to prove it, prove everything. I'm just saying, if you make claims, no matter how many claims you make, without proof, without substantiation, it means nothing, right?
Of course.
I mean, I use an example saying I've got $80 million on my desk. I wish, right? But without that, without the evidence, without me showing you, the accounts that I'm going to move it into, or a physical picture of 80 million big ones, right, on my desk, I'm like, yeah, it's just a claim. It remains a fairy tale.
Yes.
Hey, Tab. I do want to say, man, I hate going that deep into a why would they lie conversation because it really is futile. So I appreciate y'all going through that. And I was looking for that answer that you gave. I just couldn't remember it, and that's exactly it. If they're willing to lie to you about the shape of the Earth, what else are they willing to lie about?
Absolutely. That's the main thing for me. I mean, that was like one of the big whoa, it's like it's the question that should be asked. It's rather than why would they lie about this? It's like, what else would they lie about? That's a deeper question because it sort of opens your eyes a little bit more to the possibilities, right? To the from the snow globes to the spinning globes you'll see in the back of the classroom, right? The geography classroom. I don't know, it's like it's all planted there.
Yeah, when I first heard about flat Earth and I started looking into it, when I looked into it, I was told to look into it, right? When I started looking into it, I couldn't find anything. It was all how to debunk flat Earth. I'm like, I already know how to debunk flat Earth, obviously. Like, this is stupid. But then it got like obnoxious, and I'm like, why is this so hard to find a genuine flat earther? And I started thinking, like, I have been fooled? And immediately I remember every time I ever flew, I always said, wow, look how big the earth is. It still looks flat.
Sorry. Now the Globey argument to that would be, oh, well, you don't see curvature at 35,000 feet. 40,000 feet. The commercial airline will fly, and you won't see curvature at that height. You need to be a lot higher to see it. Well, what height do we start seeing curve at?
Well, they say both, right?
Right.
Sometimes they say that they see curve out of airplane windows.
All
Other
right.
times they say, well, it's not high enough, right?
Right.
They can't get
But
a
then
consistent grab on it.
that was the whole point. I never saw curves. And then I'm like, oh my God, the earth is flat, because like I was never given any evidence. I was just given stories. Like that immediately popped into my head. You know, I feel bad for a lot of people, because some people it takes them years to wake up to the truth of what's going on. For me, it was literally instantaneous. I was like, oh my God.
Django. You can't say stuff like that, bro. My crush is Glover. If I became flat earther, she wouldn't love me. Gosh. You guys ready for precious metal takeover? Let's do it. Let's run it right back. TMT, baby. So I'll throw it back for the OGs. I know the story. Stop, Django. Hey, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Do you have any questions about the shape of the Earth? Tell me, Tappy guy, maybe if he's running the show. Okay, shit. Welcome, Leo. What up, Chris?
Hi, my friend.
How's it going,
How are
Leo?
you? I'm good. And you?
Sorry, you're a bit quiet. Maybe it's just me.
I am good. And you?
You're Gucci. That's awesome. That's awesome. Great. Would you like to have a
Well,
conversation about the room topic?
I don't know. This is my first time here,
Okay, that's okay.
and I'm here for meet new new friends, for practice English too.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, do you have any knowledge about the shape of the Earth? I mean, what do you think the Earth is?
Can you repeat again, but very slow?
What do you think the shape of the Earth is? Good talk. Good talk. Yeah, no, me too. Honestly, I think it's a flat and stationary plane.
That's not a shape.
You're not a shape. I think the Earth is a flat and stationary plane. I mean, that's how we observe it, and that's how we measure it. So, I mean, it is because it has to be, right?
My model works, so must be a sphere.
It doesn't work at all.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Not because we tested it and it sucks.
No, you didn't look up in the sky.
Oh yeah, true.
We would be able to test it again, but we actually lost all the data from 1969, and we can't get it back. So it's kind of gone.
When I look up in the sky, it matches the model.
Wait, I can't see the sky. I'm inside my room.
Go outside and get out of your mother's basement.
It's actually my bedroom, I'll have you know, in my mom's house.
Well, you just need to
I'm
get
still
out
a
more.
kid.
If you got out more, then you'd see a sphere.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Just go to the water. Boats disappear from the bottom up.
But what if I don't like looking at balls? I don't swim that way.
Well, that's your loss.
My loss. Okay, Timbo. Okay. Prove axial rotation, Timbo.
Look up in the sky and you see the stars move.
Look up in the sky. Yeah. I'll see the stars move. What does that say about the Earth, though? If the stars are moving, then the Earth isn't, right?
Yeah. Proves we're rotating.
It proves that we're rotating, or the stars are rotating. Because they can't be both at the same time, because then we wouldn't see a difference, right? They would be stationary.
The stars are in a fixed position. We all know that.
Are we in a fixed position?
No, we're rotating.
Whoa.
And moving around the sun at the same time every 365 days.
Wait, have you counted?
Yep.
Whoa.
I know that we're moving around the sun because the sun rises in the same spot after 365 days.
I could have sworn it came up from the other side, like, this morning. Was that just me? Did I wake up on the wrong side of the Earth? Well, maybe I woke up underneath the Earth. That might be what it was. That's why it came up the other way.
A dumb flat earther.
Me? A dumb flat earther?
You just don't understand. You're taking us back in technology. Because of people like you, aliens won't contact us because they think we're stupid.
Alright, let me take that role from you, Timbo. Let me take this FE moderator, Team FE. You're done. You're going back to the globe side, okay?
Back on the ball.
Paul. Let me call my good friend Quantum Eraser in here. He'll take care of this.
Sort it out.
Yep.
Pretty good job.
Yep.
Just jumping from one subject to another.
Wait, so if we jump, does axial rotation like affect us? If we jump, like, will the Earth move beneath our feet?
No, well, it's like if you think about the weather and stuff like that, and the air, it's like Velcro to the Earth. So, once don't you know about conservation of momentum? Come on. It moves at the same speed all the time, so you're not going to feel it. It's almost like it's not moving at all because it's moving.
What did you say?
We know it. We know it's moving because you can't feel it moving.
Right. Can we measure it moving?
That's, if I have to be honest here, then every time it's tried to be measured moving, it's failed. There's an experiment called Airy's failure, a couple of other things, but all you need to do is just look up in the sky, see the stars moving, and you're moving.
Right.
Yeah, and because do you know how fast you're moving?
No, tell me.
Well, at the equator, it's around about 1,000 miles an hour.
Whoa.
Because the Earth's circumference is 24,000 miles around. So therefore, we've got 24 hours in one day, and we get back to the same place after 24 hours. So it's moving at 1,000 miles per hour.
Wow. That's really fast, though. I'm kind of scared. Do I not get like a seatbelt or something?
It slows down as you change your latitude.
Okay. So the higher up I get, the slower it goes.
And we know this because we live on a ball.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
it can only happen on a ball.
I mean, I can't relate because I live in a pineapple under the sea. So.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I said I live in a pineapple under the sea. That's where I live.
It's a shame.
It's in Bikini Bottom.
You know that you can only do that because we live on a sphere.
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
Hello?
Hi, Penny.
Hello.
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Thank you, bro. I'm kiss your hand.
You're gonna kiss my hand, okay?
What?
You're my friend. I love you.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, sure, man.
Alaikum, my brother.
Penny, what do you think about the Earth?
I'm sorry, I'm not a speaker, but I am excited. I love you. I'm kiss your hand. I love all people. I love you.
Thank you. That's very sweet. Say it back, Timbo.
Okay,
we don't do that.
where you from? Where you
We
from?
don't do that here. The only person I'll tell that I love them is my wife, my children, and my parents. And that's it.
Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet.
Guys, where you from? Where you from?
Bikini Bottom.
What is this?
Oh, it's just
I'm from the land down under.
Where women
from
glow
land
and men thunder.
What is this? I don't.
You better hear that thunder.
Danda, you from Africa?
You better run. Better take cover.
Iran! You from Iran?
Nah, I'm from Australia.
دين الأخوة عباس منا ومصر. دين الأخوة عباس منا ومصر.
I thought you didn't speak Arabic.
Yes. No, it's not. It's Iranian. Iran, Farsi.
I see.
Yes, it's Iranian. It's Iranian language. I'm from Iran, by the way.
Wow.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
How's it go? You're not over there at the moment, though, are you? You're in a different country.
Indio, my friend.
He's from Australia, right? He's from
You're from
down under.
Australia,
Yeah, bro.
Australia, mate.
bro.
He's
I
from
like
down
spider
under.
in the. Bro, I like
You like
spider. You're Australian. Spider. You know spider?
Yeah, of course I do.
He's from Australia, of course he does.
I love spider, bro. I swear to God,
Oh, yeah.
Spider-Man. No, it's not spider. No Spider-Man.
Nah, these ones are bigger than Spider-Man.
Some of these fellas are bigger than your hand.
That's
Bigger
not
than
too
my
bad.
hand. Oh,
I can
cheers,
tell
mate.
it's not an Australian accent, but it's not too bad.
Oh, what if I talk like this, bro? Where do you think I'm from now?
It's from New Zealand, bro.
Oh, yeah, brother. You got it right on the dot, bro.
One's better. You got that much better.
I'm coming.
What?
Snake.
You're what, Penny? Yo.
Sunny.
13 plus
Snake.
server.
What?
Do you believe you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space? Sunny.
Sunny. Sonic. I like Sonic. I like it.
Oh, do you believe you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space?
Bro, your English is very hard. I swear to God. My English is very low. Can you speak A1 English, please?
Alright, let me try. Do you believe you live on a spinning space ball?
Yeah, me too, bro. Me too, Penny. Me too. I'm right there with you.
I'm sorry. I love
okay.
you. I love all people. I'm giving you my kiss.
It's on
My
the hand.
kiss.
Right.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, Penny. Don't be sorry, okay?
You're very
Okay, my
excited.
friend. I understand Indian accent. Speak Indian.
Oh God.
Do you
Yeah.
Are you
believe you
thinking?
live on a
What?
Do you believe
Don't
you
do it.
live on a
I want to
spinning
do
space
it.
ball
Please
in
don't
the
do it.
vacuum of outer
No, I
space?
want to do it. Why are you
Please
doing it when
relax.
I was the one who was wanting to do it, right?
DJ, this is
Sorry,
not
DJ.
culturally appropriate.
She's
Do not,
right.
Sorry.
do not do this,
Don't
DJ.
tell me what to do.
I will tell you what to do, DJ.
You
will not do
bloody
this.
fucking, you bloody,
You're bloody.
you fucking
You
bloody.
will not bloody do this, DJ.
Right. I'm going
You
to go on
bloody.
mute.
Bloody
You do it.
You bloody. You bloody
Alright.
fucking you
I
bloody.
don't want to do it
Done.
anymore.
Hey guys,
Right.
welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Thank you,
India.
bro.
We are here talking about the shape of the Earth, whether you think it's a
Thank you,
globe
bro.
or a sphere or an oblate spheroid, or however you want to describe the Earth.
I'm
Please.
from the city of Mumbai.
Yes, you are.
I like Mumbai. I like Shah Rukh Khan, Hollywood.
Hey, do you believe that water's flat?
I don't know, but yes.
I don't know, but yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Penny.
If you, yeah, go ahead, dude. Yeah.
Penny.
Where?
Have you been to the beach before?
What is this?
The beach.
What is this?
It's the seaside where you
Beach,
see.
no beach,
Yeah.
no beach, please, no. What are you beach? No beach.
Not the swear word. Not the swear word, Penny. The beach where there is sand.
Oh, bro, no. What are you beach? No beach, no. It's not good.
It's okay, Penny. I concede you win. Gosh.
Okay, speak. I love you. Speak.
It's okay. It's okay, Penny. It's okay, Penny.
It's okay.
Have you ever built a sandcastle? You know what a sandcastle is?
With your
This is
with
food.
your beach. Did you build a sandcastle with your beach?
No, bro. Wait.
Oh no.
I don't know, but yes.
You guys are so
Excellent.
immature.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you, bro. I'm kiss your hand.
Oh, thank you. Wipes off hand.
Hand.
Yep.
Hand. What is hand? Hand, it's a
Like a foot on your arm.
food. Iran. Food.
Yeah, like a foot that you
Foot.
walk on, but it's on your arm.
Bro, listen to me. Food. It's a eat food. I'm hungry.
And
I
then
don't
on your
understand.
hands, you have
Hand.
feet. You have feet fingers.
Oh, okay. How do you say face? It's not face. Hand. Heart. Or I don't. Okay, I'm translating. Give me 1 minute.
I don't believe blood is art.
Blooding?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you say that again, please?
I don't believe that blood is art.
Earth is flat.
Okay, art is flat.
Yeah,
That's right. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Can you give me some evidence that Earth is a globe?
It's a head, no hand. Head. You know what is head?
Oh God.
From the plane, I
Yeah, that's
know
opposite of your. Oh, you can see it from a plane. Oh.
Yeah.
We were just talking about that.
Wait, but Wabi Sabi, when I was in a plane, I didn't see a curve. Who's lying? Is it me or you?
I don't know. Actually, I think
You think you're lying?
I'm not lying. Actually, I'm kidding.
Have
I
you
don't
been on
know
a plane?
what. Yeah, I'm kidding actually. But everyone tell me that like blood art is blood. So why
It
I
looks that way, right?
It measures
It
that
looks
way
that
too.
way.
Yep.
how they know from the satellite what they see?
We use it that way. We use it as a flat surface every day.
Wabi Sabi, have you heard of GPS?
Yeah.
You know what GPS is?
Yes, sir.
It is a ground positioning system. Do you know how it operates?
No, I don't know.
It operates entirely over a flat surface using different points. It's called triangulation.
Adoration.
Come again?
Trilateration.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, Timbo, would you like to explain it? I feel like you might be.
GPS? No,
more
I'm not the guy for that.
Okay. All right. That's fine. That's fine. Is anybody here well based on it? They can
Yes,
give
sir.
a better explanation to Wabi Sabi. GPS, not GPT, but GPS, guys.
Yeah, I know that, and
Sweet.
so yeah.
You like
So-
lasers?
Occam's?
Occam's laser.
Occam's laser. Sorry, I entirely thought you said razors there. I was like, Occam's. But no, Occam's laser is pretty tough too. Yeah. It's pretty cold.
I like that one.
Keep that in the book. In the book.
This is going to be a hard conversation.
Bro,
Right.
so it's like during a lunar eclipse, Earth casts a round shadow on the moon. You
How
know?
do you know it's the Earth casting a shadow?
Or it's like we watch it, and many of them recorded it.
How do you know it's the Earth's shadow?
And like satellites and astronauts have directly observed Earth's curved shape.
Wow. The astronauts on the ISS, they always talk about how wonderful and flat it looks.
I've heard this too.
We've got conflicting information, right? So what you can do is go back to the surface of the Earth, get an Occam's laser, shoot it across the water, because the water's supposed to be curving, right?
So actually, bro, what is wrong with that? Like, if the if the Earth is flat or round shape, what's wrong? It's what's nothing wrong with that? Like,
You say what would it change, right?
yeah, nothing changed. It's not.
Yeah,
It's
that's
nothing.
fine. The only thing that would change would be truth, right?
Actually, I don't care about the flat or round shape of Earth. I
Yeah,
just
but would you
came
like?
here to learn some spoken English.
Yeah, but would you like to know the truth?
Yeah, obviously.
Well, that's the difference, right? Truth or deception? I know which one I like.
Occam's laser.
Bro, I don't go you, bro.
How funny is it? They're learning English, and the first word they learn is bro.
What about cis? It's 2026, right? We gotta be inclusive.
True. Do they have a gender neutral word for bro?
Bruh. Maybe. Homie.
No, that's usually the third word they learn. There's two other words they learned before that.
Oh, I think one of them might not be appropriate for this chat. I think I know. I think I know one of these words.
One starts with an F and one starts with an N. Guaranteed.
Go. Broke the ice.
It's funny.
No, people call that spamming their ult. That's a gaming term, but yeah, spamming their
Maybe
ultimate.
too old for that.
Sorry. How young are you? If you don't mind me asking.
45.
Wow. Beat me 2 times over and then some.
Ben.
Yeah, I just turned 20. Like 2 months ago.
Are you
Getting
Scottish?
old. No.
No? Got a slight.
Nah, mate. I'm from down under. Of course. Yeah, but
Are you close to the border?
nah, cuz. I'm only joking. I'm actually from the UK, like Jedi.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's
That's right.
kind of sounds like my Scottish accent I have in Edinburgh.
Yeah,
It's a
Edinburgh
slight.
accent. I can't do a Scottish accent in my life. Purple burglar alarm. Purple burglar alarm. That's
Yeah,
what they say. That's the
that up there though. My dad's from Glasgow.
Oh, nice.
Well, not actually Glasgow, but Prestwick on the coast.
Mm.
Used to live there actually.
That's so awesome. Yeah, I was born in London.
Oh yeah. Got a very nice accent for there.
Cheers, mate. Yeah. I've got a bit of an American accent when I talk normally. It's just sort of how I speak. I mean, I don't know, if I speak to British people, the British accent will come out more. If I speak to Irish people, my Irish will come out. I'm part Irish.
Diddly 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 diddly. I like when Irish people speak. It's like they're singing all the time.
Yeah, I speak with that sort of cadence, right? Yeah, exactly like that, bro.
Yeah, what song's that, man? I like it.
PhD style. Yeah, this is so true. This is so true, Clemson.
Like, oh, they're smarter the Glovers than me. No, they just look cooler when they get splat smacked. That's all.
I'm a new Glover, he said.
How long you been in the conversation?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, like in terms like of all time? How long have I been in tune?
In the conversation, in this conversation.
In this call?
No.
Oh,
okay. The flat Earth, globe Earth
in the topic.
Yeah. It's Cyclone Jr.
About 6 years, yeah. It started in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, of course. I was in the 1.0
I remember
server.
when you used to host Precious Metals Takeover.
That's right. PMT, baby. Whoop, 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 whoop. Me, CI, and Retro Bear.
How long ago? When?
It's about 6 years. Yeah, when I started off when I was 14. Flat smacking in school. Got 2 science teachers to quit. Or at least disappear, vanish, you know. Who knows what happens on speculation.
2019?
Something like that. Yeah, 18, 19. Lockdown.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Same time.
Yeah, that's cool. It's awesome. Yeah, I used to be in the servers, flat smacking all the time. Get some friends in, people from different servers, bring them into the main conversation to live stream. We'll have chats there. I'll pick at their brains a little bit. Also, professional doorman. I would be doing the VC check-ins and stuff like that. I remember I had a blast with those, me and my friends. Yeah.
Same name or different name?
Yeah, so now I go by Snipe, but if you click on my profile, it shows Tap as well. That used to be my name, Tap.
Tap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, I know who you are.
Oh, yeah.
I think maybe Creation Bear changed my name to, what was it? Timbo Slice for a while.
Mm.
I think most of the time I was always just plain old Timbo.
Timbo.
This is a new account, but I had a break and I accidentally deleted my account for like 12 months. And then I went back to join and I was like, I didn't have an account. It's all that background noise. That is Tap.
Oh, that's from me. My bad. And my fan's blowing into my microphone. It's like 1,000 degrees Celsius here.
Opposite here. About 4 degrees.
Southern Hemisphere, right? You guys got your winter time now. So hot.
Well, especially down here.
Yeah.
I'm in Melbourne, so.
Oh wow, yeah. It's all sad.
Turn on some music to listen.
Hell yeah, let's get some.
Why?
Hamoudi, why didn't you unmute when I was speaking to you?
I was having my dinner.
Oh, okay. What'd you have?
What'd you have?
No, not necessary.
Not unnecessary. Okay. Alright. Well, Hamoudi,
Yeah,
would
can
you
you
like
guys
to...
turn on some music?
No.
I don't know if this is the room for music. If you want to listen to music, you know, the YouTube's free. At least, you know, with some ads.
Yeah, or you can go on the main server and you can click on the music button.
Sure.
We can jump in the elevator and listen to that. We can listen to Harry Potter.
Yeah, that was it.
No, it's Harry Potter.
I prefer Hamoudi Potter.
No, Potter.
Alright, let's check the chat. Who we got? All globe deniers. Lat said he's got some people in politics. If anyone's interested.
I think time to quit.
Are you saying you're a quitter, Hamoudi?
What's up,
See you guys.
Hey, Timbo. See you, brother.
See you, man.
How did it go with the fella?
The ones that can't really have a conversation. Those ones.
Well, one gonna try.
Did you hear me trying to speak Arabic last Saturday?
Did you? What did you say?
Maybe it was Saturday or was it Monday? Might have been Monday morning, so maybe Sunday. I'm not sure which one it was.
It was like Friday or Saturday.
Yeah, I think it was Saturday morning for me. So
He told you, "Fuck you."
I was just chucking things into Google Translate, and then I was trying to pronounce them. It wasn't doing too well. I have to type it in, and then I'd have to press the button that tells me how to say it, and then I'd try and repeat it.
And then you press it again, and it says it's slower for you.
No, that didn't happen. It felt like it was saying it quicker.
Oh.
I sounded like a car that doesn't start, right? And
What's the Arabic word, though? I didn't hear. Oh, go ahead.
It was bro. The Arabic word was bro.
Oh, bro? What?
Bro.
Okay. All right.
And then Necros jumped in, and then we were talking about the Quran and the Bible.
Oh, yeah.
Wish if he jumped in 5 minutes earlier, he could have spoken to the guy. But, you know, Necros always late to the party. Never on time. Never there when you need him, you know.
That's so rude, Necros.
There he is. I knew I'd entice something here.
I need to hit the hay.
Got a Yusef BDR. Yusef BDR, are you there?
Hello everyone. Yes, I'm here.
How are you going?
I'm good. I've joined this server and this room to improve my fluency and my English talking.
Oh, your English is very good, young man.
I'm fine, but I'm not used to talk with a human. I used to talk with AI.
Oh yeah,
And I'm
change that.
Oh my.
and ChatGPT go, and I'm finding it so awkward to talk to people.
You're all right, man. It's not like you can really get embarrassed on Discord, right?
The name of this room is interesting. Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Discord.
Yeah. Do you believe you live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of outer
No.
space? No.
I
Interesting.
believe in Flat Earth.
Okay. What information have you got that leads you to the Earth being flat surface?
I have a long time since I searched in this topic, so I don't remember much.
Well, here's the thing, Yusuf. You said you believe in the flat Earth. Now, I don't believe in the flat Earth necessarily. I mean, I'm a flat earther. I'd be happy to say that, but when it comes to believing in things, I mean, you know, when I was a kid, I used to believe in the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus. Now I don't anymore, of course, because that would be stupid.
You lost faith.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of lost faith in that, and you know, I know that the Earth is a flat and stationary plane, right? So, what leads you to believe that the Earth is flat? You say.
Actually, as a Muslim, I find that to believe that the Earth is a sphere is contradictory or something like that.
Okay.
There is some contradiction between my religion and between the Earth to be being a ball.
Okay. Yeah, somebody actually put a question in the chat, and I think this would be good vocalized. Toby Dog says, "Do you know that water is flat? I mean, you believe that the Earth is flat, but have you ever seen water curve?
Never.
Never, right? So if water doesn't curve, and the Earth is mostly water, doesn't that mean the Earth is mostly flat?"
Yes, can be.
Welcome to Flat Earth. It's as simple as that. Pretty much.
2 days ago, I were with my friends in a boat in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea. I'm Algerian, by the way.
Oh well.
And we was talking about this topic, flat Earth topic. And the reason for talking in this topic in that moment was this: do you see the ocean curved?
Did any of them say yes?
For the ideas, because in the major of times I don't find the words in my head.
It's alright.
Shalom, everybody. I am a flat earther, you know.
Oh gosh.
I believe in the flat earth, but I'm Jewish.
You're
Good
what?
for you. It's good
Yeah,
for you.
my rabbis had told me that the flat Earth is actually the most accurate model for the shape of the Earth. I used to be a glober, and now I became very, very like enlightened by the tradition of the rabbis. Now I I was stupid in the beginning, okay? I was really stupid. I was a secular Jew, okay? I used to be a goyim. I didn't witness the Sabbath.
Yo, this guy's not real. What?
Sorry?
LPQ4.
Yes.
Hi, what's your proof that the earth is flat?
My proof is within the Torah and the Talmud. You have a problem,
Okay.
you take it with the rabbis, not me.
Okay. Yeah, I sure will. Yeah, that's cool.
You know, but you know, the Hash was very, very smart. You know, he wants to fool the goyim that the earth is a globe. You know, as a very Hashem had taught us within the Talmud that we need to not be fooled by the goyim.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, the goyim make all the tricks, but we the Jews, we the
Okay.
Hashem children, we can see through the tricks.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, I have no words, Timbo. I have nothing further.
Well, thank you, Necros. Thank you. Thank you for thank you for educating the beautiful children of Hashem.
I love this.
I am Mizrahi. I am Mizrahi. You know, my grandmother used to live in Morocco, and then she moved back to Israel.
You mean Palestine?
No.
Oh.
The Hashem had promised us 3,000 years ago. I don't know what Palestine is. Do you know what Palestine? What is Palestine? Tell me. Where is Palestine?
So, guys,
Tell me,
welcome to the
what is it?
24/7. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, guys. We're talking about the shape of the Earth and the shape of the Earth only. If anyone has any questions, queries, concerns about the room topic, feel free to ask so in voice
I'm pretty sure
or
geography
in the chat.
has to do a lot about our beautiful creation
you.
of Hashem. But
Thank you,
you made the
LPQ4.
claim that it is Palestine, right? Where is Palestine? I don't see it. I see Israel.
LPQ4, can I remind you that we should stay on the conversation topic? That's the room topic at the top
Sure.
of the
You want to
PC.
talk about the earth so much. You love the earth, right?
That's right.
You want to educate the goyim about the shape of the earth. Okay, no problem.
I mean, I want to educate anyone about the shape of the Earth. I want myself to be educated about the shape of the Earth. There's a lot of things that I don't know.
Okay. Do you believe the earth is flat?
I don't know.
Are you a globe-tart goyim who believes everything that we say?
No.
Then
I don't
you must
believe
be a
much.
flat earther.
What?
Then you must be a flat earther.
I must be a flat earther? Well, I mean, I am a flat earther. Yeah, I am.
So you believe Hashem created the earth to be flat?
Nope.
Okay, do you believe the earth is flat?
Nope.
Then what do you mean when you say you are a flat earther?
I'm a flat earther because I know the earth is flat.
You know the earth is flat. You want to play the semantic game with the Jew?
That's right.
You make a distinction.
I'd love to play the semantics game with you. Sorry. You see how I got you there, right? I got you there. Right. Ask me some more, LP. I like this question game. Question and answer, you know?
No, I'm actually joking. You know, I was just LARPing as a Jew, that's all. Thank you very much.
Really? You were LARPing? Oh my god, I can tell.
No, I watch a lot of videos from one rabbi. His name Rabbi Mizrahi. He's actually hilarious. You should watch him, actually. All right, guys, have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
I hope you guys had your fill of fun.
Oh, it was good. I liked the bit. It was fun.
Yeah.
I'm a secular Jew. I used to be goyim. Oh gosh. Hey guys, welcome to the room. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If anyone has any questions about the shape of the Earth or about the room topic, let us know in voice or text. Apa nagila, apa nagila, apa. Please not in the chat, guys. No. Well, guys, it's been lovely chatting. I think I might catch some rest now. I've been up for like 25 hours or something like that. Good night, sleep well, good morning, and good evening to the rest of the world. Much love, you guys. Yeah, goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye, bye-bye.
Good night. Hello. Hi. Is what?
You know how long can guys? Oh, the विचारायला पाहिजे ना कर्नाटकच्या वरती किंवा बँगलोर.
I think you're hot micing, dude.
Oh, sorry.
You can talk if you want. Background noise is a bit much.
I went to politics to see what's going on, and Audie showed up, and I had to get out of there. That's a brain rot.
that organized.
All right, what's going on, guys?
It's wearing
Headshot. É no limnjutre. As anyone here hit niggers?
Hello. Hey, he came to debate, né?
Pamsal.
Pegar a moto. Nigger! Alright, politics and religion.
That looks like another Rob Utah stock account. What do you say? Yeah, let's hear his voice. Let's hear him sing sweetly like a songbird. He wants a photo of Flat Earth from outer space. I feel like I don't have time and patience for some of this shit. Oh well.
Does anyone here hate niggers?
Sorry, what was that?
Globert cost money. Flat Earth is free. Hey! Globert cost money. Flat Earth is free. Free, free, free. Man, pay for the map, pay for the model, pay for the spin and the high-tech gospel. Them build space age systems just to track, but I walk in the field, man, the ground stay flat. Walk to the river, sit under the tree, breathe in the air, yeah, the experience free. Them sell you a sphere, them sell souvenir, them sell hemisphere, them sell atmosphere. Me just take a step and a next step, see the road stay level like it waiting for me. Global cost money. Flat Earth is free. You buy that story, but this one free. You pay for the movie, the merch and the screen. Flat Earth is free, my friend. Free like a dream. Turn on the TV, there's a globe on that. Buy a brand new shirt, there's a globe on that. Plumber truck drive by, there's a globe on that. iPhone background, there's a globe on that. Music album cover, there's a globe on that. Hollywood movie, there's a globe on that. Them stamp it everywhere so you don't forget. $1 billion brand, yeah, cost them sweat. But me walk outside, feeling the breeze. Water resting flat, calm as you please. Globers cost money. Flat Earth is free. You buy that story, but this one free. You pay for the movie, the merch and the screen. Flat Earth is free, my friend. Free like a dream. Pay for the rocket, pay for the flight, pay for the telescope to steer in the night. Searching for the curve that they say is in reach, but it's just a straight line looking out from the beach. Wally get thin, but the world same way. Still feel flat when you dance all day. Oh yeah. Globe Earth costs money. Flat Earth is free. You buy that story, but this one free. You pay for the movie, the merch and the screen. Flat Earth is free, my friend. Free like a dream. Globe Earth costs money. Flat Earth is free, 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 free. Laugh if you want now. The joke on the feet.
Guys. Oh. Oh. I have a question.
هم واحد مش احكي مع العباد يقول لهم اوه، تقول لهم اوه يا بصحتك ما نجمش نحكي.
So these guys don't realize that some of their objections cut both ways. Like, look, if you cannot do a laser measurement over these vast distances, flat or globe, then guess what? You're at an impasse. But a lot of these jokesters, right, they would rather have the conversation settle at an impasse rather than for them to be wrong. So they will try to come up with any crazy supposition, concoct any crazy thought experiment in order to create an air of unfalsifiability around the globe. That way they can keep it as a concept, as a belief, but then have the flat earther disarmed through a situation that yields no benefit to either side of the conversation. So yeah, no, you can't do this, so therefore nobody can tell, but I'm going to still default that Earth is a globe anyway. That's fine. I mean, you're free to choose that. You can have a belief. Or again, like in this case, he's doing an all or nothing fallacy. Oh, you got to prove that all the pictures are fake, not just a few of them, all of them.
Earth is round. Prove me wrong.
The Earth is round. Prove it's round.
I will not.
You just made a claim, and a claim without
Okay.
evidence can be
It's
dismissed.
not a claim, it's the truth. It's been proven.
No,
And if I say it, you have to trust me, okay?
no. That's stupid of you saying that. If
Hold
someone
on
says
one
something,
second, my mom is calling me.
believe it. Okay, go to mom.
Necros, you don't need to take him seriously. He's obviously trolling, bro.
Hello, everyone. How's it going?
Too many people come in believing NASA cartoons and stuff, and then when we present valid arguments and say, "Oh well, did you observe this, or was this just something that you read or was told?" And they go all to hell about it.
Oh yeah, it's true. I mean, but people are brought up not knowing to question it. So, they've done a great job. They're a scientific organization, right?
Yeah.
I mean, all the kids have graham crackers and powdered orange juice because of the NASA program.
I mean, and also it's like, okay, your worldview gets destroyed in an argument. I guess it is hard to accept. I mean, I didn't find it that way. It was like more enlightening, but I guess some people are like, "Oh, what? I've been lied to? No way. There's no, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's too hard for people to accept."
Yeah, I would go a bit further, maybe, or maybe in a different direction regarding the lying part. I don't necessarily think that we've been lied to. I think society has deluded itself into this belief. Right. There's a big difference there. One requires some kind of overarching control freak conspiracy to maintain. The other does not, because it's organic, an organic belief system like a religion. You know, the globe is just kind of part of Western civilization, Western cultural motifs. It is
Kind
a
of like,
foregone conclusion.
oh, my bad, I'm sorry, but
That's all right.
kind of like Christopher Columbus in North America, right? Like, obviously, he's not the person to discover it, but culturally, that's what people say.
Yep, exactly. Exactly. It's a cultural relic. And, you know, seen through this lens, it means we can sidestep this whole crazy, like, flat Earth being a conspiracy theory, which it isn't necessarily, and instead examine the evidence factually and say flat Earth is just a description of reality, what we observe and measure. That's all it is. You know, so for that, you know, our side of the community, 24/7 flat Earth, we're kind of boring because we don't get into wild ass speculations. We don't really get into conspiracy theory. We talk about observations and measurements. We talk about like the philosophy of science and philosophy of mathematics to an extent. You know, sociology, signs and symbols and reifications. That's kind of been our bread and butter. And then this is backed up by real world examples that we like to give as far as presentations go. But to me, this whole problem is really a giant misinterpretation. You know, and then seen through this lens, you don't have to like demonize everybody. You don't have to think of the government as like some evil organization that's actively deceiving you about the shape of the earth. Because I don't even think that's fair to say or accurate at all. But a lot of folks in this topic think it is.
I see. There is a lot of money on the line, money to be made by people believing that the Earth's a globe. So I'm not saying like, oh, there's a conspiracy theory. I'm maybe saying that maybe some people have financial gain. Maybe, I mean, I don't know. That's just a theory.
Yeah, I mean, it's the way I've refocused this idea is to say it's making money not necessarily off a globe, but off of the space story, off of outer space as a setting. And so that's got a different connotation. And this kind of goes back into how NASA came to be and why it was founded. And no, I'm not talking about the arc of history with Jack Parsons and Operation Paperclip. That's one aspect to it. But there's the national security aspect to it. You know, this might be a good time to get into some history regarding this, and I'm ready to go into a quick little lecture mode on it. The space race. Very broadly, the space race is the third iteration of a gigantic international organization organized first by the Habsburg Empire in the late 1800s. The idea was we're going to get all the developed countries in the world that are closely related to each other, in which we, you know, enjoy doing these scientific endeavors with, and we're going to start launching explorations of the unknown. We're going to send teams to the north and the south, and we're going to send equipment as high as we can go and people as high as we can go. And they started doing that. It was around the age of Tsiolkovsky and the rockets that he was building in Russia, which led into Goddard and the modern rocket program we have today. The Russians are a big active part of the first international geophysical year. And so were the Canadians, Americans, UK, France, Germany, and so on. Habsburg Empire and former Habsburg colonies. The second international geophysical year occurred in 1933, where they did the same thing. They launched teams to the poles and way up high rockets, and they made even further scientific progress. In 1933, the second international geophysical year, This is when they started to develop computers. Most people talk about the internet going back to DARPANET. Like, oh yeah, okay, so, you know, military research, DARPANET created the internet. You can actually go back a step further than that. DARPANET inherited something called the World Data Centers. The World Data Centers were networked computers built primarily by IBM. And it was the infrastructure that DARPA inherited to build DARPANET upon. The World Data Centers are created out of the Second International Geophysical Year. And the third one, the Third International Geophysical Year, they were also called International Polar Years, was the space race beginning in 1958. And then the fourth one happened in 2008, and there's a fifth one coming in 2033. So after World War II, right, the Allied powers declared themselves victory in America carrying the torch of liberty for the world. So what happened is President established something called the Psychological Strategy Board after World War II in order to cement the idea that Western power, Western technology and progress defeated the ultimate evil forever and could never be stopped. The Psychological Strategy Board was the president's cabinet to craft national security policy for projecting a positive image of the United States and Western partners to defeat communist propaganda. And the Psychological Strategy Board was also responsible for other things like planning the overthrow of dictators and so on. So April 4th, 1951, this coalesced into the PSB. President Harry Truman issued an executive order promulgating its formation. And this organization actually was renamed a bit later called the Operations Coordinating Board. So why would they rename something called the Psychological Strategy Board to Operations Coordinating Board? Well, it's because they picked up a few extra duties and responsibilities. Plus, Psychological Strategy Board is a little too on the nose for what they really do. If you're interested in operations security and minimizing your signature for the public, you may want to call yourself something a bit different so it doesn't look as alarming. And that's exactly what happened. So in 1957, some new executive orders came and they incorporated the Psychological Strategy Board into the National Security Council and then renamed it. And the Sputnik program was in development right around that time. The Sputnik program actually prompted the Eisenhower administration to commission a guy named Dr. James Killian from MIT. This doctor was to staff the President's Science Advisory Committee. And he did a study on Russian technology and progress compared to American capabilities and released a report called the Killian Report, which was adopted by the OCP, the PSYOP department of the president. And the Killian Report was then used to form America's national security policy on outer space. This document that was promulgated called NSC-5814, Preliminary U.S. Policy on Outer Space in June 1958, emphasizes the need for a U.S. space program that includes psychological exploitation as a specific objective. In the document, it says that they call for a judicious selection of outer space projects, even those with limited scientific value, primarily to achieve favorable worldwide psychological impact. They're creating a space program that projects propaganda. Paragraph 62 of NSC 5814 describes this very thing. You can download the document. It's declassified since the 1980s. There are other memos too that go along with this document. All the policy committees and steering committees and boards that met before, during, and after its formation, and all the personalities involved, which are also available to read, many of which have been declassified. Very interesting. In one such memo, there was like a working lunch they had for the discussion of crafting outer space policy. And Alan Dulles wrote a letter appointing one of his representatives to serve on the staff that would become NASA. So NASA's already like sheep dipped with CIA case officers from the outset. So after 5814 came NSC 5918. And unlike this document, this one went further and was processed through the National Aeronautics and Space Council, which was a body that was created by the Space Act before being adopted by the NSC. So it kind of came in from the side door here in terms of how policy tends to develop. And this document really stresses the critical psychological and political significance of space activities that the U.S. has been undertaking, and particularly with manned spaceflight, and says that manned spaceflight is the ultimate goal to be leveraged for information operations to project U.S. prestige. So these are some of the founding documents of NASA and the people and the characters behind them. What it looks to me that NASA's primary objective is these are a bunch of people that believe that the Earth is a globe in the first place, and now they want to leverage the crap out of outer space for a positive image and for profit. I mean, it could be, my friends, it could be that even today, you got NASA nerds sitting in some top secret skiff somewhere, still trying to figure out how to send rockets up that will orbit a globe. Yeah, I really think that. I really think today there could very well be some kind of department that knows that they never orbited anything in the conventional sense of how it's understood. Space junk in a self-sustaining, stable orbit going loop-de-loops around a ball. I don't think that's happening because of how we measure the Earth. So what's happening instead? I have no freaking clue. But, I mean, self-perpetuating orbital space junk is definitely not on my list of possible technologies in use right now. So it's very possible that they're still working on this program, and meanwhile they're projecting something else, and they could still believe Earth is a globe. Even the Apollo astronauts, right? I mean, we know they didn't go to space and didn't go to the moon. So where were they? I mean, were they vacationing on the island of Guam or something? Taipan, Tinian or something for a couple weeks while everybody thought they were on the moon, and everybody was getting some kind of pre-recording. It's very possible that they're not in a position to know that the Earth is actually flat either, because they're off vacationing and didn't actually go up to anywhere where people claim that they went. So, moon hoax complete. NASA astronauts come back from Guam, pretend to be tired. They might have been all threatened, which is why they look kind of weird and suspicious during that exit briefing in front of the press. But anyway, not even the astronauts may even be in a position to know that the Earth is flat. They could still think it's a globe. And you know what? If I was running this PSYOP and I knew that we were exploiting space for prestige purposes and image, then I might want my astronauts to actually not be in a position to know or to question anything. I might want them to trust me that outer space exists and that Earth is a globe. And I might want to keep them a little bit on the ignorant side. So when it comes to this topic, I mean, NASA may not at all be interested or have anything to do with any active campaign to try and conceal flat Earth from the public. Their job is to tell everybody how awesome the space shuttle program is. Or to get everybody jazzed up about the James Webb Telescope, whatever that is. So, yeah, I mean, for me, and I think many of us on this side of the community, the whole NASA thing has a different character, a different flavor to it than what you might get with other flat Earth communities. Sorry if I've occupied too much time, if anybody else wanted to talk.
Hello there.
a phrase I keep coming across again in my own readings. I really love it. Epistemic failure. In the context of what the globe represents. The globe represents, and all the beliefs surrounding it, what we're encountering is the gigantic epistemic failure. Epistemic failure. Epistemic basically means having to do with the acquisition of knowledge, how you know something to be true. And we're noticing in this time that there's a failure in people to understand how their own knowledge came into existence. People have blurred the lines between what they gather and understand and interpret themselves with their own God-given senses versus and juxtaposed by the signs and symbols and imagery that they get on TV and the internet and through social media to develop their worldviews. People are equating the two, putting them both on equal value. In fact, many people have outsourced their own critical ability to think. They've abdicated their own cognition to the government, to popular society, to tell them and to fill in the gaps for them, and accept wholeheartedly, without reservation, what they're being told. And I'd venture to say that the older generation wasn't so duped. You know, it's kind of a modern thing to go along to get along with this. It's a very progressive thing, a very, I dare say, communist kind of mentality. But this epistemic failure is observed commonly in these debates that we have, and it happens on both sides of the fence, unfortunately. You've got on one hand these institutional defenders of the globe Earth and all these space models, and then we've got the flat earthers on the other hand. And unfortunately, many of the flat earthers are pushing models that have been reified as well.
There's no curve.
In many cases, the reason why I get frustrated when I go into other discords that are advancing this topic is because a lot of times I'm observing like the mechanics of the debate unfold, and it's becoming really evident that these arguments going back and forth between these groups, not 24/7, are disconnected from empiricism, disconnected from the scientific method when it matters, of hypothesis formation, of experimental design, and falsification, just falsification, like shit's not falsifiable. And what we have is like a discourse between sides that shows, in essence, a very symmetrical kind of cognitive pathology between the two. Both sides are reifying themselves. Both factions frequently exhibit this cognitive error where they're reifying representational constructs. So it's frustrating. And I think it's very important for us to maintain a critical eye, not just against our overt detractors, but against people that come into this topic and are not fully equipped to begin representing it. And they go into model reification land. It's a crazy phenomenon.
There's no curve. There's this globe. There's a globe, this curve.
Yeah, you may want to get that vocal nodule checked out.
The earth is flat. There's no curve.
So all that to say, we got map territory problems happening on both sides. Of course, happening more with the globe, but it doesn't help our case, and we've got flat earthers committing the same problem. So it's important to basically walk the dog back on everybody's claims and establish how their abstractions are mistaken for concrete reality. You know, there's like an entropy that takes place when a model's developed, an entropic process. And what I mean is, the people that are closest to the development of a concept or a model or an idea are fully cognizant of its shortcomings because they're the ones that made the conscious effort to select and exclude certain ideas that go into that model. The entropy happens when you have people then that come in the next generation and adopt the model. They start to lose track of how the model came to be. This is where the epistemic failure comes in. And then you got another generation of adoptees and another and another. And if this goes on for a long time, and the globe as an idea has been around a very long time, over 2,000 years, then you have a pipeline of thermodynamic degradation, you could call it that, is taking place over a very long time and has a lot of time to also take root and develop into new ideas. And this process, this entropic degradation, creates an actual distancing that takes place. So you end up having a map and territory reification problem that ends up looking more like the Matrix movies and less like, somebody reading a book and wondering if it's true. That people have developed entire mental maps of meaning of their world based off of fantasies that don't exist, and then go act on them. And now we're living within a simulation that has no bearing to reality whatsoever. So a simulation without anything being actually simulated. That's a scary thought. And a social philosopher named Jean Baudrillard actually created 4 different categories of detachment from what's real, called the 4 orders of simulacra. You have the first order, which is basically, you got people that know that they're creating representations of the real. And by the time you get to the 4th order, you got so many people that are latecomer adopters to an idea that they think this model is freaking real, that we have this technological hubris, right? That's something else I keep calling this. People have this technological hubris thinking we're more advanced than we actually are, that our technology is so good that we got everything just figured out. There's not a stone left unturned. Truman, they've explored the entire world, Truman. There's nowhere left to explore, so you better just go home and take your online degree courses, get your online degree, get your work from home job, and be satisfied with having Amazon delivery for your groceries and your household items every day. You don't have to leave the house. You can believe that the earth is a globe outside.
Am I coming in clear?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Listening to you speak, one of the things that came to me is that it's like society as a whole, like you said, outsourcing the critical thinking. Society as a whole is lacking in intellectual honesty and then also logical consistency.
Correct. And it's why we get them shifting burdens onto others. They're passing the buck. How many times do we get Globers coming in here telling us that we need to look at the link that they posted? They're cocksure that the link they posted in the PDF document proves their case, but they don't want to go on and explain it to anybody. They need somebody else to do it for them. So what good is it giving your enemy your source document and then letting your enemy come up with your argument for you? But that's what these Globers are doing. And it's intellectual laziness. They don't want to go through the work. Listen, sometimes when I come across an interesting PDF and it's way outside of my wheelhouse, but I'm interested in understanding it, guess what? I'm spending the next couple weeks brushing up on all kinds of complicated crap that I've forgotten about 20, 30, 40 years ago in order to make these connections, these cognitive connections in the PDF and to have it click. It may take me a month or more to read one paper because it's discussing stuff that I never really had a chance to interact with before. And it's funny, we get these Globers coming in where I might take such a paper that I'd spent months unpacking and I'll zip it off the other way to a Glober and I'll say, here's my PDF. I did all this legwork. They'll take it and like in 30 seconds try to convince you and the audience that they've completely absorbed it. I'm like, listen, I know there are geniuses out there and I know there are people that may even work in the exact fields for a random paper I took down and maybe I just got lucky and I sent a PDF on like the optical physics of lasers to some guy who's arguing with me and maybe he happens to be a physicist working in that field. I don't know, but likely not. But we seem to get experts within a minute all the time, minute experts. They'll take your paper and try and debunk it. Or worse, they'll try and run it through ChatGPT and say, help me argue against a flat earther with this paper. and then they'll read the output, and it's just frustrating. Yet people have outsourced their cognition, and it's scary. The
Or they'll
burden
just
shift.
the summary.
Yeah.
On Yoda, just ask people that you know, and don't ask the question directly, because people knows they don't have the answer and they will be triggered when you will ask the question. So just ask it indirectly. Ask people what is logic. And I swear the majority of the people that I ask, they don't know what is logic. So how
It
can
made me
you
think
use
of.
something if you don't know what it is?
It made me think that in order to get VC verified or something, people need to pass like a 10-question logic test or something.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, during our interactions in 24/7 with newcomers, we do grant roles instantly, but it gives us a chance to really sit down and take mental notes about this person. Many of us do, and then we'll share it in back chats. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're not getting ranked roles without having some kind of cred. That's for sure. In 24/7, got to pass through the gates of knowledge, man. Gates of knowledge, not belief. So they're really like when it comes to this side of the topic, like the map territory problem, there are 3 authors I think people might want to check out in their works. One is Alfred Whitehead. Alfred Whitehead, I think, was a mathematician, and he's known for a few things in the philosophy of mathematics, like something he called the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. The fallacy of misplaced concreteness he defined as basically mistaking something that's abstract for something that's concrete or real. So it's true that like we have to abstract in order to communicate. That's fine. I got no problem with abstractions. Okay, I mean we use it when we reason, when we select certain things we want to look at, when we ignore other things we don't, when we take a measurement, right? If let's say we talk about measurements all the time, when we take a measurement, we impose a certain metric structure on our measurement. That's a cognitive choice. And that metric structure is an abstraction. We create idealized boundaries around the maps we create. So he basically pointed out that there's a fallacy occurring when we attribute to that abstraction the same degree of reality and independence and causal efficacy that belongs to the concrete processes from which that abstraction was derived. So, for example, like a geodetic ellipsoid, WGS84. WGS84 provides the dimensions for sizing the distances of coordinates between latitude and longitude, among latitude and longitude. Okay? The dimensions of that ellipsoid tell you that there's on average 69 miles per 1 degree of rotation. For every 69 miles you travel over the surface, you will rotate 1 degree on it on average. That's where this comes from. The geodetic ellipsoid is an abstraction that's then fitted to measurements that people take. So that's a real obvious thing that's been going on. We read this all the time in geodetic surveying, where people take perfectly fine measurements, even electronically using lasers, and say that can't be right. We know Earth is a globe, so we're going to alter those perfectly good measurements and shove them onto a geodetic ellipsoid and create arcs out of straight lines. And say, well, you know what? We're operating under such scales, such small scales where the statistical difference is insignificant between flat and globe, but we did it to preserve the model. We converted our flat, straight line Cartesian observations into non-Cartesian geodesic arcs to preserve and save the freaking model. So, oh yeah, I was talking about the 3 guys. So that's the Alfred Whitehead. Another, I think was it Alfred? Yeah, it was Whitehead, and then there's is it Alfred or Albert Whitehead, and then there's Alfred or Albert Korzybski. He's famous. Korzybski's the guy that came up with the idea that that the map is not the territory. That's like his famous quote. If there's one thing you'd learn about this guy in like freshman philosophy class or something, you'd have to take that away. That Korzybski formulated the insight with the slogan, "The map is not the territory." So when you hear that, that's his. Like he coined it. People weren't saying that the same way, like that. I mean, it wasn't being quoted. It wasn't being said as much, if at all. So even an accurate map preserves structure of reality, but only within the limits of the map itself. So this means like the projection that was chosen, the scale that was chosen, the purpose that it was created for. So when people begin to navigate a map and argue as if its properties are identical with the territory that they're traversing, like, I mean, then that's basic model reification,
Earth is flat.
right?
Change
Just
my
like
opinion.
you wouldn't go to a restaurant and eat the freaking menu because the burger on the menu looks so good. But we have Globers doing that today with GPS. All right, what's your question? All right, so it's not to say that like maps are useless either, but their usefulness really depends on maintaining an awareness of how they were created and what they're created for, and what decisions went into making them. This includes what was included in the map and what was excluded. The third guy you should definitely look up is Jean Baudrillard. He kind of became popular around the time of the Matrix movies, because at one point there was like a camera in Neo's apartment that focused on a book he had called Simulacra and Simulation by Jean Baudrillard. By the way, this book is really hard to read because there are only a few English translation of the French, and the French was already borderline incomprehensible, so reading it in English just kind of feels like an acid trip. But there are better translations out there. You almost have to find independently made ones that are good if you're an English speaker. Otherwise, in French, you could probably do it just fine. But Baudrillard came up with the orders of simulacra that I mentioned earlier. And real quick, this framework has 4 orders. The first order is where the image or model reflects a basic reality. And the second is where the image or model starts to mask and denature that reality. And the third order, it masks and denatures the reality. And then it masks perhaps an absence of a basic reality or some aspects of that reality. It's masking an absence of some facts that exist in reality, like curvature. And in the fourth simulacrum, the image or model bears absolutely no relation to reality whatsoever, in which case it becomes what's called a pure simulacrum. But everybody believes that it has some representation of reality, and it doesn't. And Jean Baudrillard said, once you get to this fourth order, it's hyper real, baby, hyper reality. So in globe visualizations or azimuthal projections like the 8E map circulate through the community, internal to flat earthers even. It's some kind of self-evident depiction of what's true, rather than as some constructed output of some prior modeling choices. Then they're approaching that very condition that Jean Baudrillard described as the fourth order simulacrum, which is that signs are referring primarily to other signs while originating in a territory behind a layer of representation that has become used to. So what's happening is people are creating a matrix world for themselves. I mean, we hear this all the time, like, oh, you can create your own reality. You start manifesting crap in your own world. I mean, this is fourth order stuff. This is like beyond post-capitalism, post-free market, post-whatever. This is beyond communism. This is just insanity on a massive scale. And when you take all these 3 authors together, Korzybski, Whitehead, and Baudrillard, you've got a nice framework to form like a conceptual backbone for what's happening presently in the discussion we're involved in. We have reification, right? In the sense used here, we have this epistemic failure. We have degrees of concreteness that Baudrillard defined. And we've got an affliction that is happening that is similarly expressed on both sides of the equation. So, yep, it's a big problem. So it's a problem that you can actually condense into a matrix. So out of all this, like principally taking Whitehead's work, you can create like an epistemic matrix where you have like path A and path B and path C people, or type A, type B, and type C people. Type A people are the ultimate pragmatists. Okay, the pragmatist knows that the map is a tool. They're aspirational. It's very rare to come across pragmatists on challenger sides. But these people know that the ellipsoid and geoid models are purpose-built instruments, and they maintain a very explicit awareness of all its limitations and approximations, the datum choices that go into these globe models, the domain boundaries. And they update parameters when new information comes in, and they're fine with that because they know what it is. They're not claiming some kind of ontological identity between a model and a planet. They know that they're dealing with a model. They may still believe that there could be a planet, but you find that these globers are fully comfortable knowing their own limitations with representing it as such. And so you can say there's like this low identity fusion, right? Because the path A people does not incorporate this into their self, into their identity. You've got then the path B people. They tend to be the zealots. The path B people, I mean, these are people that are full on fourth order simulacrum, reifying the model, and you can't convince them otherwise. And so if you were to propose some kind of alternative challenge to this, like a real world measurement that challenges the model, because they've so infused this with their identity, they're going to recoil, often with emotion. They'll dismiss data. They'll call things conspiracy. They'll call us conspiracy theorists. Or say there's some kind of corruption, even systemic corruption. How can you trust that that person was actually there and they took the picture? And I mean, they'll go to such absurd degrees of denial while accuse us of being reality deniers. And there's a high ongoing cost to maintaining this. It's high energy, right? We talked about that entropy of energy, like degrading. They have to constantly feed themselves calories to keep up what's happening. So this cost is perpetual, and it manifests as perpetual argumentation, as maintaining their community boundaries of in groups and out groups. Tons of emotional labor sustaining this position of theirs. And people who are in this for the long term end up developing all kinds of weird subcultures, which is why we see like anti-flat earthers behaving so weird and unlike neighbors that we talk to about the subject. Yeah, those are path B people. And in this framework, the final is path C, or type C people, actually requires low energy. It might even be the lowest energy of them all. So path A or type A were the pragmatists, people that can build models and know what they are. They don't fuse their identity, and they're comfortable with being wrong. Path B or type B people are total model reifiers. We got bunches of them folks on both sides of this. You submit a challenge to them, they start acting weird. The type C or path C people, unlike the path B, they don't have to keep injecting effort and energy into maintaining themselves. They got the lowest energy. But you know what path C people are? They might accept a model and not look into it any further. I accept the model. It's real, but you know what? I'm not defending it. Fuck that. Too hard to do. NASA proved it already. I don't have to do any more work. Yeah, I trust the generations that came before me and transmitted this knowledge to me. That's fine. Like, I trust the science. These are the ultimate trust the science people. And people in this pathway exist on our side too. You got not only the globe believers, but the flat earth believers. They're like, hey, yeah, look at this. It looks like a conspiracy theory. I'm anti-state, so I'm going to go with these people. These are my people. So, anyway, how do you fight that? How do you fight this battlefield, right? You got this battlefield where you got the super rare pragmatists, which we like to identify and talk to. They tend to be very mature people who are set in their ways and also don't give a shit. You know, probably over 40, over 50 years old. They've been through life. They've been beaten up enough. They don't have the ego And because they're the model builders, they're aware of the limitations. So how do you combat the amnesia, the degradation that happens from Path A or first order people all the way down to the fourth? That's kind of what we're doing in here. So it's important to point out inconsistencies in the models to everybody. It's important to quantify that inconsistency as much as possible so people get the so what. But it's important to also reinforce humility when you actually don't know the answer to something, or when you know that an answer cannot even be obtained on that thing, and being honest about it, like the true distance to the sun. So, you could say in a sense that these models that are being created, like a globe, they're subject to entropy and they require more energy and effort to maintain them. So the most ardent supporters are putting the most energy into it. Just naturally, they're going to be Path B people or Path A. Path A people could put more energy and effort into their models, but the Path B people are going to do that and then defend them to the teeth. Right? They're gonna die on that hill. They're not going to be so quick to abandon bad ideas or flawed ideas. They're going to make it work at all costs. In fact, these people are the type of people we talked about earlier. When they come in and when they're losing an argument, they just want to make their side as unfalsifiable as possible. If that means flat Earth side can be as unfalsifiable as possible too. And that way nobody can actually prove anything to be true in reality. And we're stuck with our subjective thumbs up our asses, wondering what to do next. That's their hope for outcome. Throwing themselves on the gears, as Indio used to say. Got to stop the discussion, stop the conversation at all costs. Got to try and muddy everything up as much as possible. So, right. I'm not sure where I'm going with this right now. But the big problem I see in this community, maybe to put a pin on it and walk away, is the map reification, man. Globers doing it and flat earthers do. Globers do it with a globe and flat earthers do it with an AE map, which is also a globe. And it's just terrible. And the globers, many of them are too dumb to realize the AE map is also a globe. They could totally wreck the flat earthers proposing the AE map, but they miss the point because they don't understand maps and reality, and they're fourth order simulacra people who devolved into path C or path B. And that's just the way it is, man. That's the battle space. Yep. Anyway. So, like, you got reification. Is de-reification possible, right? Can we talk about that? Can you restore the map territory distinction in people that lost it? That's an interesting question, I think. But people's energy and inclination differ. So, I mean, the answer is yes, you can, but there's not likely going to be like one single protocol you can use with people. You're not going to find flowcharts and maps and dialogue trees to help out with this shit. So you got to take people as they are and assess their situation and respond appropriately. So, like, if you look at the past C people, these are the listless people, the least effort. I'm going to trust the science, and you can't convince me otherwise. People, you got to directly encounter them with this to make their outsourcing, their abdication of critical thinking to be costly to them in calories. So, this could mean, like, for questions about the Earth, encourage them to go out and make their own observations or measurements. I mean, that's caloric, it's costly, right? Because, and point out to them that if their standard for truth and evidence is the function of going out and making real world observations, whether you are a scientist or not, and if they haven't done that for themselves and they haven't risen to their own challenge to affirm truthfully whether or not their worldview is accurate. So you can point that out, right? That's how you handle the lazy people. Now the anti-flat earthers and the rabid AE mappers, like the people who think that Sigma Octantis rotates around Polaris people. I mean, holy shit. How do you deal with that? How do you de-reify their version of flat Earth pizza world? Well, I mean, because we love everybody, especially we love people on our team, we kind of want to come up with a way for them to preserve face. So maybe you can reframe the AE map as a tool and say, yeah, I mean, we can use this as a conceptual tool where we can show like the circuit of the sun and the moon over it and things like this, but it's not an accurate map of the world whatsoever. And we know this to be true by nature of our flat Earth measurements. So, the way you can deal with them is to consistently enforce like the map is just a tool kind of language, The ellipsoid is a model, so is the AE map. Look, these are models, it's okay. You don't have to freak out. You can act, hey, flat earther, you're the kind of flat earther that probably threw away your Garmin or TomTom GPS devices. Yeah, you didn't have to do that. We can actually have a constructive conversation about how these work. And you could be completely fine with using GPS, even though you don't believe it to exist in reality. Because guess what? Even the GPS developers know it's not real. So, you got. Yeah, and then yeah, there are going to be edge cases, I'm sure too. There are going to be people that you can't remediate. Tends to be the case. So you're in triage mode. Help those you can. Ignore those you can't. That's it. No, that's my take. That's kind of how I read the landscape of this in a meta way. And note, I'm not talking about specific individuals. I'm not bringing up drama or anything like that. We're kind of talking about this constructively. So, the saying that dumb people don't talk about the issues, but the people about the issues, and smart people talk about the issues. We're actually talking about issues here. So, okay, monologue over. Carry on.
Well said, Yoder. I listened to every minute. Well said.
Thanks. I'm going to plug myself and say that I'm actually working out now. Some of us aren't 24/7 are working out to have interview spots on Mark Sargent's show, Strange World. They might be interested in doing some spotlights on members of 24/7. Should be a great way to heal our communities, to bring us together, and for us to get out there to the greater FE community, who we are, what we do, and why we're the best.
Jesus is good. I mean, hello, beloveds.
Baby, I see you shine.
Stigma. I'm Stigma.
Oh, baby.
I love Pakistan, bro.
I love
Pakistan, bro. We love Pakistan.
Yeah, this is great. I knew it.
And the Jews knew it too.
I love the Jews, baby.
Dude, what are you talking about?
Jews.
Why do you care?
Why do I care about what? About myself?
Oh gosh. Why do you care about that topic when we're discussing this topic in here?
But no one is talking.
Well,
Habibi.
we actually were right before you came in
No, no,
and
no,
started
no.
beeping like a
No,
little
no, no.
squeaker.
No, no. If you talk, I stop talking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize.
All right, well now all the air is sucked out of the room. All right, if anybody else want to give us a lecture, presentation, interact with anyone, monologue? If not, I'm going to throw on some music. If you hate my music, you better speak up. If you really hate my music, you better take the mic right now. And by taking the mic, I'm going to know that you hate my music. See the trap? Just kidding.
So that's a threat? Is it a threat?
No, it's a condition.
Yeah, but is it a hard condition or an easy one?
Well, that depends on the level of ego that you hold about yourself.
Oh, so it depends on the people. And if what is there no ego?
Sorry, what is the what?
What if there is no ego?
I did not understand, my friend. Sorry. What is the nautical?
No, no. What if there is no ego?
Oh,
Only
there is
sperm, right?
no ego. What if
Yeah.
there is no ego? That's a scary thought.
What?
Quack.
Why? What if there is love? Love, baby, baby. Ah, no. Uno batterino, uno batterini. Oh!
I built a kingdom made of ink to quiet down the noise so I didn't have to think. tide breathes low where the edges blur. A voice of mist begins to stir. In the cradle of waves where the light bends thin, the currents carve paths where the stars begin. Each ripple a story, each crest a vow. We drift through the folds of the endless now. Rise, rise through the veil of tides, where the heart of the deep and the heavens collide. We share our anchors, we break the seam, awaken the pulse of a boundless dream. The shores we've known crumble under the swell, their truths dissolve where the silences dwell. A spiral of light threads the dark's embrace. We chase its arc through uncharted space. Rise, rise through the veil of tides, where the heart of the deep and the heavens collide. We share our anchors, we break the seam, awaken the pulse of a boundless dream. The water remembers what the stone forgets. Each drop a debt to the infinite's bets. Do we swim or sink or become the sea? The question burns where the soul runs free. In the churn of the deep we are forged anew. Our shadows dissolve and the dawns break through. No map, no chain, no fear to bind. We are the tide, the spark, the mind. The surge ignites, the heavens roar. We carve the path where none soared before. The tide recedes, yet its song remains. A whisper of light through the heart's soft veins. We stand transformed where the currents meet. The stars our roots, the sky our feet. Through the veil we glide, no end in sight. Born of the tide we become the light.
We stand on the edge of a story untold, where shadows of towers stretch ancient and cold. The ground whispers secrets we've buried in stone, a canvas of signs we've claimed as our own. Through the haze a question grows, a fragile spark where wisdom flows. We soar through a fractured sky where the heavens twist and the old truths die. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. The maps we've drawn dissolve in the tide. The compass falters where starlight collide. A plane unfolds beneath our feet while the sky above hums wild and sweet. Through the silence, echoes sing, a thread of doubt on fragile wings. We soar through a fractured sky where the heavens twist and the old truths die. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. In the crucible of signs, we cast our chains aside. In the celestial void where questions collide. The tools we wield, the tales we weave, are shadows of a truth we grieve. A spark ascends, the veil ignites. We chase the dawn through endless nights. We break through the barriers blind. In the eye of the storm, our fates redefined. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. Through the chaos, we stake our claim, seekers of wonder, forever aflame. As the sky unfurls in a dance of light, we tread the plane through the endless night. With eyes unclouded, we breathe the unknown. A world we made, our seeds are sown. and steady hands. Time slips through like hourglass sands. I watch the sky's eternal show. Questions rise, answers flow, you know. A constant friend as theories twist, start to bend. What eyes can see, what hands can hold, worth more than all that we've been told. In silence now I recalibrate the truths I can't communicate. The weight of all I see tonight shakes everything I thought was right. I'm drifting on a sea of stars. Their light reveals where we are. No waking dreams can verify what midnight skies testify. The night unfolds its grand design as certainty falls out of line. Each instrument confirms my doubt as textbook wisdom fade fill out. The readings stay consistent here while old beliefs just disappear. I trace the paths across dark skies, watch every theory slow demise. In solitude I contemplate the patterns time can't recreate. Lost in waves of cosmic dreams, nothing's quite the way it seems. Every measure strips away the foundations of yesterday. We're drifting on a sea of stars that light reveals where we are. Each observation stands alone against the myths we've always known. The night unfolds its grand design as certainty falls out. Through endless nights of measurements, each truth becomes more evident. The answers lie in what we Each measurement shifts like desert sands. I watch the stars' eternal play, while questions deepen day by day. The ground beneath stays ever still, as theories crack and bend at will. What eyes perceive, what hands can hold, more precious than what we've been told. In silence now I calibrate the truth I cannot navigate. The weight of observation pulls against the stories taught in schools. I'm drowning in empirical seas, while stellar paths paint mysteries no spinning dreams can verify. What level waters testify? The night reveals its patient signs, a certainty slowly each instrument confirms my doubt, as calculations fade and flout. The readings stay consistent here, while textbook wisdom disappears. I trace the paths across dark skies, watch every model slow demise. In solitude I contemplate the patterns I cannot negate, lost in waves of parallax dreams. Nothing moves quite like it seems. Every measure strips away the foundations of yesterday. I'm drowning in empirical seas, while stellar paths paint mysteries. Each observation stands alone against the myths we've always known. The night reveals its patient signs, a certainty slowly declines. Through endless nights of measurement, each truth becomes more evident. The answers lie in what we see, not what we're told reality should be. Should be.
our sailors feel. Rum in hand, the Jack's true pride. We'll sail this world from side to tide. No globe can trick us, no rounders lie. Our section sharp beneath the sky. Yo-ho, drink deep and chart the way, where oceans stretch and waters sway. Each league we mark with sailor's might. It's flat and steady as the night. The compass points, the tankard swings. No rounder tricks will cloud our view. We navigate like Jack so bold, where charts reveal what sailors know. No spinning ball can shake our core. We know the truth down to the floor. Yo-ho, drink deep and chart the way, where oceans stretch and waters sway. Each league we mark with sailor's might. It's flat and steady as the night. To starboard round the lee we'll go. We flatter sailors surely know. No curve can break our weathered will. We'll douse our doubts and drink our fill. Yo-ho, drink deep and chart the way, where oceans stretch and waters sway. Each league we mark with sailor's might. It's flat and steady as the night. Yo-ho, drink deep and chart the way, where oceans stretch and waters sway. Each league we mark with sailor's might. It's flat and steady as the night. So raise your glass to sailors bold, who chart the world both new and old. Our map is flat, our spirit free, masters of our own flat sea. Our map is flat, our spirit free, masters of our own flat sea.
shifts like desert sand. I watch the stars eternal play, while questions deepen day by day. The ground beneath stays ever still, as theories crack and bend at will. What eyes perceive, what hands can hold, more precious than what we've been told. In silence now I calibrate the truth I cannot navigate. The weight of observation pulls against the stories taught in schools. I'm drowning in empirical seas, while stellar paths paint mysteries. No spinning dreams can verify what level waters testify. The night reveals its patient signs, a certainty slowly declines. Each instrument confirms my doubt, as calculations fade and flout. The readings stay consistent here, while textbook wisdom disappears. I trace the paths across dark skies, watch every model slow demise. In solitude I contemplate the patterns I cannot negate. Lost in waves of parallax dreams, nothing moves quite like it seems. Every measure strips away the foundations of yesterday. I'm drowning in empirical seas, while stellar paths paint mysteries. Each observation stands alone against the myths we've always known. The night reveals its patient signs, a certainty slowly declines. Through endless nights of measurement, each truth becomes more evident. The answers lie in what we see, not what we're told reality should stretch, unbroken lines, no bending arcs, no curving signs. The water rests unmoved, untamed, a level truth they've left unnamed. The stars don't shift as they proclaim a fixed domain, not spinning frames. Their mouth deceives, their logic flawed. We test the world, we question gods. Through the synthetic lens we see it clear. No faith in models that disappear. Observe, deduce, let reason steer. The plane beneath us draws us near. Pressure stands without a seal. Geodetic lines reveal. Their claims collapse when tested twice. Refraction breaks their paradise. The gyroscope resists their spin. No Coriolis to begin. Their math deceives, their logic flawed. We test the world, we question God. Through the synthetic lens we see it clear. No faith in models that disappear. Observe, deduce, let reason steer. The plane beneath us draws us near. Pressure stands without a seal. Geodetic lines reveal. Their claims collapse when tested twice. Refraction breaks their paradise. The gyroscope resists their spin. No Coriolis to begin. Their math deceives, their logic flawed. We test the world, we question God. Through the synthetic lens we see it clear. No faith in models that disappear. Observe, deduce, let reason steer. The plane beneath us draws us near. Horizon straight, the truth prevails. No spinning ball, no fairy tales. Through observation we break their chains. A grounded truth on endless plains.
it actually is referencing the surface of Earth, and it is referencing that there is no parts higher. It's trying to establish that no parts higher, like no globularity, no like bubbles, no like no bubbles in the vinyl. Like I laid this vinyl down flat, there wasn't a bubble.
Hey, dude, you gotta turn your camera off.
Why?
Because we're live
Because
streaming and
you're
it limits the
talking.
room to 25.
You won't get to speak unless you do.
25. That's why I can live
Yeah,
stream.
Private, do you have like some kind of argument or something? Like turn your camera
Yeah.
off. You're not a hero. Private, damn, dude. Why do you even have to make us fucking question you, dude? You could have came in. Now it's like, holy shit, this guy's just fully redundant in thought. You could have done better, bro.
But I didn't knew that when someone is streaming, the channel is restricted then, or what?
Yeah, dude.
Cameras
Yeah, I didn't know.
restrict guest rooms to 25 people.
And it's just desperate. Like it's like get out of here with that bullshit. It's just desperate. Even if there wasn't a rule for it, it's like there's an
We don't need to
unspoken
give
rule
minimum
for it.
time, do we? So what were we talking about, or should we talk about something new?
Yeah, 1.22 was a good one. I think that begets it all.
Yo, hello.
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 Hola.
Orle.
Incoming freak out.
Are you like super globe-tarded? Is that why you said the incoming freak out? Because I'm not freaking out.
No, not everything.
Not you, Cletus.
By the way, you know.
The freak out usually happens because your ego is too big and too challenged.
Oof. That sounds like a good trip to me.
I've got a question about the flat Earth. About the size of it.
Well, we don't know the size of the Earth, dude.
Ooh,
We
it's
don't.
probably big. It's probably pretty big.
Okay, that's kind of arbitrary. Huge, massive. We don't know the size of the Earth, my friend. We also don't know its shape as well. Would go hand in hand, right? If we were to know its area or volume, however you want, then we would probably know its overall dimensions and size. Again, we don't know that. We just measure and describe the measurements upon the surface, those being horizontal or flat, whichever way you want to term it. Did you have a follow-up question?
I mean, just for your words, when you say you don't know the size, can you also then know the form of it?
No, we
Yeah.
don't know the form. We don't
Well-
know the form of the Earth.
If he means the form of the topology, like if it's got mountains and valleys, water, rivers, yeah. So, when we measure the Earth and we can't find the globe curvature when it's supposed to be there, then we know it's not the globe that they told us. We also don't know how big it is.
Yeah. Okay, but when the for example, if it's so big, yeah, that the declining rate would be so tiny that you can't like realize it or observe it,
No.
or it turn into a globe.
Sorry. You understand that the Earth is given a defined radius. We know how big the Earth is from a globe Earth. It's got a radius, diameter, and circumference. Based on that, very simple geometry will be able to give you a rate of change of slope upon the surface curvature. Say if you put your finger on the top of a ball and placed a horizontal ruler, you could measure the separation between the ruler at distance with the curved surface below, a rate of change of slope. The rate of change of slope on the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared. That means after 1 mile, it's 8 inches. After 10 miles, it's 6 foot.
And then we're given the dimensions of the globe as being asymmetrical because there's a difference between a semi-major axis and semi-minor axis of 14 miles. And so they make a big deal out of saying, well, it's not a perfect ball. It's an oblate spheroid, which means they're going to have a variable rate of drop over distance. Like, okay, so it's going to be 14 miles of variance with respect to a 4,000 mile radius. So you're telling me that the 0.3% difference is going to make a big deal with regards to its oblateness? No, that's ridiculous. No, 8 inches per mile squared is a very satisfactory approximation.
Yeah, but most people they're just because they realize that they don't know enough to like talk about it, so they think about that and they go, "Oh, there it is. There's my gotcha." It's like they haven't read the literature. They don't know.
And if the Earth would be like whatever we imagine, multiplied by like 10 millions, then it could be round, but we couldn't figure it. Correct?
Yeah.
It could be flat,
From a
or it
certain
could be
point of view, if you had a large enough radius, then measurements over, say, 20, 30, 40 miles would show any or much at all curvature that we would be able to detect. But we're talking about a very, very large radius here. Much, much
Yeah,
bigger than,
but
say,
we
the
don't know.
radius of the sun, right?
Yeah. So that means NASA was wrong about the Apollo mission, right? In terms of the distance that they needed, the orbital trajectories they required to do slingshot maneuvers. Like all of that is bound up within a very specific claim for how big the Earth is and how far away the moon is and how big the moon is from Earth. And we tested the dimensions of the Earth and found it to be false. So it's not a globe. The globe Earth is false.
What globe Earth?
The globe Earth that NASA provides the dimensions for.
Also, think about this as well, right? When you or other people turn around and say the Earth is so big, so really we wouldn't notice the curvature of the Earth. Well, think, for example, the excuse or reason within the globe Earth paradigm as to why we observe sunsets. There's the curve of the Earth interrupting my view of the sun, right? Now, that also is given a distance away based upon the radius. The distance to the horizon is going to be based upon the radius and the height of eye of the observer. So, for example, if you're 6 foot tall, using the calculation 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet, which you can get from the geometry of the globe, then the horizon is going to be approximately 3 miles away from you. For an observer standing at the beach, if you're 6 foot, that's 3 miles away. Now, one of the reasons why we're here is we understand that horizon isn't at 3 miles away. Depending on the optic that you use and the atmospheric conditions, clear day, for example, you can see miles and miles and miles, a horizon of 10 miles, 20 miles, for example, and things in the foreground that you shouldn't even be able to see because they should be underneath the curvature of the Earth, which, like I said, should be at 3 miles away for the 6 foot observer. That's one of the reasons, like I said, that we're here. Those long distance observations prove that the surface of the Earth is not curved in the way that we're told.
I don't know. It just doesn't. It doesn't sound very good.
What do you mean
What
very good?
doesn't
What we
sound
were
very
told.
good?
It's how we were told to
Exactly.
test it.
Yeah.
What doesn't sound good to you?
Thank you. Well, I'm just saying, like, when you guys talk about it, it doesn't sound really.
You understand that
I don't know.
you understand that the Earth is a shape, right? A sphere with a radius, diameter, and circumference, which consequently there's going to be a rate of change of slope on the surface, curvature, and a geometric horizon for an observer standing on that curved surface, where they're looking out across that curved surface and it curves down in the way at the horizon where they can't see it anymore. This is just maths and geometry, dude.
Yeah.
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 So we
So
test that
sounds
maths and
good.
we test that maths and geometry by observing the shape and measuring the shape, right? If we don't measure the curvature, it can't be a sphere.
Okay. I'm just saying it. Like when you guys talk about it, it just sounds a little. I don't know how to say it.
Confusing.
Abstract.
Baffling.
It sounds out of this world. He just described to you how your entire belief system is derived. So yeah, it sounds confusing. But yes, how
It's simple.
is everything that I believe in measured flat? And it's rise over run. Very simple geometries expose
this,
your
then that.
ignorance to your belief in the
Like
world.
just now
It
when you're
takes on a
talking
very
about
simple
it,
form
it's
of
like
logic.
it sounds kind of stupid.
It takes on a
Well,
very
yeah,
simple
you
form of
just-
logic called modus ponens,
I'm not
right?
trying
So
to. I'm not trying to insult you. It's
sorry,
just
modus
the way it
tollens.
sounds.
If this, then that, not that, therefore not this.
Yeah, like see when you do that, it's just like I kind of like lose interest.
Yeah,
but-
it seems stupid that you
But
believe
that's
that you
how
live on a
simple
globe
it is.
when
It's a matter of conditionals, right? It's a matter of conditionals. If the thing in question has specific property, like it is claimed to be a certain thing, it must have specific properties. If it doesn't have those properties, which we can determine through measurement and observation, right, then it's not the thing in question it's being claimed to be. It's just that simple. It's so
Okay.
easy and simple.
Well, if it's so easy, then why doesn't everyone?
Hold on, let him finish. What's up, Mark?
I guess I'm just as a practical question. If it's so easy, then why doesn't everyone do it?
Because
everyone does do it.
Not everybody's got the unction to go and prove what they already think is a foregone conclusion, the Earth being a sphere, because that's what we're educated at school. And when we turn on the TV or live stream it now, it's everywhere. Fiction, right? Everybody thinks that the Earth is really big, like the stories we've heard this evening, and like I said, it's a foregone conclusion. It's only actually when you go and measure the surface that you don't find the curvature.
Well, you don't think the Earth is really big? Like,
yeah, we've
even
gone
if
through.
It is really big.
We've gone through the Earth having a definite radius, diameter, and circumference because we're told how big the Earth is. Again, going back to the geometric claim that's got numbers in it. It's a sphere. That means there would be a rate of change of slope on the surface based upon the radius and a geometric horizon based upon the radius and the height of eye of the observer.
Okay, it's you're
based on
you're telling me they give you all these numbers, but then it's
Mhm.
like you guys don't really have any numbers. You're just kind of saying
Yes, we
stuff.
do.
So
we
Yes,
just
we
gave
do.
you all the numbers. What are you talking
Well,
about? We don't have numbers.
Okay, they claim
I'll give you the number,
the
dude.
Earth's
I'll give you
radius
the number.
is such and such.
0
What do you
degrees.
claim it is?
0 degrees is the number.
Hold on.
Okay. Well, what are
The
your
rate of change of
measurements?
slope, dude, the rate of change of slope on the surface of water is 0. Now, we're told it's 7.98 inches per mile squared, but it's 0 per mile squared. That's the numbers, dude. It's geometry.
The measured value is 0. The claim value is 7.8. You get that? You get that yet?
Yeah, right.
Now you get that.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I get it, but I'm just
It's
saying.
boring. I know. It's measurements
Let
are
him
boring.
speak, dude. Please let him speak.
So I'm just saying from an outside perspective, I'm not trying to be like a dick, but it just sounds low key like y'all are conspiracy theory types. And that's
get
okay.
it.
Like that's okay. But
How is that
I get
conspiracy
it.
theory type?
Hold tight. I
'cause
get it. It's
I'll let
kind
you
of
guys
obvious, right?
hash it out.
No, I'm not trying to be like negative to you, but you sound like a conspiracy theory type, and like you were looking for a conspiracy theory, and then there wasn't one. It was just like, yeah, it's measured like horizontal is 0 degrees, and
Look, I'll just say that I don't
there's
know.
no conspiracy theory there for you, so it's like boring for you. Like you seem that like that type, boring for you.
I'm not saying it's boring. I'm just
I'm
saying
not
that I
trying to
don't know.
diss you. I'm just saying that like that's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Mark,
I'm okay with it.
forgive
Are
me.
you okay with it?
Sorry, 3 seconds. Mark, how old are you? Forgive me, you sound quite young, like 20s.
I'm 24.
Yeah, sounds about right.
He's old enough.
Dude, what do you mean by he's old enough?
I mean,
Sometimes it
he's
takes
old
years
enough
for
to
people to
comprehend.
experience the world and then turn around and
Yeah,
make
he's old enough
conclusions.
to comprehend the world is not his oyster.
It just seems to me that people that are born in this century compared to just find it even more ridiculous, right? That people say that the Earth is flat. Like you said, you find it hard to comprehend and so on. I get it. Right? It's a conspiracy theory from your point of view. You see it all over the internet, and there's people saying the Earth is flat, where we all know that the Earth is a sphere. I get it. I thought it was ridiculous when I first looked at it, but to be honest with you, what I saw got me hooked. You know, things that you shouldn't be able to see if the Earth was a sphere because the curved surface would interrupt your view, for example. Long distance observations. From that point onwards, it was, it's just a matter of investigation. Curiosity killed the cat, for example. So these things hit different people at different times in different ways.
I would hedge my bets a little bit here. I'll admit that I don't know all the science behind it, but like I'm from Houston, so you go to NASA and you can actually look at like the rockets and you can look at the history of the space race and stuff like that, and it's like they have all these machines and you guys don't really have that.
That's
So it's like,
engineering.
well, why would I believe you?
Well, that's engineering, and it's not science, right? So you're referencing this engineering to try to prove geometry, and it's not science. So automatically, you're just to correct you, not to say you're wrong for thinking, oh wow, I'm amazed by this sort of engineering, computational devices, or whatever, because engineering is spectacular in a way. But when we're given the geometry, that doesn't presuppose or surmount the geometry that's given, right? So we're given a certain geometry. That's why we went through. Like, if you see certain distances, those surpass whatever your implications of this geometry is. It's really simple. There's no conspiracy theory here. I'm actually anti-conspiracy theory. I despise it. I'm a realist.
Well, I mean,
So
there could be
most
conspiracies.
people here are realist. But I'm not speaking for everybody. Go on.
So I wasn't alive during the space race, but like, do you deny that the space race happened?
It happened on TV and for the public to see, but I don't think they went to the moon.
No, I get you don't think they went to the moon, but do you deny that there was a space race between the Soviet Union and the United States, and that they launched satellites and all of
Advancements
that?
in aeronautics probably happened.
There's definitely a race to see who can get the highest up in the sky, right? And the Russians did that. I think
Right,
it was
I don't have any
America went the
firsthand
extra step.
experience. Yeah.
No, neither do I. I'm old, but I'm not that old.
Yeah, there's a lot of things I think, like, oh, there's a lot of things that did happen.
Well, let me
Are
ask
you
you
going
like
to be
a more broad question.
conspiracy theory minded about it and think that we went to the moon? See, that's a conspiracy theory. Like
would
we're in
just
a
admit that
war with people, and then like that. That to me, it sounds like now we're reaching for straws. Like it's like a tall claims,
Well, I actually think it's more
abstract
interesting to consider
thinking.
that maybe they. I think it's more interesting to consider that maybe they didn't.
I don't
It
think
is
they.
more It is absolutely.
But I don't. I would just admit that I don't know. Like, how would I know that?
Well,
I
there you
think
go.
that's a good, honest answer. Right? You don't know, and this kind of goes hand in hand with this point as well. Your daily experience, your lived experience throughout your whole life on the surface of the Earth will be that it's flat and stationary. Any evidence to the contrary will be given to you. It's not your first-hand experience, like the stories about NASA going to the moon and stuff. That's not you. It's not your experience. Right. You spoke about like the moon missions. Again, something that I haven't experienced as some background feedback. Something that I haven't experienced or you. But what we're told about these moon missions, it was probably one of the first times, if ever, that we actually got far enough away from the Earth to see the Earth for what it was, a giant, great big sphere in space with the moon that we're going to orbiting around it. From that very claim, the surface of the Earth being curved in the picture, we know that they didn't do that because the surface isn't curved when we measured it. So from that aspect, yeah, no, that didn't happen in the way that we're told, because we're told the Earth is a sphere, and when we measure the surface, it isn't.
Yeah, maybe 99% of the people around you believe something like that, but you are the 1% that doesn't. And so that empowers you as a person to not fall in line when people are telling you to do absurd things. So this is why it's beneficial to you. Every step of the way is a benefit to you. And it's and I have to encourage you just being here because you have a question, and I applaud you because you're not just in the politics thing talking about whatever nonsense. You came in here thinking you were going to talk about nonsense, and you're still here, and you want to discern some kind of fragment of truth about the reality that you're presented with. And that's a good thing. That's a noble thing. No, so nobody's trying to say that you're in a bad place for doing it. Good for you, is what we say. It's not easy to break your programming.
Yeah, I just tend to think that people are probably wrong about most things, and
People are
like generally.
genuinely good, but a lot of the time they're
No,
wrong.
I'm not. It's not about
Yeah.
about if they're good. It's just that they're probably wrong. Like
Bias is a good
within the
word.
larger scheme of
Yeah.
things.
Precisely.
People generally have some type of bias, right? Whether they really know it or not, and that might be kind of national bias or traditional bias or religious bias or just some kind of cultural bias, right? It makes them see the world from a certain point of view. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I guess my issue is
It's not.
if you think you have it figured out, that's probably. I would be skeptical. So.
When you say it, well, it depends on what the question is, right?
I mean,
some
if
questions
you
you
think
can
you've
answer,
got,
some questions you can't.
Yeah, reality. Just
figuring it out is a perpetual endeavor, it seems. But like finding out what the shape of the world is defined and pretty simple. It's pretty simple to understand where it's defined and then say that, oh yeah, that's absurd. Not that. Then defining your geometries after that becomes complicated. You get it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how it is.
It's for this reason, right, that NASA's not necessarily lying, or the people working there aren't necessarily lying, because they believe in the globe as a mathematical construct so much that they're going to take their observations, their data, their interpretations, and conform it to that. So it's not like that they're doing anything evil knowingly, right? I mean, they're just kind of stuck in this paradigm.
Precisely.
And the middle of the Earth is then the North Pole, correct?
What?
Huh?
The middle. Then I would like to know the middle of the Earth. That's a question that I have for the flat
The
earther.
middle Earth? The azimuthal
Yeah.
plane, you mean? The azimuthal plane.
What?
That's where we take our elevation angles.
Would
to
you not want
celestial.
to? What?
I mean,
You want to know about the middle of the
center.
Earth?
Yeah.
Like, dude, hold on 2 seconds. We don't even know the shape of the Earth to find out its geographic center. How would we know that?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Yeah, sorry to. Yeah, no. We don't know the shape of the Earth, its overall dimension, so we wouldn't know where the geographic center would be. You understand? That makes sense to you, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah, we just take elevation angles from horizontal. So if you want to put yourself at the middle of the Earth when you take them, that's up to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
But when we don't know the shape, then it could be.
What do you mean we don't know the shape? We
Hold on,
very
let him
much
finish
do know
his,
the shape.
dude, please. Let him finish his question.
Like
What
when
shape?
the scale is infinite, or we can't like figure out the shape, then
Yeah,
at some
we
point
don't.
it could like curve or like invert, and we don't
Yeah.
know. Correct?
No, exactly.
Yeah. So it could be like after all, it could be a square.
It could be any geometric shape. It might be easier to term it as like Earth shape. It might not be like a regular shape, like a square or a circle. It might like take the form of like a leaf, a regular shape. Don't know, dude. Really, we don't know.
Yeah.
It probably is Earth shaped. I would bet on Earth shaped.
I'll tell you this much: if it's not curving, I can tell you there's one shape it cannot be.
Boom.
Thank you. Got any other questions? Any other questions at all?
Yeah, I got a question. How can the Earth be a ball if there's no curvature over the water? Or I got another question. What evidence did anybody ever give you that the Earth was a ball?
I mean, if you ask me, that would be like Newton or some gravity. That's something that I got told. And the other thing would be like when I'm going frequently to the North Sea, like the sea, and I'm seeing like ships going behind like the horizon and disappearing there. That would be also something. And the third part would be like a tide. So when the water is going up and going down. I got some more, but those are the three major things that I know.
The first one and the third one, Newton speaking about gravity, and like you said, tides, like this gravitational idea.
Yeah.
All of these ideas work on the idea, or don't prove that the Earth is a sphere. Their idea is attached to it, if that makes sense. Like the gravitational idea, everything is pulled to the center of mass, forming the Earth into a sphere, for example, and then the Moon and Earth's mass relationship causing tides upon the Earth and so on, and now the Sun as well. But those two, the first and the third one, are all like presuppositions and ideas secondary and not proof that the Earth is a sphere. The second one, though, that's a good one. When we go to the beach, for example, or go out to sea, and we watch boats go away, and we see the boat disappear over the horizon, and it appears sometimes that the hull of the boat disappears before the top of the boat. That's a good point. It's probably one of the first places that most of us started with, really. It's one of those ancient arguments as well. The Greeks knew the Earth was a sphere because of the example that you gave. That claim, though, is also based upon geometry and some mathematics. The size of the Earth, for example, and the height of eye of the observer is going to give you a distance to the horizon. So then the globe Earth would be then making predictions as to how far away you can see things. It's probably one of the main reasons why here we call these things long distance observations, right? With high powered optics and with good clement atmospheric meteorological conditions, we can see, for example, that boat well beyond the limitation of our eyes, for example. So we're at the beach, I can't see that boat anymore. It's gone over the horizon, and then I get my optics out, and then I can see the boat again. From this, we understand that the limit to how far we can see is determined by the optic that we use and the meteorological conditions of the day. We will get a visibility on a weather show or a weather app, for example. You can see 5 miles today or 15 kilometers today. That's going to be based upon the atmosphere. It isn't, however, the curvature of the Earth that you're seeing, even though you might believe that it is.
Yeah, but the place where I go, to the northeast, there's even a telescope where you can like enter €1 or $1, whatever, and then you can actually you're going to see the boat, and you're only seeing the top of the boat. So even with the telescope.
Okay. Well, let's deal with that phenomenon, why the object is disappearing from the bottom first and then the top. Now, obviously, I grant you, if I was walking over a hill from your point of view, then my legs are going to disappear and then my head as I walk down the other side. But what we also have to understand that we can also make these things happen depending on how we can deviate the path of the light through the atmosphere. We understand like things like refraction exists. We have things like mirages on the horizon, inferior and superior, different type of atmospheric effects. This is probably one of the primary reasons why a boat, let's say 10 miles away from an observer using a good optic, can start to disappear from the bottom up because of the density gradient within the atmosphere and the moisture that's evaporating upwards. The light tends to bend upwards, so from the observer's point of view, that light's going over my head, I can't see the bottom of that boat. But on a short scale, you can also make things disappear from the bottom up on a known flat surface. Again, if you've got a very low angle or relationship to the object that you're looking at, as it moves away, if your eye height is occupying less of the object below it and more of the object above it, then obviously you're going to lose the angular resolution of the less occupied space below your eye level. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I guess, yes.
Yeah.
So if you're 6 foot and the boat is, let's say, 100 foot tall, your eye line to the boat is only 6 foot on the whole. As the boat sails away, the angle of the bottom of the boat is smaller than the angle of the top of the boat. So that smaller angle will start to disappear first. But that's going to depend on your eye height.
Yeah. But that, like this telescope that I'm talking about. So get me. First of all, get me. I'm a global, and I come here to discuss, just like in friendly terms. And last time I went to the North Sea, I also was like, okay, maybe I can like prove myself wrong. But so it's like it's on a very big hill on the North Sea, and there's this telescope, and I still watched the same thing happen. So like this hill is like, let's say, 60 feet up, and I'm on the telescope, and the ship is still doing the same thing that I'm
Did you compare the
observing.
geometry? Did you compare the geometry of your observation to the claimed geometry of the Earth? Did you?
I mean, I've
the
been
values.
down to the beach.
So you just said your height, right? Your observer height. Okay, good. And what was the distance to the ship?
I don't know. It's very far. Very far.
You need to do that. You need to do that, sir.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. And it's also something that is like nagging on my mental. But I was down there. I'm 6.
That's all you need to know.
And
those details is all you need to know.
Yeah, and then I went up like 60 feet and used a telescope, and I had the same effect. I'm still believing in globe. I saw what I saw, but it's also like it was like really somehow I thought maybe it's interesting, you know. It's interesting to think that it could be flat. Not gonna lie, that's cool.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that you can't make a decision on that observation until you know those details, right?
Yeah.
To compare, right? You can't say, well, I'm still just going to lean with it's going over a curve. I mean, you can if you want. You're free to do whatever you want, right? But I mean, it's not. It doesn't logically follow to say that, because you need to actually test the geometry. So until you know the distance to the ship, your exact height, right? And or a distance to the horizon, you're not going to be able to determine what's actually the cause of whether what you're seeing is geometric or optical or a combination of both, right? You need to know air conditions too, because of course, you know, like there's effects even from your own side, right? From the globe side, there are the optics in light, right? The experts in optics and light, right? That tell you there is a reason why it can appear that way without physical geometric obstruction being involved. Did you know that?
I mean, it's for example, when water is evaporating, then there could be like illusion to my vision. Right. Correct? Something like this?
It's not just about the evaporation, but yeah, the air conditions above the surface of the water can affect how the light behaves before it reaches your eye. And even from your own side, from the globe side, they tell you that yes, you can observe this effect, right, where it appears like a bottom section of the object, like the ship, or even all of it, right, can appear to be obstructed from view behind the horizon when there's actually a very clear line of sight to all of it.
Okay.
Yep.
And like 10 days ago, or maybe 12, I don't know, I'm not sure, but I was sitting in my garden and it was like 7 p.m. and I looked up to the sky and there was how do you call it? Like when a comet or something like this going down, and it split and burned in the atmosphere. On the next day, I figured out it was a SpaceX rocket, yeah, that came back to the atmosphere. And for me, it's also like really interesting, like satellites, when they send them up, then I guess I make a calculation, and those satellites stay up there, and that's what's providing me, for example, internet and stuff like this. And
Really?
Yeah.
You get satellite internet?
Yeah.
No,
How much do you pay for that?
I understand that like, satellite internet exists, right? Provided by like people like Elon Musk, like Starlink and shit. But do you really think that me, for example, I'm using a satellite to talk to you, or TW's in Australia, we're using a satellite, and we need to use a satellite to speak to him? Do you think that's how our communication takes place?
No, I think it's not necessary to have.
How do you think it's actually done? Is what you're being asked. Like, how do you think we receive these services?
By either we have a line or we have a transmitter system.
Cool. Okay. Sorry, maybe I misunderstood. I thought you thought this was the only way that we were talking. Obviously, it's not. Okay, cool.
It's actually in the range of like something like 99% of all telecommunications is performed through cables, including the internet. So underground, undersea, right? Yep. And then relay towers, and then the rest of the percentage of the communication system is operated from the sky. So yeah, believe it or not, it's like 1% of the sky.
Yeah. It's not about the percentage of how much it is, but I do agree with you. But the other question is that I'm saying the calculation, those satellites are fucking expensive. So if they send them up there, they need to do a calculation, and those satellites stay up there for
I know that's what we're told. That's what we're told, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the story. Yeah.
Okay.
We don't know. You don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Nobody knows. Like if that's any of that's true, we only have we're not going through their receipt books. We're not personally verifying that when they say after you've watched that rocket go up and you can't see it anymore, right? You have to turn on the TV to see what's happening, right? So beyond that point, you've just got faith that they're telling the truth. That's it.
Okay. Fair point. Fair point. And do you have any other reasons why they would send up satellites there if they don't stand up there very long? That would be a question, a follow-up question.
So even low altitude platforms, like for example the ones on balloons, they can remain in the air for a duration of a couple of years. I would suggest that this is kind of a military thing. It's always good to have some kind of eye in the sky, and the further you can get away from your opponent without being hit by a missile, for example, then high altitude seems to fit that bill quite well. You can survey over a land at high altitude. You don't need to be in orbit, just at a high altitude over a country, and they can't get to you with their little rockets, right? So it's probably most of these things are military before they even come to our application. Even things like GPS, I guarantee that was military application first, or more than likely very quickly used in military application and progressed. Things like the Loran system after the Second World War, and how we navigated on the seas and sending signals across the ocean and receiving them on the ship, and receiving several signals so we know our location through triangulation. This was developed in the Second World War with direct line of sight. We've had this technology for ages. It doesn't require the Earth being a sphere, though.
In fact, oftentimes they were told, well, it's not going to work because the curvature of the Earth will get in the way, but it didn't.
Yeah, this is... I don't know whether, tongue-in-cheek, they tell us the Earth is a sphere and then tell us, hey, look at the laser. Line of sight targeting, radio, for example. We understand that maybe technology is pulled back a little bit, so we have to suffer, like with energy and whatnot, if you want to talk about fuel crises. Maybe even with this type of technology, we could send radio signals, apparently, in the early 1900s, sorry, late 1900s, from England to America, from Cornwall in the UK to Labrador in Canada, from the UK to Sydney, apparently, which is over 10,000 miles. This was done by a guy called Marconi, from audio fame back in the day. When we were sending or trying to send signals as far as we could to communicate with each other. Yeah, signals were heard in Australia. Now, primarily, we can say that signals, they go through things and they bounce off of things, but the signals and the wavelengths that we're using back in the day, it's just straight line of sight. This is what required. No bouncing off of the atmosphere. This is going to cause signal degradation. If it hits the sky and hits the floor and hits the sky and hits the floor, the signal is going to be degraded into nothing. So we understand that with these simple technologies, the Earth has to be flat for them to even to exist. But like I said, they tell us that tongue in cheek because the Earth's a sphere, right?
Another question that I would have is, if no one else wants to ask a question.
Go ahead.
Then it would be for me the magnetic field. For example, how birds, when you have, what's it called? Those birds that always like return to the same place. You know, the city birds that you use
okay,
for
pigeons.
pigeons. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, for example, this one would be interesting for me, and also like northern lights, and
Okay.
like when you have
Same thing,
those, like
really.
yeah, okay. Two questions first of all. Let's go.
Yeah. Kind of the same thing, though, right? The magnetic field obviously exists, right? Like you pointed out, birds even use it to navigate it. Okay, and the sun obviously exists and emits radiation, and it appears to interact with the electromagnetic field of the Earth and cause aurora at certain points. I don't think there's much need for the Earth to be a sphere, though. It's just the electromagnetic field of the Earth, though I don't know how it's propagated. I don't know what the causal mechanism of it is. I do question the globe narrative, though. Maybe you do as well. You seem quite reasonable when we're told that molten like metal over like 2,000 degrees beyond the Curie point is causing the magnetic field of the Earth, even though it's not solid. So, I mean, I don't know what the causal mechanism of it is. I understand the influence of the magnetic field, like you pointed out, but again, I don't think there's any requirement for the Earth to be a sphere. A magnet can take many forms as long as it's got like a north and a south pole.
I mean, to have a field, a round field, you need high pressured hot metal rotation. But you already told me, like, we don't know the surface or the form, so it could be. That's how, like, my argument is like, it's not fulfilling.
It's not an argument. It doesn't really prove anything. We just we experience the phenomena, but can't really reach any major conclusion. Especially the Earth being a sphere and the necessity for the Earth only being a sphere because of a magnetic field and aurora.
Yeah. And the other question would be like, those pigeons. It doesn't matter where you release them on this planet or on this world. Sorry, I didn't want to say planet, whatever. On this world, they find the way back home. So they somehow have like a center. You know what I mean? In their navigation system.
So, who's navigating the pigeons or us?
No, they're navigating themselves.
The pigeons with the magnetic field. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And to have that,
we understand that magnetic fields aren't straight, though, don't we? For example, from any point on the Earth, let's say we've got two people on the Earth, it won't be a straight magnetic field towards the magnetic north. The majority of magnetic field lines curve a little bit, right? So they're not straight paths. I don't know how, the birds really know where they're going or possess is, they can see, and they use that magnetic field to kind of know which direction's north. Probably the sun as well, where's east and west, and blah blah blah. I don't know.
Mm. Yeah, okay, but I'm not a pigeon expert, but that's something that would be like really interesting for me for this argument. To figure out
the
how
magnetic
they do it.
field. You'd have to prove the Earth was a sphere first before you included the magnetic field. I don't think a magnetic field's going to prove shape, dude, apart from the emitter of that field, and that's not the surface of the Earth.
I mean, it could be even like, for example, it could be for Saturn, for example, yeah, has those rings around it, yeah, and it still has a center, so we could live on the rings, for example. Do you understand what I mean with this?
Kind of.
I'm trying to find a middle way between globe and flat earthers, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, but now I'm not living on the Earth. I'm living, right?
Yeah.
Or is he just meaning that, like physically, like though, that he can see because those rings are somewhat flat, right? So, like there's there's nothing out there dictating that it should be forming into a sphere, conforming, even though they're allegedly a ring around a sphere. It's kind of like a flat ring, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, I get you. Like, so just physically, would it even be possible? But do you know that when we go sailing and stuff, or even just like land navigating, and if you're using a compass, there's areas like rich in iron, particularly, that like start messing around with your compass.
Yeah.
Yeah, like mountains that you should stay away from, like if you're going to be relying on a compass and shit like that. Like, I don't know. So, it's not inconceivable to me that there's like a mass dense underground area or something that's like generating.
I do understand. But this I
something
have to say thanks
like
for
a giant magnetic rocks, or in one
Yeah.
area. Who knows? I don't know. Like, it's a speculation on my part, but I mean, that could that have the potential to generate like a huge magnetic field that would affect a compass even thousands of miles away from it? I don't know. Maybe.
I guess yes. But that's just like we all guessing. Like, what? Is someone a scientist here?
Not as a profession. But
yeah, me neither. No.
We are all scientists. Science is a hobby, not a job.
I'd say I'm like an amateur hobby researcher. Like, like I wouldn't call myself an expert on anything or anything like that. Like, I'm an armchair fucking potato couch fucking expert, right? I don't know shit, really.
If you're a scientist and you're being paid to do science, you're basically being paid to be biased against the truth.
No.
Yeah, because the person paying you wants specific results. They don't care what the results say. They just want the results they want.
Yeah, but they are like scientists who get money to study whatever they want to.
There's no scientist that gets that.
No, they're paid to study what their employer wants them to. Oftentimes, the thing that they actually want to study, they can't get funding for, and just to make a living, resort to just taking on whatever they have to do. Like, that some people end up in the field that they haven't a genuine interest in, that they went to university to study in. Like, mostly like people like that, like are like chemists, right? Or medical researchers, that sort of thing. Like, if you want to get into science, like that'll probably land you a job. There's a lot. There's a market for that thing, that sort of thing. You know, or even just medicine. It's like being a doctor. You know, like health, biology. Like there's always going to be a need for someone to, you know, help out with illnesses and something. But like there's other fields of what, you know, so-called quote, air quote science, right? Which you struggle to like find any like, you know, sustainable employment. Like,
but
like
friend of mine
theoretical
got
physics.
we got like a check from a university to study whatever he wants to for $300,000. And he decided to hire a team in Berlin that is working with like stem cells, and they created the brain, and right now they're testing it. So they are creating a brain without a body, just by stem cells, and right now they are looking at the reactions, and the outcome doesn't matter. They're just testing it. And he had
That's cool.
Yeah, he was free to go. He could like invest 300,000 in whatever he wanted to, as long as it's science. Yeah.
They're trying to figure out why celebrities and the elite get benefits from rubbing certain creatures' blood on them or drinking it, right? Like, how come they look so young? It's 70. They said that they did this atrocious thing. Let's see if there's any merit to that. Study that scientifically, right? Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Well, that's actually very interesting because they figured out a way to recreate stem cells. So, for example, when you have a heart, the core point are stem cells. Those stem cells turn into a heart, and now they figured out a way how to turn a heart back into stem cells. And
serious?
Yeah, and with that technique, they can like recreate organs.
Grow a human heart for like transplant. Yeah. Actually, did you see that clip where I don't know how true this is. Who knows what you can believe on TV, right? But there was this clip of Putin and North Korea's leader, I can never say his name, and the Chinese leader, I think, I don't know his name either, but they're all walking along together, right? And they're just having a little chat, and they're talking about this sort of shit. They're talking about how that, longevity, we could be living up to like 120, 130, 150 years, maybe even indefinitely based on what they're learning, like in these fields, and organ replacement and age slowing, and all this stuff. Yeah.
That's going to be possible. But the point is like what I talked with my friend about is like when you have to replace every organ, after a while, you can recreate it with stem cells, and by using your own stem cells, your body is not going to like for example, when you have an accident and you're losing your lung, then someone else have an accident and you're going to get his lung. Yeah, do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Then there could be.
I've seen The Island, right? I've seen it.
Exactly,
maybe that's a documentary.
Yeah. But the difference is like when you recreate the organ by your own stem cells, then there is no negative reaction by your body because that organ is created by your own. So there's no.
The rest of your body identifies it like it was already there. Or something.
It's already. Yeah, and when you take, like, for example, another organ from someone else, then there could be like difficulties. So your body is not accepting it. So you need medication to ignore the duration while accepting the organ, and later on you still have to take those medicines. But with that process, it's going to be accepted 100%. then we talked about it, and then he said, like, yeah, you have to change every organ. Also, when you want to live to eternity, you have to also change your brain, and that's where the problem starts.
Oh,
Like, where is your brain? Like yourself, you know what I mean? So you could change
yeah.
parts of it.
Oh, yeah, messing with that shit.
Yeah, but when you like recreate your brain with stem cells and you replace it, first of all, we don't have the technique to adapt it to our to the back. Yeah,
It would need to be connected before you disconnect the old one. The new one would have to
yeah,
be connected for like while the old one's still in place, right? Like,
yeah. First of all,
oh man, that sounds like some trippy shit, some
yeah,
really science
and then
fiction
you
stuff.
have to, even if you copy, yeah, even if you copy your whole mentality, everything, yeah, you copy it, and then you put in the new brain, yeah, you'd still lose.
They could,
yeah,
God, how?
yeah, exactly, and you're still not this. You're not the same person. You know what I mean?
They could even find, like, they could try and attempt this and just find out that
Is this
whatever they test on just becomes like a zombie vegetable state, or even just even not alive. Like I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah, but that's what my friend is right now researching in Berlin. Yeah, that's crazy.
is this some kind of was this just random talk, or was this like a correlation to say,
Sorry,
look
we
how?
got sidelined. Yeah, we sidetracked.
Oh
Sorry.
no,
Yeah.
no worries, no worries. I was thinking that maybe this was like a correlation to look how far we've advanced in science, kind of
Yeah.
thing. Like
Yeah,
how can the
legitimacy
Earth be
of
flat?
studies and that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. As long as we understand that this is not a correlation to like rocket science and all that.
Yeah, we were still talking about science, so yeah, let's leave it at that.
Yeah, no worries, man. No, there's some great things that we've done biologically over the last century. Personally, I would like to know more about what's been learned in the past. Like if you look at, they've known about biology and how things work for a very long time. They've known about DNA since the early 1800s, if not earlier. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, they've been cloning since the early 1800s, or maybe it was the early 1900s.
Nah. Are you sure?
Oh, seriously, look into it.
Well, I'm going to look it up. Be right back.
I mean, they've been talking about AI, talking about robots as companions since like the early 1900s, like 1920. So when people say, "Oh, we've made such advances in the last 50 years," we may have refined things in the last 50 years, but the advancements like began over 200 years ago, if not more.
Yeah, but you're right. They started in the 1900s. That's crazy.
Yeah, they were doing gene splicing in like the 1920s and 30s. I read something somewhere. I'd have to go and find it to see if it even exists. So maybe I'm paraphrasing this wrong, but the Carnegie Institute was funding in the late 1930s was funding what's that called, where like the beautifying of the genes, eugenics. They were funding eugenics during the beginning of World War II, all the way through it.
Hey, I guess I found the connection again. We were talking about pigeon brains, and that's how we switched topic. Yeah, so I'm really interested in pigeon brains, like how they're working with those magnetic fields, or how they're like navigating.
Apparently, it's iron like filings within some kind of system within their brain. When they align, obviously, with the magnetic field inside the pigeon's head. So I think this is one way that the pigeon knows how to orientate itself because of the iron substances within its brain cavity.
Mm.
The third eye.
Yeah.
Oh, don't laugh, man. Don't laugh.
We call
Only
it
true.
we call it Zirbeldrüse. That's the organ that we call the third eye. Yeah.
Pineal gland.
What?
We call it the pineal gland, the third eye in the center of the brain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pineal
Which
gland.
is apparently light sensitive in certain creatures. And what's light? Again, what do they say light is? Electromagnetism?
For me, it's energy, but I don't know. What is light for you?
Yeah, basically what you said. Sorry, I was having my hands full. Yeah, basically what you said, energy. Like, it's just, it's like looked at as like electromagnetism, or electromagnetic wave. But, if it's just energy, then, and an eye is a receptor, which is capable of interpreting photons, light, like, energy, then anything that does could be considered an eye, So if it's receiving information through the spectrum,
Are you talking
visible,
about the third eye?
invisible. If it's capable of doing that, if it's receiving information through radiation, energy, electromagnetics, the light spectrum, whatever, invisible, visible, doesn't matter. If it's receiving information and processing, and there's something processing it, that's an eye, right?
Yeah, but the third eye is not the pineal gland. The pineal gland sits next to it. The pineal gland is considered the master gland. The third eye is actually it's right behind where the two optic nerves cross over. And there's actually a retina there as well. And this is on every person, most mammals, and a lot of reptiles. That's where the third eye comes from, is because there's actually like a retina layer, just like inside your eyeball, but it's behind the crossover of the optic nerves. I actually looked into this. That's what the CIA documents talk about too.
The pine cone like structure.
Yeah, that's the master gland. That like regulates all your other hormones in your body. Everything
That's
cascades from the pineal.
that master gland is shaped like a pine cone, right?
I believe so, or it gives off
Where it gets its
energy.
name from. That's where it gets its name from, pineal gland. That's why it's used in like those religious emblems and stuff as pine cone, whether open or closed, to like show consciousness and so on. Got a couple outside the Vatican, I think. It's called the pineal gland because it's shaped like a pine cone. That's what I understood anyway.
Yeah, I've always heard that the pineal gland is the third eye, because they say that that stuff they put in the water calcifies it. The fluoride, like little bits of it get stored in the pineal gland, and it calcifies it or impedes it from functioning properly.
I think it's one of, if not the only structure in the brain where there's one of them. Apart from like one of the connective like tissues between the two hemispheres, but within the two hemispheres of the brain, you've got a mirror of either side, right? Got the same things on one side as you have got on the other side. But the pineal gland sits in between these two hemispheres, right? So I think it's the only structure in the brain that there's a singular one of. I might be incorrect.
I wonder if other animals have a pineal gland, if this is a feature of like all mammals, or if it's just humans with it. That'd make it even weirder. I'm sure there are animals with pineal glands.
Apparently so. Felines, cats, for example, dogs as well. I'm not sure if it extends to all like animal life, like insects and shit. I really don't know. Bacteria, probably not. But like mammal life forms, yeah, I think most do. I think.
I guess sea life at least so. Like dolphins or octopus definitely do.
Definitely don't, or definitely do.
Definitely do.
Oh yeah, yeah. It would be hard to imagine any animal that like you really think is like personable or has personality. It would be hard to imagine that they wouldn't. Like it's clear some animals are doing things other than just kind of surviving. You know, they're like aware, kind of like, oh, let's have some fun, or you know, getting into some extracurricular activities.
Have you guys heard about how the train station system in Japan got created by shrooms? So they had a map, and then like a scale, and then on that scale map, like on a mini map, yeah, they created their city, and then they released shrooms, and those shrooms like made the most efficient connections, and those connections they copied to use or to create a rail system in the city.
Yeah,
That's quite.
Japan did that. I think it's Tokyo. They let the mycelium grow, and then they copied the mycelium to structure the subway because it is like makes the
You took a
most.
lot of inspiration from nature.
Yeah.
Fungi is like different than everything else. People think it came here from like outer space. That's what they say. It came on a rock because it can live in a vacuum.
What?
Yeah.
No, I mean, what do you mean?
Because yeah, fungi can live in a vacuum.
Yeah.
It doesn't need oxygen,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
and it grows.
it needs water. Yeah.
But it needs a really it's weird because it needs a real sterile environment, like a super sterile environment. If you grow mushrooms or mycelium, you have to get like filter boxes and you use gloves. Like some people even build big boxes with filters in them. But you always associate fungus with like really nasty stuff. Like it'll eat anything. It eats up radioactive material. It grows like damp, moist, nasty areas.
Yeah, but I'm not associating it with like something gross. But it's yeah, for me it's really interesting since I've looked into it a little bit more. But I still have no fucking clue what the fuck those shrooms are doing. But I think it's like something that we need to study. But when you look right now at the circumstances, like how much water you need to like grow crops or whatever, then you need to find out a better way to supply humanity with food. And it's not going to be something, something where you need a lot of water. And like also the heat is like it's crazy, man. I'm living in Germany, Europe, and normally here we have like temperatures that going to go up to like 28, and there's always like raining even in the summer. And this summer we have like straight up 30 days only heat, and the heat is also like tomorrow it's going to be like 40 degrees. I don't know what it's in your country, but it's like fucking hot, man. That's like
People are
your brother, you're lagging.
I said people are dying in Germany, because they don't have the air conditioning. But we could just do away with the space programs, use that money to fund air conditionings for Germany, so people aren't dying over there.
We could also like stop the war and invest like all the money for war and like have a solution for the whole humanity.
Yeah, let's just do away with the space programs. We don't need them because there's no such thing. There's not even in outer space. They're not sending spaceships to the moon. They're lying. So what are they doing with that money? We need to redirect those funds.
There you go. That's a brighter line of thinking. Like if enough people understood the facts of like flat Earth measurement, then we wouldn't have these misdirected aims of having war in Germany, and like hunger and famine wouldn't exist anymore, because we would all like understand we get our energy from the sun, and we wouldn't be worried about what angle with which you're getting it from. You see? You see, if you just worried about like, oh hey, there's an angle to the sun, and haven't you seen the people in Alaska and how they live, and they have refrigerators? They don't even need electricity for certain things, so they have very low electricity bill in the winter. While like Europeans, Americans, they need very high electricity bills in the winter because they're not adept to living in the winter.
Yeah,
because they don't utilize these fundamentals.
Yeah, but they also have a
flat Earth.
living.
Didn't Tesla already kind of harnessed, like electricity?
It could have been, yeah, it could have been that way, yeah.
Is it something that at least somebody could try to use that?
Yeah, it could have been that way, but the main important thing with Tesla's like free energy is that he had the free energy device that was gonna propagate the electricity for TV and whatnot. But people were made to forget about the flat Earth elevation angles that it took to make any of these cross country televised events. Even to this day, what do you think? You think?
I got a question for anyone. Like, just keeping
Yeah.
on what you just said there.
Nick, Nick,
Hello.
could you please like put up your volume somehow?
Oh, am I low?
Yes.
It's pretty low.
Oh, wow. I'm
Yeah,
right
now-
up to my mic.
That's
Yeah,
better.
yeah, just keeping on your topic, I think Hash
Hello.
Panic was making a point. So, to your point, I was wondering, is there a reason why it feels like we're going backwards a little bit? Remember, like TV, you could broadcast and you could just have a single unit anywhere and pick up like a signal. Like, why is it all wires now? Like, why is it like why is it all through like like cables rather than through the air? Does anybody have an idea about that?
Because that takes more power, electromagnetic radiation. Yeah, and more electromagnetic radiation within the air. So cables are very direct and so on. And then you can just, like for example, the ones that go underneath the sea. We have to understand that also the atmosphere is going to play with the signals that get sent, especially over large distances as well, electromagnetic storms and so on. So primarily for the small scale that we have, like in a local environment around cities and infrastructure, it's quite easy to just have repeaters around the area.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, every question is very simple, very easy. Just rationally ask it without any like emotion behind it. You get a very clean answer.
Any one of you have hard evidence of the energy usage of those data sentence for AI? Because what I feared is like they're using like tons of water and gas, something like this. But I don't know. I can't confirm.
The Earth is flat, bro. Bro, W. Like, what do you have to say about that?
I mean, doesn't matter if it's flat or round or whatever the shape.
No.
I think we do agree with like energy
Bro.
source.
Bro, no. Bro.
No.
It does matter, so shut the fuck up.
There's no need to be rude, dude. If you're going to start being rude, then I'm going to mute you. But a perfectly reasonable conversation up until that point.
Another question, and not to
When
jump your
you're
question,
saying
bro.
that it doesn't
but,
matter if the Earth is
add
flat
to
or
it,
not,
bro.
it
To add
elicits
to it, bro.
this
I wonder
reaction
if
out of
anybody else.
you.
Wonder if anybody else
Well,
has
I probably
an
shouldn't have told you to
so
shut
like
the fuck up, but it's just what it
yeah,
made me
nice.
feel like saying.
Cool.
It does matter.
There was some videos of Admiral Byrd's voyage. Is there any place online with that anymore? I can't find anything like that anymore. Like for a minute there, I was seeing a bunch. And does anybody know of a place where you could find like his videos of his voyage and some of the
What for?
I know where there's a small library of his stuff. If you give me a moment, I'll try and find you a link to the Discord server. Yeah, just give me a moment, dude.
Yeah, take your time.
Like,
Yeah,
why
I think
don't
it's in the I think it's in the Flat Earth Discord. There's like a channel or whatever that has
Oh, they have
a bunch
links?
of
Okay.
videos about a bunch of links about that. I think he's gonna give you the link for that. Yeah, it's
like a book.
fascinating stuff, but it is. Yeah, I mean, it's just been so overrun with all the AI slop from TikTok and like just TikTok in general that this is why a few keen-minded flat earthers 6 years ago, or I guess it's like 15 years ago, they set up that Discord, and it was like, we got to start putting these links together because they knew that they saw the landscape of social media and where it was going and where the internet was going, where it wasn't just some friendly cool thing where we're just talking about things. It was going to become another monolith, and that's what it has become. And they use keywords to sort of hide truths from people. So you look on Google, you can't find it. It's like I thought Google was the best of all the search, things, but it's just ended up not being the case.
How about any Tartaria stuff? You guys know about Tartarian stuff?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure, of course. I mean,
Sorry
hidden
to interrupt you.
archaeology.
To apologise for interrupting. I'm just gonna, being as you brought up Tartarian, I've just gone away and found you a link for Animal Bird. It's all going to be on the same channel. The channel that I'm going to link you to has probably got the biggest library now. It's DJ server. I hope you're right, DJ. So I'm going to give you a link to his server. He's got the Animal Bird stuff. He's got loads of Tartaria stuff and historical stuff and loads and loads. Let me just drop the link in the
Nice.
channel and look through his stuff, man. You'll find probably most of the stuff you're looking for.
That's great.
That's awesome. Good job,
Thank
DJ.
you. Yeah, I just can't find that stuff anymore.
Yeah, it's wild how that works. But it's like you can't even be in a debate anymore and like, oh, bring up your definitions and stuff. Look at what happened with Nathan Oakley. Nathan Oakley, he's talking about definitions derived from the manual for celestial navigation. And the celestial navigation author was bothered so much, not by flat earthers, but by globetards that were so mad the way that he worded things and that it would be used by Nathan Oakley in such a negative way that he went and he changed his definition for horizontal. And that's the thing that makes you, it's like not knowing these definitions so much as like knowing that about these definitions, that the definitions are actively being changed to benefit people's sub 70 IQ argumentation, because they can't deal with the fact that horizontal is flat. Like that is peculiar. That is a strange thing. And thank goodness, right? Nathan Oakley had saved that. Quantum Eraser had saved that. We have the page saved where it was the original definition. And now it's just another definition, but it's like we have like 12 other definitions that comport with the same thing. And we just lost one, and it was just this one just words things in a very weird way where we didn't even lose that definition. But it's just like, it's just weird. Like, why would it have to be like that? That is peculiar.
Just wanted to say thanks for the conversation. Have a great evening. Thanks for having me here. All the best to you. That's it.
Shalom.
No problem. Take care.
Jedi, did you send me that link? Those links, or someone was sending me links to some stuff?
Yeah, give me a second, dude.
Oh, you put a link to it.
Yeah, sorry, I was literally just scrolling to find your
No,
name
you're
as
good.
we were
I just want to
speaking,
make sure
man.
you
Yeah.
didn't
No,
forget.
that's fine, dude. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a link to the server. I'd search in the search bar if you want to find Admiral Bird. I say that because the library is huge, but anything you want to find, Tartaria, Admiral Byrd, Antarctica, Egypt probably, even some like historical stuff and other Christian stuff as well. There's loads of stuff in the server, man, so check it out.
Yep. Appreciate it. Oh, pickled. Okay, I see.
Most of it's under channels, so if you go into search and go under channels and like search Bird, which is what I did, and then I found the channel for there. And Tartaria is just a few up from that, so into search with channels and just search your term.
Yeah, join me now.
I think there's other channels as well, which are like kind of reputable YouTube channels and shit, if that's what you're looking for as well.
No, this is great. As soon as I drop in there, smack that picture of him right there. Okay, cool.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, remember that's sort of like old school, like sort of like entertainment pieces, right? So the real deal is that every measurement that's ever been taken to prove the Earth is a globe, prove the Earth is flat. It's measured flat. And so, like, you can go have fun with that stuff, but take away with it that everything that is there to claim a globe is a flat Earth prerequisite, flat Earth elevation angle, or flat Earth distance measurement, or flat Earth, mapping technique. Like across the board, there is absolutely zero evidence for a globe.
I mean,
So have fun with that, but
there's stuff out there, but
take that with you.
It might not be. It mightn't be true.
Yeah, take that as the garnish on the hors d'oeuvres that you're taking, right? Like that's just the garnish. Flat Earth elevation angles, that's just the garnish.
What was your interest in Admiral Byrd stuff anyway? Sorry to interrupt.
In his stuff,
Yeah.
specifically just the stuff that he found, right? Pretty sure there's video of the stuff he's found. Probably wouldn't be online. Maybe it might be in other places. And I think it would be pretty interesting. I think the place is a lot more magical than what we're led to believe.
Yeah, I think you're possibly right. He's kind of renowned for two excursions, isn't he? One north and one south.
Right.
I mean, I think he flew into the Earth at one point and come out the other side. And then, yeah, something like that. And the other one is the claim that there was more land the size of continental United States beyond the South Pole. I think those were two major claims, right? Oh, and Operation, is it High Jump?
Yep.
Which happened after that. And then you get the story about they went down there, took a great big force for a scientific expedition, and then came running back with their tails between their legs because of Nazi UFOs, apparently.
Right.
Yeah. That's all I know about it, mate. I think that's primarily what we all get told about it.
It's pretty interesting, It's fun. It's fun to at least think about. At least for me, a lot of people don't think.
I like to think about Amy, the missing scientist. They're from the same school of thought. It's from the same school of thought. So you know about like these other missing scientists?
No.
So yeah, it's just you could conjure up whole other aspects and fields of, why did they lie about him flying into Hollow Earth.
Yeah.
You know, Amy's thing is like, why are they lying? They're lying to us about aliens because there's actually two competing future human species. So the real deal is time travel. So you have to ask yourself, why are you really asking about that when you're here in a place and we're talking about horizontals measured flat? It's pretty simple.
Because I think that when we
Guys,
come to
I
start
gotta switch for a little bit.
realizing,
I don't mean to be rude, but thanks for the information. I'll
Hey,
be around.
Cynic,
take
let
care.
me, real quick, man, real quick. You
I'll
got
probably
2 books
be
for you to read. I think you'll love them.
I'll probably be in the server that you sent me more than this one.
Cool. Also, look out for when DJ's talking as well. That's his server, so he can talk about his server and the information as well. But good talking to you, mate. Take care.
Yeah, somebody was about to say something. Sorry.
Yeah, two stories for you to read if you want 2 like analogy stories. The Smoky God. The Smoky God is a good story to read, and then the Iron Republic. Those are 2 good stories.
Thanks for the suggestion. Thank you. I'll see you guys later.
Yep. How you going?
Oh, that's interesting. Are you saying that those stories are somehow transposed onto like real life? Like it's not just an allegory, but it's like said to be an allegory? Like the case of
No, those
the
are
missing
2 people's
scientists?
those are 2 people's personal accounts.
What was the name again of the book or whatever you referenced?
The first one is the Smoky God.
The Smoky God. Okay.
Yeah, SMOKY, the Smoky God. And the second one is the Iron Republic. The Smoky God is about basically the guy that's writing the story is listening to an old man tell him the story about his life. And it begins when he's like in his late teens, like 16, 17, 18. And he's from Finland, I believe. And him and his dad go on a boat trip in the northern sea, the northern Arctic Sea. And they're not going in any direction particular to what they know. They're just heading towards north, and then they end up being met at a canal. And at this canal, the people that meet them, they're all giants. Like the taller they are, the more rank they have, or something like that. It was pretty crazy.
Okay, I've heard similar stories.
And don't they get sucked down into like a vortex or something, and then they go on this journey on like a channel, a river under the sea, right? Like, and they see all this weird shit, but then they get spat out, and the father, the ship is pretty much wrecked. The father gets lost to sea, but the son manages to climb up into some glacier. And then spends like 6 days walking around on this glacier, like nearly dead, until a vessel finally finds him and rescues him. And and it turns out he's in Antarctica, or in the Antarctic Circle.
So
that might be a different one. I think the Iron Republic is the one where they get sucked in.
Right.
The Smoky God.
No, they don't get sucked in that. They just go through the channel. They just go through that opening in the ice, and then which opens and closes. Yeah. Now, there's another story I've heard. I thought that's the one you were talking about, because they reportedly saw something when they got like sucked into this vortex, like they were in this place, like under the world, and there was like
sounds super esoteric.
Yeah, I know it sounds fictional, but apparently it was presented as someone's account, right?
Well, that's what.
the old man that was dying.
I'm just saying, like that's what.
He was
Admiral
telling the story.
Byrd's journey seems like it's very esoteric.
So the old man that's telling the story from when he was a youth, he's telling it in a way that when he left, these giants gave him gold, and this is where his family's wealth came from. That was the story that he was telling. You have to read it, man, or listen to it in audio.
Yeah, I think I've heard it or one similar to it.
I can let Cody know.
I'm sure you have. It's a good book. Yeah. It's a good story. I like it.
Yeah, that sounds interesting. What was it called again?
The Smoky God.
All right, welib.org. You can download books.
Speaking of books, has anybody read either of Nathan Oakley's book or Cont Moraza's book yet?
I'm halfway through Nathan's book, a little bit over halfway through.
How are you finding it?
I love it mostly because I've been around for so long. So it's like fun reading the names, and it's like seeing the show again because he's just going through the and when he used to do, he doesn't do it now. The housekeeping question. Yeah. So it goes through it, but at every single step of the way, he's like, "This is a flat Earth requisite." So it's like there's like a drinking game along with it. It's like if you have a sip, a sip every time you read him say that this is based on a flat Earth measurement. You'll be drunk after 10 pages.
Gotcha.
He includes it every step of the way. I mean, at only $15. I mean, definitely buy it. Absolutely.
No, that's okay. If that's all he keeps saying, every other sentence is that's a flat Earth measurement. That's such a
No,
boring
he
read.
goes through it's like, no, it's more of a story of like the show and then the arguments, and it's more just like it's the story of the show that he's had. So that's why it's amusing, and it's like I don't know if I would just say, oh, if you've never heard about flat Earth, read this. But maybe, I think probably, if I knew anybody that was willing to do that, like I think that this would be a good book for them. But people don't read books and shit. You know what I mean? Like, people are retarded as fuck. And so it's basically just like a book written for me and you. So pay him the $15. I think it's great. I like it a lot. I'm halfway through it. I haven't got to the big, the big controversial pages or whatever. But I'm just anticipating it. It'll be fun. I haven't. I got scammed and I bought Quantum Earaker's book on Amazon.
Right.
And it still exists that you can go buy that book, but it's like if I have Nathan Oakley's book, almost the Quantum Earaker scam book is better because I've just always wanted like quantum erasers, like his what are they, the Gmail template for all his arguments. Like, I've always wanted those. So basically the fake book is just those templates of the arguments of quantum erasers arguments.
Well,
And
even
so
with the things like
that was also a
holy
good purchase
shnikes.
as well.
Sorry, even with the bits at the end like holy shnikes, that's going to hurt, and all of
All
these
that stuff
little
is in
quantum
there. In the fake
eraserisms.
book, yeah, in the Quantum Earaker book, it's just solely, there is no story to it. There's no book to it. It's just completely like all of his presented materials. So it's like I got swindled, but it was like that was actually what I wanted. Was just his I just wanted those arguments, even if it had the little like bullshit flourishes or whatever. I just wanted the basic arguments for all of his arguments from his website.
Yeah, okay. So if I'm hearing you right, you
Yeah.
might as well have just taken screenshots from his shows and stuff.
Yeah. So it's like I was swindled, and it's like I wanted to go back and be like I was swindled, but I was like, I kind of like this better. I don't know. I bought Nathan Oakley's book. I like it. But I haven't even bought a Quantum Racers book because I got swindled.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
So I have a hard copy of all his arguments that he never presented, but it's like this person who Maybe that's why he's so mad at Roger Ledwell. Maybe Roger Ledwell is the person who, did that fake post or whatever. I don't know. I don't care. And it's besides the argument, right? Good material, either way. So all I can say is I don't know about Quantum Racer's book or whoever. But I've really enjoyed Nathan Oakley's book, especially if you've spent any time watching the Nathan Oakley show. So it's basically about that and concise point of arguments, and it also at the same time is like, I used to think that this was an argument, but it wasn't, because that's bullshit, because the earth was measured flat, and here are the measured flat argument pieces on the way to it, and it's like it's hilarious. I love it. Great book. $15, like, dude. $15 for like a literary piece of work like that, brand new, you gotta buy it. If it was $30, I could see like, okay, like maybe try to find bootleg copies, but $15, just give the man his dues. I mean, he's done this, it is about his show. It is a story.
Did he
as much as it is about flat Earth.
Okay. Did he provide any flat Earth measurements?
Well, that's the fun part. Every step of the way, the flat Earth measurements are provided.
Oh, okay. So from
they
here
said
to
that there
there.
was a measurement to the sun. Well, that was a flat Earth measurement.
Right.
Because it took him this, and he went through Alberuni and all that. I'm only halfway through, and so there's even more in depth into these derivations of the flat Earth
Does
measurements.
he talk about laser tests and anything like that?
Actually, no, I haven't heard anything about it in the book about any laser tests at all. But like I said, I'm like 3/4 of the way through. I'm a little past halfway. I was going to finish reading the book today, but then I got on Discord. Didn't happen. But yeah, no. Actually, no laser tests whatsoever. And he is kind of harsh in there about like how people perceive that there's an argument, and that they he's talking about the globebusters, right? He calls them something else, but it was like their thing that they want people to say is the Earth is measured, not a globe. So they keep putting globe into your mind to get you away from the fact that it's measured flat. All these measurements are flat Earth measurements, and you
What was
keep
the name of the book?
bringing up globe.
What was the name of the book?
I don't know. Go to Nathan Oakley's thing, and follow his links to buy directly from him.
Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not
It's measured
in
flat or
FED.
something.
I'm not in FED.
Um,
I'm saying like he missed out on a great title for his book. He should have titled his book, "This Book is a Flat Earth Measurement."
Oh, that's funny because the books are flat, so it would have gone good. Yeah.
Is he yelling and screaming and is he yelling and screaming and saying obscenities in his book too?
No, there's no like I'm gonna shove this flat Earth right up your asshole. Like there's none of that. The book is called Measured Flat. All roads lead to flat Earth. And so actually, it's like if you don't like that, see me personally, I think that is like the funnest part of his show. But if you don't like that, it's whatever. And
could you
but it
imagine
has
if you're just
none of
like?
that in there. But
Could
he
you
does
imagine if
talk
you're like a
about
normal
some
person though?
juicy kind of gossip about like kind of people within flat Earth. So he talks
Like,
about like a guy who
just
jerked off on
imagine this,
stream
bro.
with Patty Steer.
Like, just imagine this. Like, you give this book to your friend or whatever. Hey, read this book by Nathan Oakley, and you're like, oh, like where is this Nathan Oakley guy? You're like, oh, he's on YouTube. And then you're just like a random stranger, and you just like, I want to see this Nathan Oakley guy. You get on there, and then you're like, oh, I want to join the chat. Just called
Well, the book
all the
has nothing
obscenities.
to do
You're a
with it, like
retard.
any
You're this.
language.
Like,
But I mean, like honestly, if I'm gonna send it to somebody, I'm sending it because of the way that Nathan Oakley like handles himself in the conversation. Right? I don't want to be like portrayed as some kind of way or whatever. But like, if I'm like giving that to somebody, I'm giving them the link. I'm saying like, look at how this globetard was handled like a little fanny boy. You know what I mean? Like,
no,
so
I
I
would be
got no
like,
problem with
I'd
that.
be like,
But
look at this
the
angry
book
man
has
just being
nothing to
over
do with
emotional.
that kind of language or that kind of tonality at all. But I get kind of what you're saying, but also it's like, I don't know, like what kind of like libtards are you like talking to, where they would be like upset at his tonality? I don't know.
I mean,
They're just weak-minded people.
you don't
I don't know.
find his